with the surge, master strategy. Flip, 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 flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack, attack, attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Face your cards up. Make that ball game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Play that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Raise your cards up. Break that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Find that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack, 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 stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Break that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. For the world, united the world, TCG, yeah. Attack, attack, attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Play that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai Raise your cards up. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Find that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field. Master your tactics. Dominate the stage. Master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world. TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world. TCG, yeah. Bandai card games. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For the world, united the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Find that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Find that card game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Find that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field. Master your tactics. Dominate the stage. Master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world. TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world. TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For the world, united the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Raise your cards up. Make that board game, yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Find that card game.
The time of battle is here, and what a battle it is turning out to be as well. The brand new format, a brand new expansion, and with opportunities to qualify for the Season 1 final starting to dwindle, the competition has never been stronger. Bonjour et bienvenue to Toulouse for the One Piece card game offline regionals in season 1. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. It's a pleasure to have your company for us for today and across the weekend, and a very special welcome as well for the first time since October 2025. You know him, you love him. Abra Krasniqi is on the desk. Abra, a very good morning to you.
Very good morning to everyone. Very good morning to you, Ben. Finally back. I was doing some broadcasts the last months. That's what I focused on. And now I'm back at being a caster. I'm doing both, so I'm enjoying both. But now I'm doing the casting of Toulouse, first OP16 regional that we have in Europe. And Ben, I'm so hyped. The game completely changed, and we are going to talk about it a lot. Like, it's so fun. I'm just so hyped.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's always an exciting time when you get to do the first regional of a brand new set, the brand new format, OP16, the time of battle, launching just a couple of weeks ago, bringing a bunch of new leaders, a bunch of extra support for existing decks as well. And it's those new leaders that are really starting to pique the interest and the eye of our player base in what is going to be one of the last offline regionals as well of season 1. And as I mentioned, one of the last chances for players to get that finals qualification for Utrecht in September.
Yep, that's absolutely right. It's one of the last chances to get their invites for the biggest, or one of the biggest events that we will have for this year. It's going to be finals in Utrecht. That's a huge one. And also something new that changed. We have more people that are going through to make it to Worlds from Europe. So we have 12 people now from, if I'm not wrong, 12 people from Europe that will go to Japan to play Worlds. I think last year it was 5. So it definitely goes up like a big amount of number. And that's why I think this finals is going to be maybe the most interesting one that we probably had since the beginning of this card game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 6 players from both seasons will be progressing and will be earning that spot to qualify and to try and compete in the World Championships in the beginning of 2027. And of course, that's also being coupled with the Flame Fruit event that is going to be taking place across that weekend as well. That's going to be really, really exciting. But that's in the future. We can worry about that in a few months' time, Abra. We've got to worry about this weekend here first and foremost. 10 rounds of Swiss on day 1 today to a top 32 cuts tomorrow. That's how the tournament is going to work. It's going to be a really intriguing tournament with these new OP16 leaders that have released as well. What are some of your thoughts, Abra, on OP16 generally?
Generally, I would say it's a very, very interesting set. So first of all, I'm a big fan of the whole arc. Yeah, it's Impel Down. It's a very, very nice arc. Love to see some key characters from the series that make it to being a leader card. Like, we have the Blue Buggy being maybe the main character from Impel Down, I would say, from this arc. Of course, we have Luffy, we have Red Ace, we have Yamato being there. Okay, was not in the arc, but still, because of Ace, maybe there is a connection why they bring Yamato for the set. And also, it's a very, very interesting leader, being a new type of Black Rush that we didn't have yet. It's very, very interesting to see. Also, Yamato is doing a good job, I would say, has a good position for this meta, but that's something we are going to talk about later on. So very interesting set for sure, very interesting leaders. And I also think that we will probably see every single leader of it for today, because the meta is so wide. We have like not 1 or 2 decks that are the best decks in format. We have like so many decks that you can bring to this tournament, with so many decks that people are playing. And that's why I'm a big fan of OP16. It's such a wide meta, and I'm really looking forward. So my question to you, Ben, would be, what do you think is the deck that we are going to see performing the best on the highest level? Do you think it is Luffy? Teach, what is your guess?
It's going to be really intriguing because, like you say, Abra, there are so many decks that are still really competitive. Obviously, from the newest leaders from OP16, you definitely have to look, like you say, towards Green Blue Luffy with its Impel Down tribal style of deck, relies on having only Impel Down characters on the board so that you get that restand of Don. and then Marshall D Teach, the black-yellow Teach leader, which feels like a sort of refinement of OP14 Don Quixote do Flamingo with its redirect capabilities and a really, really capable and strong top end with the 8-cost secret rare Marshall D Teach and the 10-cost blocker Teach as well from all the way back in OP09. I think those are going to be the two to really look out for from the new set. But that's not to say that the other leaders aren't capable either. You mentioned Buggy with its swarm capabilities to bring out all the prisoners of Impel down whenever one of your characters is removed from play. You've also got, like you say, Yamato with this new kind of trash build focus of relying on filling up your trash and then starting to loop all of the 6 and 8 cost Yamatos into play and give them rush to try and swarm and attack in the late game stage. Mono Red Ace is an interesting one. It's a deck that started to find a little bit more refinement, I think it's fair to say, over the last week or so. Players are starting to kind of understand how that deck works a little bit more. And don't count out Sengoku either. The opportunity to ramp up quickly and play out all the 3 admirals as soon as potentially turn 3 or turn 4 could be a really, really potent strategy as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Sengoku, also one leader that we probably going to see. In my opinion, it's an underrated deck. At the beginning, I was like, okay, maybe it's too weak because on 8 or 9 Dawn, yeah, first of all, you need to ramp very fast. That's for sure, just to have your leader ability unlocked very, very fast. But the thing is, to find every single card, so the 3 admirals, you need to have like Borsalino, Kuzan, and
Sakatsuki.
and Sakatsuki, of course, the best one, I would say, from out of these 3. You need to have them on 8 or 9 Dawn. But this deck has a lot of searchers. You are going to probably take 1 or 2 lives. And then when you have the 8-9 Dawn, you just spam out all of these 3. They will ramp very, very big. So you are at 6 Dawn again. You have very strong abilities that we are going to see, like Sakatsuki, probably one of the best cards right now in this game for purple decks. Such a good card. If Enel can play 7 Dawns, then probably Sakatsuki will also be a card that we will see in NL, but you only are locked to 6 Dawns. So, but yeah, Sakatsuki, a must-have card in Rosinante, a leader that is not new from OP16. It is an old leader from OP12, but it is a leader that did have a big, big comeback, and I really love to see, like, Rosinante, OP12, OP13, not in the best position. Some cards are missing. It was not the perfect deck to pick, but since OP14, Rosinante was, with new support, such a good deck. EBO4, Rosie Law being one of the best cards in this deck for sure. And with OP15, he was gone again because of the Inel matchup. It was so hard, and Inel was the most and the best deck in this format. But with OP16, we have a new package with Rosinante. It's the Navy package because Sengoku brings out a lot of Navy cards. Obviously, he is a Navy. And that means you would not have support for this deck for Sengoku OP16. You also have support for Rosinante. That is also a Navy character or leader, obviously. So you can play the stage, obviously one of the best cards. Definitely such a good card by recycling every single turn 1 card. So you draw 1, trash 1 for Dawn -1, and that Dawn -1 is very important for Rosinante, but we will talk about it later when we are going to see Rosinante for sure. We will talk about it after the game then. But yeah, we have Sakatsuki, we have the stage, we have Kobe as the Navy Searcher. That is very good. Searchers are always important for your deck to find every card. You have the 2K counter Tsuru from OP16. That is your emergency searcher, I would say. If you don't have the stage or if you don't have Kobe, you just play out the Tsuru. Bad point about Tsuru, you need to trash 1 card from your hand. Good point about Tsuru, it's a 2K counter. So yeah, definitely looking forward to see Rosinante performing on a good level because he is back with OP16 being one of the best leaders in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember very, very fondly there being a clip at the end of the Dusseldorf Bandai Card Games Fest when EBO4 was starting to get unveiled and we got our first look at some of these cards. I remember saying, with Ross Gilbert by my side, mark my words, that Don Quixote Rosinante was going to get a top cut finish in 2026. And it's good to know that sometimes what we say can come true every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. Rosinante is going to shine, that's for sure. Of course, he has some matchups that are not that easy, but in general, the key point about a card game is consistency, and this deck is very consistent, and that's why I think Rosinante is in a good position. And yeah, let's see how good Rosinante will be for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's touch on some other decks as well that are carrying through into this new format. Obviously, we've already mentioned Enel briefly, a very, very strong and potent deck. Doesn't get too much extra support in the EOP16 set, but realistically, you didn't need it. You've still got access to Mamaragan. Obviously, you've got your blocker Enel and your secret rare Enel. A little bit of versatility in some of the other character slots, seeing things like either Frankie or Senor Pink to be able to retrieve some of those events back from your trash. Some of the Reijus as well have run into the list every now and then, so still a very, very capable deck, as well as blue-yellow Nami. It feels like that this leader has been around in the format for quite some time now, and thanks to the new Marshall D Teach and the new kind of variant of Nami that's being created, relying on the blocker Newgates from OP13, that deck is a really, really strong contender this weekend.
It is, yeah. Blue-Yellow Nami has a very good point about the leader. The good thing is you have two very, very strong leader abilities. And the best part about this leader is you are not locked to play any type of characters in your deck. Like, at example, you have the Impel Down Luffy, the blue-green one. Leader ability only works if you have Impel Down characters on your board. But Nami, you don't need to play any package for sure. You can just play out the best blue and yellow cards that we have in the game. And then you have the leader with two very, very strong abilities, one of them being a 7k leader by trashing one card from your hand, but you need to attach one Don, that's for sure. Such a good ability. And then if you have 7 or less cards in your hand, the life card is removed from the life area, you just draw one card. That's such a strong ability. Like, having 7 cards in hand and still allowed to draw one card from your hand by using a leader ability is so strong. And that's why Nami is also, again, on a very good position. I would still say not as good as last set, because last set with OP15, Enel was the best and the most played deck together with Nami. And Nami's matchup against Enel was quite good. But it definitely changed, because now we don't have 2 or 3 leaders that we will see. We have like 6, 7, 8 leaders that are on a very, very good position. So I'm really, really looking forward to see how Nami can perform against leaders like Luffy, that I was thinking it was a bad matchup for Luffy. But I think after some weeks of OP16, it definitely changed. Like, the matchup is not that easy for Nami, to be honest, because of Luffy. Luffy being just such a good deck. We can talk about Luffy, that's for sure, the whole day, because this deck has so many different tools, so many different things to play out. So in my opinion, it is the most interesting deck that we have for OP16. And for Nami, yeah, like I said, the strongest point, you can play every good card. But I would say most of the players playing the Thriller Bark package for Nami, like the 8-cost Gecko Moria being one of the best cards in this game for sure. You have strong cards like Perona, Hawkback, and Komasi, of course. All the triggers are the same, that are very, very important. So yeah, Thriller Bark package works very good, but that package works good with every single yellow deck.
Yeah.
You can just play it out with Yellow Bonnie if you want, with ST29 Luffy, even with Sky Luffy, but you don't need it. You're just playing the Sky package there, that's for sure. So yeah, Nami, good position, and also a deck that we are going to see, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things that I've seen about Nami, especially with some of the lists that have come out of Peoria, one of the first OP16 events in the world for us here in the West, is some of the changes within some of the lists. I know you mentioned, obviously, there's a lot of hype around the green-blue Luffy leader. A lot of those Nami lists are now starting to bring cards like Gravity Blade Raging Tiger back into the list to be able to deal with multiple threats at the same time. But you're also starting to see quite a lot of the Nami lists stray away from the girl promo that used to be played as kind of your premier turn 1 play going second. You play the girl, you get the draw 1, trash 1, and then if your opponent doesn't find a way to deal with it, you've just constantly got access to that 1 rested Don to be able to attach onto your leader. Why do you think it is, Abra, that so many Nami players are straying away from this promo card, which just a set ago was a staple?
That's a very, very good question. And to be honest, because I played Nami for OP15, that's something I'm still dealing with is Girl still a card that you have to play? And in my opinion, it depends. Like, in a mirror match, Girl is such an important card because you can play out some cards on curve and still have the leader ability unlocked. That's very important. Also, that you can draw one card and trash one card is very important. To recycle is always good. So I think Girl is still a card that you're probably going to see in some Nami deck list, but the problem is you have so many good cards for yellow and blue. You need to make some space for some good cards. And we have a new card in Nami from OP16. It is Mr. 3 Galdino. In my opinion, the second best card in this game right now after Borsalino. Borsalino still the best card in this deck. And you have access to play the two best cards in this game. If this leader would be purple, then Mamaragan will also be there because Mamaragan is also one of the best cards. But yeah, you have access to play Mr. 3 Galdino that activate main. You can trash this character and draw 2 cards, and then one of your opponent characters with a cost of 9 or less cannot attack until the end of your opponent's next round. That's such a strong ability for 4 Don, and there's a strong combo in Nami by playing out on 10 Don. You swing 6 with your leader, so 1 Don under your leader. You have 9 Dons left, and you play out Mr. 3 Galdino, draw 2, freeze 1 character, and then you can play out the Borsalino if you have 2 or less life to heal up 1 life, have a blocker. That's such a strong combo that we are going to see for sure when we have Nami on stream. And yeah, that's why you need to make some space, and Mr. 3 needs to fit there. And you said Gravity Blade being back at one of the most played cards for blue decks. It is such a strong card. For 7 Don, you can bottom deck 2 6-cost or lower character. Trigger, you can bottom deck a 5-cost or lower. It's such a good card, and because of the meta, definitely card Nami needs to play, because we have matchups like Rosinante that has a lot of 6-cost or less character. We have 6-cost Rosilor, we have 5-cost Borsalino, the 4-cost Promolor, the new OP16 Baby Law, we call him, that on play ramps 1 Don and when attacking gets 3k plus. Such a good card. And yeah, you need to make some space for all these cards, so that's probably why Girl doesn't fit that much in this deck anymore. But still, I know a lot of good players that are still running Girl, and that's why I think it's interesting to see, yeah, if we have some lists with Girl or without. At the end, when we have the top 32 lists, let's see how many Namis make it to top, and then let's see how many of these decks still played that Girl, and then probably we can say, is Girl still a card to think of or not? So yeah, that's my thing I would say about Nami and about Girl being a card.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we've mentioned about some of the new cards that other decks are getting into. We mentioned about some of the other leaders and the new leaders as well. One of the newest leaders, though, that maybe raised a couple of eyebrows when he was first unveiled was Yamato, the mono black leader from OP16. And it's a really intriguing, different style of deck. It reminds me a little bit of sort of a Gecko Moria style of deck where you have to rely on filling up your trash pretty quickly. But when you do, and when you get to the cards that we are showing on screen for you now, the deck could really, really go.
Absolutely. This leader ability is so strong. So this leader say, if you play a Land of Wano character from your trash to your field, that character gains rush. That's such a strong ability. And of course, you have some combo plays there to bring out some characters from your trash, and then you can just swing with them in the same turn because of your leader ability. That character gains rush. So we have the 6-cost 5k Yamato being your key card. That's for sure your most important card of your deck. On play, draw 1 card, then trash 1 card from your hand. That's very important. That's a very, very important ability just to recycle. And if you don't have an 8-cost Yamato that you see next to Yamato, the 8-cost unblockable and the 8-cost on play Yamato, if you have it in hand and not a trash, you play out the 6-cost Yamato, draw 1, and then you can just trash the 8-cost from your hand to the trash. And then you can use your activate main ability. You may trash this character, and then you replace it with one of the 8-cost Yamatos from your trash. Next to Yamato, we have the first 8-cost Yamato with the ability Unblockable. A blockable ability that is there since day one. It's a very strong ability. Back in the days, we had the unblockable STR1 Luffy, the 5-cost, that needs to have 2 Dons to swing, and you cannot block this attack. That's the meaning of unblockable. And then the second effect, that's a very, very, very scary ability. It's on KO. This character would be KO'd. You can just play out the 6-cost Yamato from your trash back as active. So I would say this card is probably un-KOable because you cannot allow your opponent to bring out the 6-cost Yamato again. And then, Ben, we have the second 8-cost Yamato. Maybe you can talk about the ability a little bit.
Yeah, the second 8-cost Yamato is really, really intriguing. It all just sort of feeds and funnels back into the other Yamato as well. And what I love about this kind of package is when you get to this point, it is almost, it's not quite infinitely loopable, but it is loopable in such a fashion and craftable in such a fashion where you can pull it off so many different times. And one of the really intriguing ways that I've seen this deck getting built is trying to get the most value out of some of these extra cards, particularly the unblockable Yamato with its on-KO ability. You mentioned, Abra, about how with that on-KO ability, the card is kind of un-KOable. Like, your opponents don't want to crash into it so that you can play the 6-cost back out again. But what I have seen is players including some cards that actually have the capability to KO your own things, primarily Hakuba as a card, which where they don underneath it, you can attack and then take out one of your own characters, which triggers the on-KO ability of the 8-cost Yamato. So you can replay the 6-cost super rare back out, get that filter, give it rush again, swing, activate main, trash it, play out the 8-cost, and it's just a really, really potent loop.
It is very, very interesting tech that probably some Yamato players decided to bring. The card has 2 points. 1 point is it can be a little bit too slow because you just play it out on 5 Don, and this card is not doing anything in the turn where you play it. But in the next turn, you can just go very, very aggressive. And what I love to see, and that's one thing we definitely need to talk about, how the color black changed in this card game. It's like, back in the days, we have so many black leaders that are just removal. Yeah, we're starting to have Smoker from OPO2 being a leader that removes a lot with cost reduction and then KO. Then we have this, of course, the starter deck Sakatsuki. We have the OPO5 Sakatsuki. We have Gecko Moria. So many black leaders that are just that have a control style. And that changed. And I'm a fan of it. To see one color definitely changed completely. Like, we saw OP16 Emu being like everything, control, aggressive, defense, everything you need to have. Then OP14 Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, a completely different new type of leader that the leader abilities say you cannot KO any characters of your opponent with effects. That's not like black work back in the days, but it changed. Then we had Brook. Brook also a very, very interesting leader with that double finish to go for game. Also something new. And now we see Yamato, a aggressive deck that has the color black. So yeah, black definitely changed, and I'm a fan of it. Yamato being a good deck, very consistent deck, I would say. You have double searchers like the 1-cost Nico Robin, that is very important, that recycle. We have the 1-cost Nami, and every single card that searches or draws also allows you to bring the cards to your trash, and that's the most important thing because yeah, your deck only works by bringing out characters from your trash, so you need to fill up your trash a lot, and that's very, very important. And Yamato's position for this meta, I would say, also very good, because you don't have that much bad matchups. That's very, very good. And you have a very good matchup against one of the best decks, Black Yellow Teach, because yeah, you're just way too aggressive, and the unblockable ability is very, very good. You have some leaders that plays a lot of blockers, like Rosinante playing a lot of blockers. We have Teach playing a lot of blockers, and then you can just go through with the unblockable ability. It's just so strong. So yeah, looking forward to see Yamato performing for today, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that unblockable as well now becoming a keyword in the game as opposed to becoming sort of a late trick, as it were. You mentioned obviously about the old school starter deck one, Luffy. There was obviously also Diable Jambe as well as an event which could make it so that your opponent couldn't activate the blocker of a Straw Hat Crew type leader or character. But now you've got it as an actual keyword for things like, you say, the 8-cost Yamato. We've got the Boa Hancock as well in the blue-green Luffy deck that has the unblockable keyword. The 3-cost blue Sanji as well can grant unblockable to something. If you're playing against a red deck, you've always got to worry about the possible threat of Goldie Roger as well, stopping you from activating the blocker keyword if you're at 0 life or you lose the game on the spot. So it's becoming a really interesting way to counter, like you say, these decks that are trying to just sort of turtle up a little bit with these big or small blockers like Rosinante can, like Emu could as well when it got to that big 10-drop turn, playing out both the Walkyrie and the Mars as double blockers. Nami obviously has the Edward Newgate and access to Marco as well as Borsellino. So unblockable as a keyword now is making that become a concept that players are having to really consider and play around a lot more frequently, as opposed to the one-off, oh, you know, well, I got Rogered and I couldn't really see it coming kind of strategy.
That's true, yeah. So many unblockable cards. Also Perfume for Boa Hancock, also very, very important. Also a leader that we didn't talk about yet, but a leader that, yeah, we probably also going to see for OP16, because Boa in a good position, and there was a big tournament in Japan, and Boa was in the final. Boa was second place there. So it is also a very, very strong leader, and yeah, you have the access to play a card like Perfume that has the unblockable ability. So like you said, it is a keyword that is very important, and yeah, I think it will be important also in the future. And yeah, I don't think we will not see unblockable as an ability that will be gone in the future. I think it's an ability that will go through for nearly every set and will be on our side.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are not too far away from our first round of 10 rounds of Swiss on day one today before cutting to our top 32. Which of these leaders and decks will make it to tomorrow? We are going to start on that journey very, very soon. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have action from round one live from Toulouse.
Odie Star.
神作王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
to start.
初代神族王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Toulouse offline regionals for the One Piece card game. We are getting ready to kick into round 1 of 10 rounds of gameplay today. And we've got a really intriguing matchup to kick things off. On one side of the table, we have a deck that had a lot of eyes on it, one that's carried through from previous formats, Don Quixote Rosinante. And on the other side of the table, we've got the Alabaster Princess. It's Nefeltari Vivi.
That's an interesting one. I did not expect to see someone bringing Vivi and then a matchup like this. I could definitely not say who's going to be favored in this matchup. So, wow, really looking forward to see Vivi performing in OP16. Are then some new cards? Is there something spicy that he decided to bring? That's what I want to see. So, wow, very hyped for this matchup.
Yeah, really, really intriguing. Vivi in particular, obviously the only leader to come out of EBO3. For those that maybe need a little bit of a refresher on what she does, she's a red-blue 4-life leader. Once per turn, if your character with a base cost of 4 or more would be KO'd, you may trash 1 card from your hand instead. And then activate main, you may rest the leader, give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 2,000 power during this turn. Then, up to one of your characters without a when attacking effect will get rush during the turn. So a little bit similar to PRBO1 Sanji, if you remember that, where all of your characters without on plays would gain rush. Here, though, it's when attacking that we're looking for not having to be able to get that rush capability. You get the minus 2,000 power onto something as well. But the trade-off is that you, more often than not, won't be able to swing with your leader.
Yep, that's the only downside, but still very, very strong because you have a lot of strong cards. Like one of the key cards, 5-cost Vivi, then we have 5-cost Nami also. Yeah, the red one is very, very strong. And Shakapel, that's one of your key cards, definitely. So a lot of interesting cards. Maybe something new from OP16, like we talked about it, OP16 Mr. 3 Galdino, one of the most strongest, best cards we have. That you can just play maybe in every blue deck, I would say, because it's not locked in any way. So, yeah, very, very interesting. And now Vivi has to show how good she can be by facing one of the most consistent and best decks that we have with OP16. It is, like you said, Don Quixote, Rosinante. With the new package, Navy, we have a key card, 7-cost Sakatsuki, that is one of the strongest cards. We have the 1-cost stage that is very, very, very important, the Marineford. And, of course, Mama Ragan is also a card that Rosinante is playing. And, yeah, Mama Ragan, we don't need to talk about this card. It is such a good card. And then you have the access for the EBO4, Rosie Law, of course. Your key card probably, I would say. And Borsalino, yeah, also just to have the access to find him. That, like, we didn't talk about it. You have your Navy package. You can search your Navy cards with Tsuru, with Marineford stage, and with Kobe. And imagine a deck that can find the best card in this game, 5-cost Yellow Borsalino. Like, how can this deck not be good? It's obviously a good deck. Very strong lead ability. And yeah, wow, I'm looking forward for this matchup. Really, really looking forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Don Quixote Rosinante as well is one of those leaders that I think has been, I mean, Rosinante in general, I think is just kind of a fan favorite character generally in One Piece with the story. If you know, you know. If you don't, get to know and just wait to find out the backstory for Don Quixote Rosinante. But it is one of those decks that I think ever so slightly more and more it's gotten the support, and now it's gotten to a point where I mean, obviously you've got the Navy package in this new set to be able to find Borsalinos, to find pretty much everything in the deck, except from things like your Mamaragans, maybe Divine Departures, Gum Lightnings, Gamma Knives, if you're still running cards like that as well. Is this, do you think, Abra, the strongest that we've seen Don Quixote Rosinante now?
Yeah, I would probably say it is the strongest list that you can bring with Rosinante. Especially one very, very important thing about this deck. One searcher can find the other searcher to find your keycards. Like, we have an example, the 1-cost Kobe. The 1-cost Kobe can find Navy cards, yeah? Top 5 for a Navy card. If you don't have the card that you want to have. Like, example, you are looking for is 7-cost Akatsuki or Rosinante Law, the 6-cost. It is half navy, so you can search for this card. If it's not on your top 5, but there is a 1-cost Law that you can bring, and not Law, 1-cost Rosinante that searches the top 5 for a card with Law in its name. That's how strong the card is. So one searcher can find the other searcher to find your key card, and that is very, very strong. That's why this deck is so consistent, and like I said at the beginning, consistency is key.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we are ready to go into our matchup here. We have Climo playing Vivi, Fabio playing Rosinante. With a fist bump is on. We are underway. 30 minutes plus the 5 extra minutes of overtime. That's why you're seeing 35 minutes on the clock. So don't worry too much about that one there. But we are underway. We have one of these brand new cards from OP16, from this new Navy package of Rosinante being played down. It's that Kobe.
Yep, that's the Kobe. Searching top 5 to find one of your key cards. It is Rosinante Law, the best card in this deck. 6 cost, 8k power. With lead ability, you can bring him out on 4 Dawn. So very, very good start. And then we see the pass. So Vivi on 2 Dawn. Maybe starting off with a searcher. Vivi also playing a searcher. That is very important. But let's see if he decided to bring it out. But no, 2 Dawn is just a pass.
Yeah, it's just a pass. Not too many searches, realistically, either in the Alabaster package. It would really just be the red OP13 1-cost Vivi that we'd be able to look for. And even then, it's quite limited. It's a top 4 searcher as opposed to a top 5 searcher. And it can only get Alabaster or Straw Hat Crew cards with a cost of 2 or more as well. So a little bit more limiting, but still a turn 1 pass with 2 open Dawn. Not really what you're wanting to look for. We see the first attack flying in here from Fabio, just the 6k swing. And of course, with that activate main ability, we could make extra use of that Dawn very, very quickly if you want to start playing down that new 4-cost Baby Law, as you mentioned it.
Yep, 6k swing, always right, or you just play out a searcher and then use your lead ability. You need to have that rested Dawn to use your lead ability. And now we see also a new card that makes your deck even better, because now you have more 4-cost cards to play. It is the Trafalgar Law from OP16 with on play, add up to 1 Dawn from your Dawn deck as active. That's very strong. And second ability, when attacking, if your leader has the Don Ricotta Pirates, type this character against 3000 power. Such a good card, and also very strong to know is he has this curve. Searcher into 4-cost, into next turn Rosinante Law. Very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see the 5k swing go through there for Vivi, and we see the Tony Chopper blocker from all the way back in OP10, the 4-cost 4k blocker that becomes a 6k blocker on your opponent's turn. But not the most explosive start that we're seeing at the moment out of this Vivi deck, especially, as you've said, Abra. We already had it telegraphed that the Rosinante and Law should be making its way down onto this turn after finding it from Kobe on turn 1.
Exactly. So normally you just swing a double 6 here, use your lead ability, play out or bring out Rosinante Law, get that 1 extra Dawn, draw 1 card, and maybe you can find another searcher to play out. So he's starting with the 6k swing. Normally it would be a 3k swing, but when attacking, this character gains 3000 power. So 6k on 5k leader. You have your Tony Chopper, so maybe you just block here and counter, but no, going to take this one. So go down to 2 life. We see another 6k swing coming from Rosinante Law. Rosinante Law. It's always Rosinante Law in my head because of this beautiful altered leader. It's Rosinante. And we have the block here.
Looks like potentially as well the opportunity for a counter up here as well to try and save this Tony Chopper. It is 6 into 6, and remember, tie does go to the attacker, so Climo does need to produce at least 1,000 powers more worth of counter, and we are going to show that off with the 5-cost Nami blocker from OP11. Now there is the activation of the leader ability, pay the remaining 4 active Dawn, and here comes the big one, Rosinante and Law. It's a blocker on play if the number of Dawn on your field is equal to or less than the number on your opponent's field, which generally it's going to be with that Dawn -1 or Dawn -2 ability of the Rosinante leader. You get to draw 1 card and basically refund the leader ability for yourself.
Yep, absolutely right. That's your key card. And because of that ability, you get that extra active Don from your Don deck. And he definitely has a good start here because he found another search. So we have the new card, Marineford Stage. That's such a strong card on play. Look at the top 5. Search a Navy card from your deck. Yep, you can also search Marineford with Marineford. And Don -1, activate man Don -1. You may rest the stage, draw 1, trash 1. Such a good card, very consistent card. And a perfect start for Rosinante.
Yeah, this is the exact ideal start that you'd want to be able to get yourself if you are a Don Quixote Rosinante player. For VV, though, we still need a little bit more rebuilding. Is this going to be what will start to unlock it, though? The EBO3 VV super rare coming down, playing into EBO3 Nami. So on play with VV, we get to play out an Alabaster or Straw Hat Crew type character card with a cost of 5 or less from your hand. You don't get to play any more character cards for the rest of the turn, but at least you're playing out this Nami. On play does give your active leader minus 5,000 power during this turn, so not going to swing with the leader, but you get to draw 1 card and activate main. If your leader has the Alabaster type, one of your opponent's characters will get a 1,000 power reduction for the turn.
Yeah, 2 of your key cards definitely, and also a good start for VV. Yeah, playing out a character nearly every turn, very important. And to go white with that VV Navi play is very good. And you can just use your leader ability to give that Nami rush, and that's what we are going to see. Also, the activate main ability. If your leader has the Alabaster type, give up one of your opponent characters -1k. So you can just swing, and there's no free block possible. So we have the 7k swing into the 3k Trafalgar Law, I think. And yeah, makes sense.
Yep. So trying to go into a big differential here, and obviously, like you said, reducing and electing to put the power down of the Rosinante and Law. At the moment, it's a 5k, that Rosinante and Law, so it could see the block and then 3,000 powers worth of counter to be able to save Rosie and Law if it wants to jump in the way. You see Fabio bringing the Mamaragan to the front of the hand, which does grant a plus 1,000 powers boost during the counter step. And it looks like that's what we're going to go for here. So I'm using the Mamaragan. There's the 1,000 powers first boost, and then getting to draw 1. And we've got the 2k in the form of Suru. So that's going to make the Rosie and Law safe. Couple of cards out of the hand, though, of Fabio, if you're Climo, and you've got double blocker on the board with Chopper and VV.
Yep, very interesting to see that he decided to block this one and to counter this one. But I think it's fine, especially by using Mamaragan with 6 dons or less, so that card allows you to draw 1 card, so you can find 1 more key card that you are looking for. So yeah, very strong. And now let's see, he's on 7 dons, so we can probably see the new card OP16 Zakatsuki, 7 cost, 8k power, on play Don -1, give up to one of your opponent characters minus 6,000. Look at this, Ben, it's time for Mr. Zakatsuki.
Yeah, really thinking about it, and it is going to be all 7 Don that will be rested. Here is the Sakazuki coming down, so we're going to use that Don -1, immediately reduce that 5-cost Nami down to just 1,000 power, and that lasts until the end of your opponent's next end phase as well. So if this Nami does survive this turn from Fabio for whatever reason, Climo will absolutely not have the opportunity to swing with it next turn. The character just won't do anything, and you see here Fabio trying to go after it with the Kobe to start things off, drawing out the block for VV. This is a really strong position to Fabio to be in now.
Absolutely, and now you can also see how important these 1-cost searchers are in your deck, because after Zakatsuki play, you can just swing with your 1-cost searchers into the opponent's body that is rested, because yeah, 7k power, so Nami goes down to 1k, and you can just swing 2 into 1. He decided to block the 2 swings here, one with the VV that has 4k, obviously it's a free block there, and the 5k swing is a free block again with 2020 Chopper, so the next swing is 6k into 1k, and that's definitely something that you will not defend, but you can use your leader ability for it. So let's see. He decided to use it. It's a once per turn ability, and yep, we see the lead ability, so he's going to discard the Shakapel 8 cost to still have that Nami on board, but there's one more swing that he can probably make with Rosinante Law. It's an 8k into 1k, and this one will definitely go through. And because the leader ability of Vivi is a once per turn ability, then that would mean Fabio can get rid of that Nami. But the question is, does he want to make that swing with Law? If he's going for that swing, doesn't have any blocker left for his turn. But yeah, he's going for the swing. It's an 8k swing into 1k. And I cannot imagine that you are going to defend this one. Otherwise, you will lose your entire hand. So I think this swing will go through. Or is it an 8k swing even into leader, just to make some pressure here?
It might be an 8k swing into leader here, with Klimo having a little bit more consideration about the possibility to counter out of this. Having a count up of how many cards in Fabio's hand, looks like there might be about 6 or 7 left in hand there at the moment. There is one Don active as well for Klimo. So is there a counter event of some description? There is. It's Distorted Future from EBO4 as a plus 3,000 power boost during the battle, and then 1,000 power extra in the counter step. Another copy of the Vivi to be able to make the attack safe.
To be honest, I'm a fan of seeing that Rosinante Law swing goes into life and not into the Nami, because if there are no blockers and you can make some big pressure and you can get rid of 2 cards, you're definitely going for it. So that swing, in my opinion, was a good one. Also, because of the Zaka ability, that Nami is still a only 1k body. So yes, you have your active main ability, but you will not swing into Rosinante leader with that Nami, but maybe with 2 Don into that Law that has 3k. Still a body that can make something very important.
Yeah, absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth there, Abra, when talking about the Nami. It's a card that Fabio doesn't have to worry about, really, for a turn. Can worry about trying to clear the way of it later on. We know that there's a second copy of Rosinante and Law that Fabio has access to in hand as well, because it was searched off Marineford stage a couple of turns ago. So we've got ways to be able to block her up once again and really, really protect ourselves. Klimo now with 8 Don, matching Vivi Don as well, I might add. I like the fact that the Don for both sides are matching with their leaders. You've got the Vivi Don for Klimo, and then you've got the Heart, the Op Fruit Don as well for Fabio with Rosie and Law. But now we're seeing one of the big staples for Red make its way down onto the board. The 7-cost Zorro is here.
That's one of the best red cards that we have with such a strong ability. So that 7 cost 9k, EBO4 Zorro. On play, if your leader gains 2000 power until the end of your opponent's next end phase. So you are a 7k leader until your next turn, and then activate main once per turn. If your opponent has a character with 8000 power or more, this character gains Rush character. That's a new keyword there that we have not that long. So very, very important. And yep, we see that the Baby Law is now getting rid of.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually. So it looks like that Klimo swung the Vivi leader into the 4-cost Baby Law. I maybe thought there could have been an opportunity to use the Vivi effect, rest it down, give the Baby Law minus 2000 power, and then try and go 1-into-1 with the Nami onto the Baby Law. That could have been a really intriguing line, and it would have opened up your 7-cost Zorro to use its Rush character capability to swing it into something like the rested 6-cost Rosian Law. Instead, though, the Zorro goes into life, so it goes down to 2 apiece, and we pass on over to Fabio. So a really interesting turn there from Klimo's point of view.
Yep, very interesting. Also that Zorro swing into Rosie Law. But yeah, second ability of that Rosinante leader, and that's why he's such a strong leader. It is once per turn. If your Trafalgar Law would be KO'd, you may add 1 card from the top of your life cards to your hand instead. So just protect your Law key cards. Plus, the name of the card is Rosinante and Law, but Law's in there, so that counts for the ability. That's why this card and this leader is so good. And yeah, I also want to say that I just love to see how the Don fits to the leaders. We have Vivi on the left side with the Vivi Dons, and Rosinante on the right side with the beautiful Devil Fruit, Law at the background, and also the Law sleeves.
I was going to say, I think they've also both got matching Don sleeves as well for their Don deck, which is amazing.
It is, absolutely. So let's see what Rosinante can do here. So he has enough dons to play out another Zakatsuki. He can also bring out another Rosinante Law and try to split the rest of the dons, or just make some pressure here. Does it make sense to try to go for that Zoro? 2 blockers, you still have your leader ability, so you're in a good position. But oh, he's going for that.
Ooh.
One of the best, if not the best card in this game. It is the 5-cost 6k power EBO4 Borsalino that has the block ability, and on play, if you have 2 or less life, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to your life cards. So healing up and goes up to 3 life.
And a second blocker on the board as well to combine with the Rosinante and Law that's already on the board. I did think as well that I saw a peek into the hand for Fabio that the starter deck 10 Law might be in hand as well to make a third blocker on the board. We are now seeing the activation of the Rosinante leader ability. Before that, though, it's going to be the Marineford effect. So we're going to Don -1 once again, draw 1, and trash away the purple promo Law. That's now going to mean that Sakazuki will activate. We'll get 2 active Don back after resting 1 of our previous Don. And that means we've now got enough to be able to play out this 6-cost Rosinante and Law. And of course, because of the way that Rosinante's leader ability is worded, it's the next time that you play a Trafalgar Law card, not Don -1, play out a Trafalgar Law card within the same action. So really, really strong sequencing there from Fabio to get the maximum value out of this board state and out of this turn.
That's so strong. That shows the power of this deck. That Zakatsuki that ramps with 1 active Don, 2 active Dons from your Don deck, with the lead ability. Like, imagine playing out a Borsalino and Rosinante Law in 1 turn, and you, like, he wasn't at 10 Don, he was at 8 Don. And that's just so strong, and yeah, shows one more time why this deck is so strong. But interesting to see that he decided to not swing with leader, with one of the Rosie Laws, or with Zakatsuki. Very, very interesting. So he just passed his turn with every character being as active, and now Vivi being at 10 Don. Let's see what cards could be potentially. I know that some Vivi players back in the days, like when this leader was revealed and this leader was played, that the 10-cost Shanks from OP6 was a very, very strong card. Maybe there's a chance that we can see him. Also, you can give this character rush with your leader, because the 10-cost Shanks has an on-play and not an one-attacking effect. So probably a 10-cost Shanks to get rid of that Zakatsuki. You will definitely not target one of the Laws, otherwise this leader can protect them. But he's starting off with a 7k swing with the 5-cost Nami. That is also very important. That is still on board, so definitely the right decision from his last turn to not swing with the Nami into the baby Law. So she would be rested, and maybe then Fabio can try to get rid of her. But now she's swinging, and this attack goes through. So 2 life again for Rosinante, no trigger there. Still 1 Don up. So now the access to have the full value of also one of the best cards in this deck. It's I Love You with a beautiful artwork. I love the artwork so much. Let's say up to 1 of your leader or character gains 2000 power during this battle. Then, if you have 2 or less life cards, add up to 1 Trafalgar Law from a trash to your hand. Now with 2 life, you can definitely use it.
Yeah, that secondary effect absolutely online for I Love You. We saw already, we've seen the baby Trafalgar Law hit the trash. We've also seen that promo Law hit the trash as well, which we could be able to potentially bring back. We'd love to see probably the yellow promo Law in the trash to combine with I Love You, primarily for the fact that that is a 2000 power counter to be able to turn I Love You into essentially a plus 4k event for 1 Don. We are now seeing a payment of 7. We are seeing the Ben Beckman make its way down, and this is a trash effect as well. So this is going to get around the Don Quixote Rosinante protection on the leader because it isn't a KO. So really, really nice there to combine that with some of the power reduction of the Nami and the Vivi leader itself. And now a big 11k swing going to be attempted here from the 7-cost Zoro. Fabio is going to go ahead and take it. not want to utilize one of his 2 remaining active blockers, and Klimo will pass the turn.
Wow. That Ben Beckman is such a good card. Can also give him Rush, but he decided to not do it because there is an 8k Trafalgar Law being on board. So very, very strong there. Also a big swing from Zoro that goes through. Also, what I forgot to say, last turn, Rosinante didn't swing because Vivi was at 7k because of the Zoro. Totally forgot about that. So yeah, makes sense to just pass here. And that was a strong turn for Vivi. Downside, only 4 cards in hand. Good point. And a good side for Vivi. Look at the board. Very, very good board. 2 blockers. 3 strong characters. 2 of them 7k, 1 of them 9k. Rosie need to have a very, very key turn here. And I see 2 Gungam Lightning in hands that could probably help. You are on 10 dons. You can definitely use it.
I think there's 3.
Oh,
I think there's
3. Oh,
there's
you're right.
3 Gum Gum Lightnings, 3 I Love Yous, a Mamaragan. There is a ton of events in hand here for Fabio, which on this turn, great. But on Klimo's turn, that could be a little bit threatening because apart from the I Love Yous, there's not a lot of counter in that hand. So to start off with, here comes the first Gum Gum Lightning, Dom -2, KO up to one of your opponent's characters with 6,000 power or less. This does give Klimo the window for Vivi's leader ability to activate to potentially protect it. We're not going to, though. We're going to let that Gum Gum Lightning strike, and blocker Vivi is down. We're going to see the second one come through here to deal with the Tony Chopper blocker. We are. And will Klimo now think about protecting this one with Vivi?
This is scary. Double Gum Gum Lightning. You're not playing an L that plays like 20 or 30 event cards in your deck. Still, double Gum Gum Lightning is very, very scary. But this one, yep, he's going to use his lead ability to protect. So, getting rid of Ben Beckman by trashing 1 card from your hand. And look at this. It's the 3rd one, Ben.
Oh, no!
No way.
There was the attempt at the protection, but the 3rd Gum Gum Lightning strikes 3rd time lucky. And now that's going to open up the opportunity as well for Sakazuki's effect to activate. Return 2 of those Don that we've spent for one of those 3 Gum Gum Lightnings. And Fabio may be smelling that the time to strike is now as well, with Borsellino swinging in for 7,000 power with a Don underneath it. Klimo has 3 cards left in hand after having to trash one of the previous ones to the Vivi protection effect. Klimo here looking at the potential of a trigger. Not going to declare it or activate it, though. Here comes another 7,000 power swing, this time from the leader. We've still got 2 more characters that have the possibility to attack here as well, with Rosie and Law and the Sakazuki. So we could be in some real trouble here, Abra.
Wow, I'm so flashed. I could say that, and I can 100% confirm that I never saw 3 Gum Gum Lightning in my life. That's so crazy. But I just love to see, that's what I love to see, something that we never saw yet. 3 Gum Gum Lightning in just 1 turn, and still a good amount of dons left, and that Sakatsuki helps you by ramping 2 dons for 1 active don. We see a big swing, 8k, a 9k even, and another 9k, and this one will be enough. It's GG. Rosinante goes through.
That is it. Klimo on Vivi putting up a valiant fight, but Fabio with Don Quixote Rosinante after 3 Gum Gum Lightnings, one of them to draw out the Nefeltari Vivi protection, takes the victory and starts off the day at 1-0. What a cool game that was, Abra.
Wow, what a game. What a hand from Rosinante. At first, I thought like, 3 Gum Gum Lightnings also means 3 bricks. But if you have the right time to use all of these, you can just go for game. And he has the right time to use it. Go for game. It was enough. So Rosinante, aka Fabio, goes through with 1-0. For Vivi, definitely not the best start. But still, everything is up. You can start with losing the first round. And you can still make it into the top cut. So head up, Vivi. You will not... I hope you will not see a Rosinante with 3 Gum Gum Lightnings in 1 turn, because this is, I think that's one in 100 games that you will see something like this. That was really crazy.
Yeah, certainly was not what I expected to see at round one here this morning in Toulouse. But that's the beauty of some of these early rounds in offline regionals. You get to see some really interesting strategies and some different builds of some deck lists as well. And I think for Nefeltari Vivi, it's definitely shown that there's, it's got a little bit of capability. That turn to be able to go Vivi into Nami was pretty strong. And I think if it finds a Gravity Blade Raging Tiger at some point during that game, then that complexion of the game could have looked very, very differently indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Rosinante just had the perfect start there. Also the perfect answer to go for game. And yeah, that's how you are going to win games. So we saw Rosinante, the power of Rosinante being one of the most consistent and one of the most best decks that we have for OP16. We saw a lot of new cards. We saw the Marineford stage. We saw Kobe. We also saw Guru, but only being a counter. Still a very, very interesting card that we can talk about later on. Not doing that much, but still being a very consistent card with the new Navy package. And yeah, also Borsalino, that helps you a lot in this deck. So yeah, Rosinante is there on top, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We'll be able to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the world of Don Quixote Rosinante and that first round matchup in just a moment. So don't go anywhere because we will be right back after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage live from the Toulouse offline regionals for this One Piece card game presentation. Ben and Abra here with you, and we promised a little bit of a further deep dive into Don Quixote Rosinante, a deck that has gained so much in the new set OP16, The Time of Battle. And the most that it really gained, Abra, was in consistency and a huge top-end threat in one of the three admirals.
Yeah, absolutely. So very consistent deck. We have new searchers. You have a very strong card with Zakatsuki. You have a new 2K counter. You can also play an old 2K counter. It is X-Drake from OP10, just to make your deck a little bit more consistent, and also a very strong card for the mirror match or in general. The cards say if you're equal or less life than your opponent, you can rest this character and then rest a 4 cost or less, and you can just find that card with Kobe. So yeah, Rosinante, I would say let's have a look into the deck, because this deck is very, very interesting, and this is our winning deck. We have 4 cards that we saw from the last round that that are very, very important. And Ben, I would say let's start off with Marineford, with the card on the left side. It is a new card from OP16 that has the 2 abilities, and stage card with 2 ability, always very, very good. The first ability is on play, look at 5 cards from the top of your deck, and then reveal up to 1 Navy card from the top 5. Then the rest goes down to the bottom of your deck. You can search Marineford by yourself. That's very, very important. You can also search one of your key cards like Zakatsuki. You can also search Rosinante Law. You could search I Love You. You could search Tsuru. Like nearly everything from your deck. And that second ability, that activate main Don -1 ability, you may rest the stage, draw 1 card, then trash 1 card from your hand. In my opinion, that's maybe even more important for this deck, because first of all, after Zakatsuki gets played, you are on a very high amount of dons. Yeah, like 10 dons always in the late game. So you can just go minus don with your leader, with the stage, with using abilities and so on. But you can just recycle, go Don -1, and with leader and stage, you can always go Don -2. So by using that Zakatsuki, you have that 2 Don that you minus with your leader and with Marineford just very, very fast just back. And that's very, very, very strong. So in combination with the Zakatsuki, Marineford is very good. And to have a card that recycles every single turn 1 card from your hand, so you just go deep diver into your deck and find some more key cards, is just so, so strong. So I would say in every Navy deck, you definitely are playing this card. And then next to Marineford, we have another very important card, and I would say one of the strongest cards from OP16. It is Zakatsuki, being such a beautiful card with the version. Every time I open a pack of OP16 and I have the card at the backside, I'm thinking like, oh, I have an altart. Oh, let's go. And it's Zakatsuki, because this artwork just have so much to show. And yeah, the ability on play Don -1, you have one of your opponent characters -6,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. So first very strong point about it, you can just get rid of a character by attacking into it if it's rested. The other good combination is you can also give -6k to an active character and then use Mamaragan to rest it and then swing for it. So very, very strong card in combination with Mamaragan. And also, you can just get rid of a 12k character in combination with Gum Gum Lightning. Ben, Gum Gum Lightning, I would say the MVP of this matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely was the card that was able to win the game there back in round 1, hitting 3 Gum Gum Lightnings there. And again, with this Dom -2 hefty cost, was originally a card that was engineered and built for Purple Black Luffy all the way back in OP09 when that was revealed and released. But now with Sakazuki, you essentially get those Don back and get the Gum Gum Lightning to be played for free and getting that KO capability. So yeah, a very, very strong card, absolutely, and a great tech option to include for this deck and this matchup. But we are going to be jumping into round 2 very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere if you want to see more Don Quixote Rosinante or other One Piece card game action, because we've got round 2 coming up just after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game offline regionals from Toulouse. We are about to jump into our round 2 feature match, and we have on one side of the table another deck that has come through from previous formats in the form of Mono Purple Enel up against a new deck, and one of the newest and most surprising decks. It's Starter Deck 30, Luffy and Ace.
Yeah, finally we see something new, like a new starter deck on stream, and it is Luffy Ace. What a performance from the two brothers from the arc. Beautiful leader, very strong ability, and also very interesting to see how good this deck could be against. Yeah, one of the best decks that we have since OP15. It is Purple Enel, starting with going first. So he won the dice definitely, because you always want to go first against Enel. And he's starting off by playing out a 1-cost pudding that searches the top 4 to find a Sanji or an event card. And there is Vari.
Yes, Charlotte Pudding primarily in there to get the majority of events that are in the deck, being able to run so many of these 0-cost events. But Fabio now kicking things off with a 1-cost Nami, one of the few cards that is carried through post-rotation, obviously. It got a manga card back in PRB 01, so is an evergreen card and will never rotate out. Here is one of the newest searches, though, in the game, in the EBO4 Jewelry Bonnie. Can grab egghead cards, but in this case, primarily going to go for a Straw Hat Crew, and it will be 3-drop Sanji, the OP10 super rare.
Interesting, yeah. Sanji is such a strong card. Big fan of it. Now the pass in it goes up to 3 Don. Love to see the first set Dons that we had with OP01, Luffy. I'm going to be the king of pirates. And now we see for the 3 Dons, it's Holy time. So Holy being back at Enel, because in OP15 a lot of people starting to cut Holy. Now he is back being played, because changed a little bit with OP16. You need to play more aggressive, and that dog can help you a lot. All of your own cards and this character against double attack. That's such a good ability. And then opponent's turn, all of your own cards base power, and this character's base power becomes 6,000. So good. Now we see also a Vari to boost this cost to a 5-cost, and then we see a Gongom Lightning just to recycle, because there's no rested target. And now we see a 5k swing. Yep, that leader is 6k, so
it's a 6,000 power leader. Yeah.
That swing is doing nothing, but now his leader ability can bring out another swing, because you can just ramp a lot of Dons. Like every single Don, you only have 6, and then you swing 6k with the pudding, and there's a 1k. It's the 5-cost Ace from the starter deck, and for 1 Don there's another 1-drop, and it is Olm. 1/1, draw 1 card, and then we're probably going to see the pass. Nope, another lightning. Draw 1 card, and then the pass. Ben, why do you think is he going to use lightning that early to recycle? Do you think it makes sense, especially in this matchup?
Yeah, it's an intriguing one to be using Lightning Dragon this early on. I suppose the possibility as well is that the 6,000 power or less, that's kind of the break point for Luffy and Ace. If you have characters with a 7,000 base power or more, then the leader becomes a 4k as opposed to the 6k base that it is right now. But definitely, like you say, interesting to see that Lightning Dragon being used as kind of just a transitional tool in that turn, as opposing to want to keep it around and set up for things like the Chitin plays that we are so used to being able to seeing. Lightning Dragon, Chitin into something like Lightning Dragon, and then Mamaragan as well, just continuing to rest things down, freeze them, of that kind of loop. But very intriguing, like you say, that we're seeing that in this early on.
Yep, absolutely. And that 2 characters has the double strike now with Olm and Tolly is very, very dangerous. But Fabio with his Luffy Ace being a 6k leader, still on 4 life, also means that only 1 double attack that could be too strong or too hard to defend. He's going to take, maybe then goes down to 2 life, but there's also 1 Don up, so maybe he's going to defend it. But he is starting off by swinging with the Shura that has rush into the Nami, and look at this, another Holy. So 2 Holies on board. That's very, very dangerous now.
Yeah, thankfully for Fabio, that double attack doesn't stack, so it doesn't become quadruple attack. But
Yeah,
now we see Mamaragan getting played. It's going to rest down that 3-cost Sanji, which, remember, on KO does allow Fabio to draw a card. And we have reduced it as well, it looks like, by the Mamaragan as well. So this is going to be a 2k into 2k here. Which Fabio could go ahead and protect, is going to with the 6-cost Brook. Not going to elect it to draw the card on KO. Still, obviously, with one of the holies that is going to be able to swing on this turn. Also, the leader still waiting to swing. And the leader ability of the NL also awaiting to activate this turn also.
And what a perfect answer to get rid of that Sanji. Ragan to rest him, and then also swinging 2 into 2, because yeah, Sanji is only a 6k body on your turn, not on your opponent's turn. And also because of my question about the lightning, yeah, the lead ability of Luffy Ace by boosting your Luffy and Aces with 3k power means 9k is too much, so lightning, yeah, you cannot freeze the base power 6k. That means lightning, yeah, definitely the right thing to yeah, just use to recycle. Now we see the 6k swing from inner leader into Sanji on KO ability, because yeah, 6k into 3, you will not counter this one. On KO, draw 1 card. And now we see Lightning Kitten, draw -1, give -1k into Bonnie, but that doesn't really matter, to be honest. Just the recycle again, and we see lead ability, 1 active Don, 4 rested Don being attached, and that could probably mean a very, very big swing from Holly. That could be a 10k swing if he's going to use the 2 active Dons for it. And yep, it is a 10k swing into 6k.
Yeah, very, very nice here. Obviously, having that 6k leader, this means that it does necessarily have a plus 4,000 power counter and an extra card if we want to try and defend it. But Fabio not having the capability, or at least not electing to here, so is going to take the double attack. There is Lightning Beast Kitten. There is the Lightning Dragon again there as well, continuing to recycle these events. I think that's 3 copies of the maximum 4 of Lightning Dragon that we've already seen in this game, and 2 copies of the Lightning Beast Kitten as well during that turn. So getting through a lot of events and a lot of these event cards through the deck here for our NL player.
Yeah, definitely makes sense to just get rid of that Lightning Dragons, because yeah, it's a brick anyways there in this matchup. Not that strong as in other matchups, so just try to go deeper into your deck, try to find more important cards. And one of a very important card here on Luffy Ace side is the starter deck Luffy with the rush ability, and when attacking, give up to 1 rested Don cards to your leader, one of your characters. Also being a 6k character means he's a 9k body on opponent's turn. So we see a 6k swing go through, we see a 7k swing go through, and we are seeing that he's decided to pass his turn also with 1 Don up, like the last turn, 9k Luffy. So let's see if he's trying to get rid of that Luffy. Being a 9k body means, yeah, you definitely need to see a Gamma Knife at least to do a power reduction and then swing into it. But on the other hand, you can also try to go for game here with that double attack that you have with the Hollies and Ohm. That's very, very dangerous now, but you need to invest a lot of Dons for it. So yeah, he's starting off with Ohm swing into the Bonnie. What makes sense, because yeah, you're going to use that -1k into the Luffy, so 8k now.
Yeah, just helping to try and reduce down from the plus 3,000 powers boost that you get on your opponent's turn with Luffy and Ace cards. Now with all 6 Don active and available, the maximum that you can have in your Don deck if you are playing mono purple and Nell. Do see Senor Pink in hand. I think I also saw that there was a copy of Gamma Knife in there. But we are going to play down this Vinsmoke Reiju to start things off from OP12, a card that's very, very easy to get online in this Enel deck. If you have 4 or more events in your trash, the character becomes a 7,000 power and a 9 cost on board. There is that Gamma Knife that we were talking about, Abra. Huge power reduction onto that 5 cost Monkey D. Luffy. And it means that that Holy is going to have the opportunity to try and crash in and get rid of this Luffy. And it's going to succeed as well at the first time of asking.
Yeah, Ohm and Gamma Knife definitely helps you to get rid of that Luffy. And to be honest, that doesn't look good. Yes, 2 life only on Enel. Every attack that Luffy Ace did was going through. But the board looks so scary, especially because Ohm, Holly, and the other Holly being a 6k body on opponent's turn is very dangerous. And now we probably going to see another big swing coming with double attack here. So that probably could be the way to go down to 0 life for Luffy Ace. But he's starting off with a 6k swing. And this one is interesting, because if you are going to take this one, then the double attack swing isn't that dangerous anymore. But that also means that you have to defend a higher attack, but he's going to defend both of these attacks. One with a 1k and the other one, or with the 2k, I'm not sure what he countered this one. But the other one, the 8k swing with the new counter event that is also from the starter deck. It is, can you still fight Luffy? Of course. This is answer up to one of your leader or character gains 3000 power during this battle. Then, if you have Podcast the Ace and Monkey D. Luffy characters with 6000 power, draw 1 card. Such a strong card. Problem is, there wasn't an Ace and there wasn't a Luffy on board.
Yeah, pretty difficult sometimes to get that second effect online, to get the draw, to get the card replaced out of hand. There is the I know you're strong, so I'll go all out from the very start to be able to freeze down those holies for this turn. And the starter deck 30 Luffy as well coming through, giving it rush on play and resting down the blocker of Vinsmoke Reiju. So trying to keep that entire board frozen down for this turn. Now we're seeing the 6k swing of the leader come through. Does look like L4 is going to be utilized here as the counter event of choice, but most of the board being frozen down here with those 2 holies. The Ohm and the Reiju will restand. It looks like Giorgio might have just drawn his first copy of the 6 cost Enel for the start of this turn, and it's going to hum down straight away.
Yep, 6 cost Enel, one of the best cards in this deck. This card is such a strong card. 2 abilities. One of them, if you have 6 or less cards on your field, this character cannot be removed from the field by your opponent's effects and gains 2000 power. You are playing Enel as your leader that, under the rules of this game, only has 6 Don. So that means the disability of the secret rare Enel will be active. And then on play Don -1, look at 5 cards from the top of your deck, add up to 1 card, and you don't need to reveal it. That's very, very strong. Downside, you need to discard 1 card from your hand, but that's how they balance this card. Otherwise, it would be, I think, way too strong. You don't need to reveal it. That's a very, very strong point about this card. And we saw he's going for a Gamma Knife there, but he still needs to pitch 1 card. And let's see, is it Senor Pink? Is it?
There's another copy of L4 in there. I think there's another couple copies of the Lightning Beast Chitin as well, which would help a little bit more to be able to reduce down that Monkey D. Luffy on the board a little bit further. It does have that extra 3000 powers boost, so it is a 9k on the board as things stand. Just trying to decide what card is going to make its way off. We've already seen one of those I know you are strong, so Barry could be an option to discard away, but instead it's going to be Divine Departure that we will get rid of. And now here comes the power reduction. There's Lightning Beast Chitin to reduce it down to an 8000 power character for this turn. The Gamma Knife is going to be a little bit harder to achieve this turn, however, because we are all out of Don. And of course, the Enel leader ability only retrieves 1 active Don back when it is activated. So we're not going to be able to use Gamma Knife this turn at the very least, but it sets ourselves up for next turn, potentially.
Yeah, and now going to use his leader ability one active Don, the rest as rested, but you can attach 4 of them, and it definitely makes sense to attach them to Reiju, because that Luffy will rest Reiju anyways if he's going to stick on the board. So 4 Don under Reiju. We have the Ohm Swing just to make some more minus here. So he's at 7k now, not at 9k anymore. Reiju being a 7k, because you have more than 4 events in your trash, obviously, and 4 rested Don. So that means that
11.
could be, yeah, that could be 11k or even 12k swing, but I think 11 is right here. Also, there's no Don up, and also you can, with that 1 extra Don, just swing 6 into leader. But no, he's going for that 12k swing just to make sure that Luffy isn't on board anymore, and this attack is enough. So no leader swing here, because 6k leader means this doesn't look really good. 2 dogs, Reiju in and on board, nothing on Luffy's side. Imagine having a leader ability that boosts your characters and still no characters on board. That's definitely not good. There's another rush Luffy coming down, and a 8k swing into one of the docks, and 1 rested Don under the leader. So probably double 8 into the docks and then 1 Don up would be the turn. You cannot defend wholly by using the events that Inno has, not the Skypia events. You can use Divine Departure, but yeah, the events only counts as 2Ks for Inno. So that means that swing was going into leader. Otherwise, you cannot use it. And also the leader swing goes through. So only 1 life for Inno. But look at the bot. Could be game already.
Yeah, this is a very, very cagey place for our Luffy and Ace player David to be looking into, and especially with Giorgio having a hold of these Gamma Knives as well. So even if there is a way to get through safely all of these attacks from Luffy and Ace's side of the board, Giorgio could very easily just pivot to a board control style, utilizing these Gamma Knives, get rid of this 5-cost rush Luffy off of the board as well. We're going to start off here with Giorgio, utilizing this Ohm once again, primarily just for this extra piece of power reduction. We've already seen things like the Lightning Beast Kitons getting used. We've only seen, I think, 1 Mamaragan so far in this game out of Giorgio. So still at least 3 more copies of those potentially left in the deck. But still having this Ohm on the board just gets you a lot more pressure and a lot more opportunity here to be able to deal with the board, as well as still trying to threaten into the life here. There is the Luffy being reduced. A second Reiju makes its way down onto the board. Here's the Gamma Knife as well. So we're doing both duty here, taking care of this Luffy on this turn, surely. And then maybe, just maybe as well, sweeping up the game.
Yeah, that Luffy's only a 3k body now, so he will definitely get rid of it. If you noticed, the hand of Luffy Ace, there's a counter event in hand, and also 3 2Ks. So there's a good amount of counter, but you cannot defend this Luffy. Being a 3k body, and there are like a 5k swing from leader, a 10k swing from the Secret Rare NL, 2 4k swings from the dogs, and the Reiju also for 7, but with double Reiju. So yeah, you can just swing with 1 into Luffy Ace leader. But well, you have so many options now to do. But yep, that 5k swing was enough to get rid of the Luffy. Now we're seeing leader ability just to get that only 1 Don that was in the Don deck back as active. And now 4 rested Dons being attached to one of the holies. So 8k swing probably, or even 9. Depends on if he wants to attach that 1 extra Don. You definitely not want to play a 1-drop here, because your board is already full with 5 characters. So that Don could probably just being attached for Holy and just swing 9 here. The counter event gives 3k plus, so 9 is also the better number to swing.
I was just about to say, actually, and Giorgio is double checking the can you still fight event as well to make sure how much power that is regenerated here for that counter event. Like you say, it does demand the extra card out of Luffy and Ace's hand. It's the same as well with I know you're strong, so I'll go all out for the very start. That also produces plus 3,000 power during the counter step here. And you can see there, after the reading, after a little bit of clarification with the judge as well, going and attaching that final extra Don, swinging the 9,000 power, and it's gonna land as well. Double attack is gonna go through. Luffy and Ace down to no life. 10k swing here with the Enel secret rare. Does draw out the Can You Still Fight Luffy, of course, and the counter as well in the form of Usopp, which is a 2k. And a pass of the turn, not willing to overextend with the Reiju that could still attack.
0 life, you definitely need to go for game here. Bang out the new Moby Dick from OP16. Look at the top 3. Also has the same ability as the Secret Rare Enel, because you don't need to reveal the card. And also a good thing is that you don't need to discard 1 card. Second ability, Activate Main, you can trash the stage. Give 1 rested Don to your leader or character. Another Moby Dick, another unrevealed card that is going to be searched. But how do you go through this wall here? Double Reiju and
Ooh,
1 life.
That might help.
Yeah, that might
There
help,
is
yeah.
there's one of the green starter deck Luffy's to be able to rest down. Now here's the Sanji to be able to grant unblockable. So if we're able to get through with this Luffy, we still do have 1 Reiju that's on the board, however, and it's only 1 Reiju that we're able to deal with here. So it's not going to be as easy. We are going to see the life getting taken. So the unblockable was targeted on the green Luffy character. There is the block and counter, though, of the Luffy and Ace to be able to protect the second Vinsmoke Reiju. 10k swing, and Luffy Ace just extends the fist bump, says, I can't get through that there. And Giorgio with mono purple Enel will take the victory against red-green Luffy and Ace.
Yeah, well played there from Enel's side. Holly definitely did a great job with that double attack, going through 2 times, from 4 life to 2 life and from 2 life to 0 life. Yeah, that rush Luffy would be a good option to go for game, but there was 2 blocker Reijus on board. Also 3 cards with that 1 life, 4 cards in hand. So yeah, definitely too much to go for game. So yeah, Enel takes this one, goes to the next round, to round 3 with 2-0. Yeah, and for Luffy it's 1-1. Everything is still up, and it was interesting to see the new starter deck 30. Yeah, the new starter deck that we have. In my opinion, it is a very strong deck, but the problem is, first of all, yeah, against Enel, you always want to go first, because Enel having the dice is very dangerous. And like I said, Enel changed his deck list a little bit. Of course, there's nothing new, but in OP15, more people starting to cut Holly from their decks, because the meta wasn't, or you don't need to be that aggressive. You can just play more like control, more power reduce, and then just get rid of every character and so on. But I think it changed a little bit, because with Black Yellow Teach, you have 1 more matchup that is very hard for Enel. So you have Nami and Black Yellow Teach that isn't that easy for Enel. And that's why a card like Holly can help you just being super fast in this matchup and just swing with a good amount of power and just with double attack. And you can also swing double attack with that Ohm. That's very dangerous. So you have 2 double attack swings in 1 turn, or you could have 2 double attack swings in 1 turn. And that's very dangerous. So yeah, interesting to see Holly back in Enel's deck. And yeah, really want to know how many people or how many Enel main players starting to bring that Holly back. Because yeah, I think if it's a must-have card that you have to play for OP16, then yeah, probably every Enel player is playing Holly now. But I know some Enel player that are not playing this card. So what do you think about the card now and the position of this card in this deck right now?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think obviously double attack as a keyword has always been something that's been very threatening. I mean, think all the way back to Green Yellow Yamato as a leader. He was always a really capable leader because of that double attack opportunity. And you're seeing here with some of the key cards that we've drawn out from the deck list and from that Enel matchup there, Holly being able to have double attack, and particularly against Luffy and Ace, which has that 6,000 power base level, being a 4,000 power base character, when you're combining that with your leader effect to be able to put 4 of your rested Don underneath the Holly, already you're swinging for those magic 2,000 power intervals against a 6k base leader, which is a really, really good place to be, even in that matchup. So imagine how strong of a place that could be for the wider spread meta field with so many 5,000 power base leaders that are running around in the game and in the format right now. So really, really strong opportunity to be able to bring back in. Obviously, doesn't have a way to be granted banish like Yamato did with the Onami, which could you imagine if we had banish as a keyword in this deck? That would be just insane. But definitely a really, really strong re-inclusion, I think, like you say, to be able to try and deal with some of these more awkward matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. And these 4 cards are absolutely key cards in this deck. Yeah, especially the Secret Rare being the best or the second best card in this deck. I cannot decide because there's also Mahoragan being in this deck. That Secret Rare is just so strong, especially going first. Is super, super strong because you can just bring him out so early. 10k body, you can give him 4 Rested Dawns after using a leader ability to swing 14k. It's also very strong. And yeah, we also see some event cards in this deck because this deck is not playing only characters. This deck relies on a lot of event cards, and we see 4 of them that are very important in this deck, starting off with Lightning Beast Kitten that we also saw in this match. Don -1 if your leader has in a draw 1 card, then give up to one of your opponent characters minus 1,000 power during his turn. This is like the same ability as Ohm, but you don't need to swing with it. And you can recycle. That's the most important thing. You can just recycle, find another card that can help you in this situation. And then the counter ability that up to one of your inner cards gains 2,000 power, very strong. Then Lightning Dragon that also have that beautiful, beautiful manga-style artwork from OP15, one of my favorite cards. Don -1, draw 1 card. Then one of your opponent characters with 6,000 power or less cannot be refreshed, so it's going to be rested until the end of your opponent's next turn. So that's very, very, very strong. And then Mahoragan, we don't need to talk about this card that much because, yeah, Mahoragan is such a strong card. 2 abilities. One is the main ability, Don -2. And then you can draw 1 card, very strong. And then you can rest a character with 5,000 power or less. So you go power minus, like with Gamma Knife or with Kitten, use Mahoragan, draw 1 more card, rest a 5k, swing into it. Then you have the counter ability that allows you to get 1k power. And if you have 6 or less Don, draw 1 card. You are playing NL. You're always on 6 or less Don. You cannot have 7 or 8 Don. If yes, then you don't understand the leader, obviously, because that's not allowed to do. So Mahoragan, 100% value there. And Gamma Knife, to be honest, the first time this leader was revealed in OP15, most of the people starting to build the deck, and I noticed nearly no one was thinking about how crazy Gamma Knife is in this deck. Everyone was playing like all the event cards from OP15 that Inel has as a staple, and some good cards that you can bring out on 3 or 4 Dawn and so on. And then we saw a lot of people playing Gamma Knife, and then everyone noticed, wait a minute, that card and the combinations that you have to play this card. So Gamma Knife, a must have in this deck. And yeah, I don't need to say that much. Gamma Knife being a strong card since OP05, I think. This card is from OP05. So yeah, you can see the number under the card. Obviously, it's from OP05. So yeah, very strong card. Nothing much to say about NL because NL is still one of the best decks. Definitely not the best deck in format like an OP15, but still one of the best decks. But we have one more deck that we can probably talk about, Ben. It is the new starter deck, Luffy, Ace, the 2 brothers. There are 3 brothers, but Sabo is not on it. It's Luffy, Ace from the Impel Down arc that fight together. Beautiful leader, and also a deck that, in my opinion, is a little bit underrated. Because what do you think about the deck?
It's an interesting deck. I mean, you see the leader first and foremost and see 6,000 power for life and a reduction ability that is very, very easy to play and build around. And you think, okay, we could be in for something really, really strong here. Obviously, you get access to some of your traditional red cards and your red staples, things like this mono red Sanji as well, to be able to try and help close out the game. Starter deck 30 in and of itself brings some pretty great tools as well. We obviously saw the Monkey D. Luffy super rare to be able to grant itself rush and get rid of a blocker when it does go ahead and attack in, and the Can You Still Fight Luffy, of course, counter event, which as long as you have Ace and Luffy characters on the board, replaces itself into hand. We also have this starter deck 15 Ace, which does gain Rush because the leader does also include the Whitebeard Pirates trait. And then once per turn, if it would be removed from the board, you can give it minus 2,000 powers reduction instead. So definitely a really good mixture of red and green. Some of the cards we've not seen here and some of the cards that weren't shown or shown a little bit in that game. Of course, I know you're strong, so I'll go all out from the very start. A card that's become a staple event for green from OP13. Brook as well from OP16, a little bit more of that traditional green approach of resting things down and being able to try and set up for a surprise game-winning swing as well with its activate main ability. The 3-cost Sanji, nice great early tempo play, becomes a 6k body on your turn to swing in with and nets you a card back in hand if your opponent does elect to KO with it. And that 5-cost Monkey D Luffy that can either make itself or the leader a 7k attacker on the turn that it's played with that when attacking ability. So really good mixture. It's definitely a bit more of an aggressive style of deck with a little bit of a control element. It's more aggressive side of mid-range than I think the control side of mid-range is. But I think the biggest thing that holds it back is, one, the fact that you have to rely so heavily on Ace and Luffy characters, and 2, the fact that you can't play any real true top end without losing power onto your leader. It's still a capable deck, and your top end is pretty decent. You've got a good deal of it across Brook, the 2 Luffys, the Ace, and the Usopp 2k counter as well that we saw in that matchup, which is a 6k body. But not having things like the 7-cost Roronoa Zoro, not having things like Goldie Roger either, any of the Edward Newgates to be able to boost up your leader a little bit more and give it double attack like the new Edward Newgate Super Rare Cannon OP16, makes it a little bit more of an awkward choice to pick.
Yep, I totally agree with that. Yeah, you need to focus on playing a lot of 6Ks in your deck, and also a lot of Ace and Luffy cards. But you have a good amount of Luffy and Ace cards that are red and green to bring. Especially, we see a lot of Whitebeard Pirates since, I would say, OP14, 15, starting with OP13, Blue-Red Ace, obviously. And we have the starter deck 13, also a lot of 6Ks and a new Ace. Then the Whitebeard starter deck with that Ace that we also saw, the 5-cost. So you have a good amount of cards to pick up, and also strong cards. Like, I'm a big fan of that ST13 green 4-cost 6k Rush Luffy that say on play rest 1 Don, then it's character against Rush, and when attacking rest any of your opponent's blocker abilities. Like, this ability is so strong. This is also a card that is being played in Impel Down Luffy, the blue-green one, that is very strong because you can search it, it's Impel Down. It's a very strong card to go for game, very strong card to get rid of a character that is behind a blocker. So very good card, and in my opinion, one of the most interesting and important cards in this deck, and probably one of the most interesting cards in the future, because I don't want to talk about OP17 that much because we don't know that much yet, but we saw 2 or 3 reveals, and one of them is a leader, like the Elbaf Luffy, the black one, that gives your character with a cost of 12 or more the blocker ability. And you have a green card that can rest any blocker. Maybe this card is very important in the future, but it is already very important. So yeah, it's a strong card, and I don't have much more to say about this deck. I think this deck is in a good position. Obviously, it's not top level, otherwise it would be the best deck in format. But you can still make it into top cut. We saw this deck already in top cut. I'm not quite sure which tournament, but I think it was one at the first or second week of OP16. So did make it into top cut definitely. And let's see if it's also going to be in the top cut in for Toulouse, because yeah, this tournament is holding in Toulouse in France. First OP16 for us, for Europe, and I think, Ben, to be honest, we will see so many different leaders in this Top Cut.
I really, really hope so. It's been a while since we've had a true sort of jungle-style varied meta with a load of different leaders trying to vie for that #1 spot. And we've still got 8 more rounds to try and figure out who is going to be playing back tomorrow. So don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll have round 3 live from Toulouse.
Odie stock.
ただ神底に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Welcome back to our coverage of the offline regionals here, live from Toulouse. We are getting ourselves ready for round number 3. And by we, I mean myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Abra Krasniqi. And Abra, we've got another really cool match up here in round 3. We've got another brand new deck. Black Yellow Teach is going to get the first eyes on it here in the feature match area. And it's going to be going up against Dracul Mihawk.
That's a very interesting one. And what I'd like to see, again, 2 new leaders that we didn't saw yet. That's why I'm a big fan of OP16, to see so many different leaders. Let's see how this matchup goes for Mihawk against one of the strongest deck, BY Teach. So a new Martial D Teach deck with 2 abilities. Opponent's turn, all of your characters gains +1 cost, very strong. Second ability, on your opponent's attack once per turn, you may trash 1 card with the trigger from your hand, and then you can just change the attack target to one of your Blackbeard type cards. So you can change it to your leader, you can change it to one of your 1-drops, like we see here, the Vasco Shot being one of the strongest cards in this deck for sure. By on-KO allows you to draw 1 card and rest is 6 cost or less, such a strong card. So good start for both players, so 6k swing that goes through. And you see the coffee boat, also very, very important. Now Teach swinging 5k, also go through, so Mihawk goes down to 4 life, Teach on 3. And for Fordon, we see also a new card. That is the Katarina Devon.
Yeah, Katarina Devon, 4 cost 3k. She's also a 2k counter that says when attacking, select up to one of your opponent's characters. This character's base power becomes the same as that during this turn. So a Bon Clay-like effect to be able to try and copy some power on the board here. And for Caroline here, with this Dracul Mihawk, not playing up against a slash attribute leader, so not getting that +1000 powers boost, is going to swing in for 5k though. Second life goes down, second time with no trigger, and we see the Perona make its way down onto board on curve. So that's going to mean that the Devon and the Vasco Shot aren't going to be able to be rested until the end of the opponent's next end phase. We're resting the Coffin Boat now with the Dracul Mihawk effect to get 3 active Don back.
Yeah, Perona, very, very strong card. Also has a new altered version with the extra Grand Battle that you can earn by being at a good position, top 4, I think it was in the most of the tournaments. I have one of these cards, very beautiful card. I love Perona. So we see a 5k swing from Teach. This one is getting countered out with a 2k counter Laboon. Laboon also very important against removal decks to protect your base 7Ks or less. In this matchup, you don't need you don't need Laboon, to be honest. And we see a Borsalino coming down, so each goes up to 3 life, and another Vasco Shot. So for this double Vasco Shot, Devon and Borsalino, no big body, I would say, yet, but he's on 6 Don, and there are already 4 characters. And that double Vasco Shot, these are very, very important, especially in this matchup, because Mihawk, yeah, he has some 5 cost, 6 cost that you can just rest by using the on-KO ability from Vasco Shot.
Yeah, Vasco, definitely one of the strongest of the yellow Blackbeard Pirates engine. We've got him, San Juan Wolf, and then, of course, the big, scary 8-cost secret rare Martial D Teach that gets that selective heal on play by looking at the top 3 cards of the deck and putting one of them straight to at the top of your life. It looks like that there are 2 in hand already for our Teach player. And now Shanks, though, making its way down onto the board here for our Mihawk player. So activating its ability straight away by choosing it as the rested card for Mihawk. So that means that every character on Teach's side of the board is going to get a -1000 power reduction here.
Yeah, that Shanks now being back in Mihawk's list, very interesting. Shanks normally was a 4-off in the Emu meta. Emu is not being played that much anymore, but still Shanks there. I think it's a very strong card in nearly every matchup, to be honest. Especially against Luffy, I would say this card can help you a lot. So yeah, good curve here for Mihawk. Teach uses his lead ability by change the target of the attack to Vasco Shot, and to rest the Perona. And
now this is
yeah.
really interesting here. We're seeing two
Oh.
sword style Rashomon getting played, KOing up to 2 of your opponent's rested characters with a base cost of 4 or less. So just dealing with the Katarina Devon here, but a really intriguing card to be including in this deck list.
Yep, absolutely right. It's very interesting, but definitely makes sense. Like I said, again, you need to tag against probably the best deck in format, or one of the best decks in format, against blue-green Luffy that plays a lot of 2 cost or less NL also. So yeah, this card can help. Now let's see if there is a big body for Teach this turn.
Yeah, there could be a really scary turn here for Marshall D Teach. I think we're up to the 8 Don we are necessary, so we could have the opportunity to play the 8 cost Teach Secret Rare. I think I also saw a copy of Zihahaha in hand as well if we wanted to play out the Teach on the next turn. This time we are just going to go with the 8 cost Teach on its own. So look at the top 3 cards of the deck. One of them is going to be able to go into life, and it will be the blocker Teach that we're going to take here. There was also the possibility to have Shiryu or Sanhan Wolf there to be able to stack in and have their triggers immediately activate next turn. But here, our Teach player just saying, you know what? I see that there's the 10 cost there. I'm happy to take an attack on Mihawk's turn and make sure I've got that blocker available to me.
Yep, absolutely right. So because there's no stage and no searches yet, so yeah, he's not being able to find the 10 cost. That is, yeah, very important and in nearly every matchup, I would say. So yeah, makes sense to bring that 10 cost into life. Also, and that's very strong about the 8 cost. You don't need to reveal the card that you put on top of your life. So yeah, it's an unknown card. And now 9 Don for Mihawk. And we saw the secret rare Mihawk in hand that can help you a lot here. Just play him out, use the leader ability to rest him. And then one of your opponent characters with the cost of 9 or less cannot be rested until the end of your opponent's next turn. So that 8 cost Teach will not swing in the next turn. And I think we are going to see that 9 cost Mihawk.
Yeah, absolutely. We see first off that Mihawk swings in with the Perona, wisely choosing Perona first so that there isn't the opportunity for Teach to just use the leader ability, redirect into the Vasco shot, and then stop Perona from attacking. Now here comes the 7 cost Shanks flying in on attack. When it becomes rested, we get to rest that Vasco shot down for this turn. This attack is going to be taken. Of course, Kolkan does know exactly what card is on the top of that life. It was the 10 cost blocker Teach. Now we're seeing Leader attack into the Vasco shot. And again, this is pretty wise here, trying to force out that Leader ability of Kolkan here to go into the 8 cost blocker Teach, or let the Vasco shot go and its on KO ability wouldn't have the impact.
Yep, absolutely right. So that's you have so many different options here in this matchup. But of course, if you have the curve like Mihawk has, you're definitely going for Shanks into Mihawk on 7 and 9 Don. So perfect game for now for Mihawk. And we see lead ability. We saw 9 cost Mihawk being rested, though ability is being triggered. Also has that second ability on your opponent's attack once per turn. You can trash 1 card from your hand to give up to one of your characters or leaders 2k power for this battle. Very, very strong card and very, very strong ability. So Teach is not going to swing. And I see a 10 cost there in hand. You see a stage, double Borsalino, and a 9 cost Boar. Now the question is, does 9 cost Boar Anchor from OP15 make sense here, or the 10 cost Teach to negate the lead ability and to negate the 9 cost or 7 cost Shanks until the end of your opponent's next turn? What do you think then is the best card here to play out?
There's a few different ways that we could go with this turn. Like you say, you've got the 10 cost that we drew into hand from the top of life after it was set there from 8 cost Teach last turn. We could go for a little bit more of a setup turn here as well. Now we found fuller lead. We've got Borsalino as well, which isn't online necessarily this turn. we are going to go with a 6k swing. So it's
Ooh.
not going to be the 10 cost teach on its own at the very least here. We do still have Zihahaha in hand to be able to bring it down. So that might be what we're setting up for here, just utilizing the event to play out the 10 cost teach and have the opportunity to force Mihawk to take 1 damage with the effect as well. Here's for the lead, trashing away a Borsalino. You won't see that very often.
That's true. And
Gonna
it's
be
going.
Got Q that we're going to grab here, which Karo is going to have a little bit of a read of. It's a 2k counter, but on KO, if your leader has the Blackbeard Pirates type, you draw 1 and KO up to 2 of your opponent's 1 cost characters. But here we go. Zihahaha being played out, grabbing the 10 cost Marshall D Teach, and is going to force our Mihawk player to take 1 damage into hand. Leader and 9 cost Mihawk are gonna be negated and a pass of the turn. And that right there, Abra, is why this deck is one of the strongest in the format right now, because it could be very, very easy to just play 10 cost teach in and of itself there. But the amount of extra value and extra stuff you are able to do on that turn, thanks to Zihahaha, is just really, really strong.
It is really strong. What a combo. What a strong card. Just love to see the names. Yeah, it's just so funny. And that was one thing I was looking for the most, to just call out this card being played. Yeah, downside for Mihawk now. No Law Beppo in hand. So yeah, she has to go for that Perona search, because a Law Beppo would be the perfect answer to rest the 10 cost teach, to boost your leader being a 7k. But you need to have 2 rested cards already, or characters on your board. No, your opponent needs to have 2 rested, so yeah, you will not have the boost, but you can still rest the teach. But yeah, there's no 10 cost Law Beppo, so that means he is going for the 9 cost Mihawk, and there's, yeah, to have 2 Mihawks on board, definitely also a very strong thing, so probably double Mihawk.
Yeah, it's interesting. There was a Law and Beppo in that Perona search there for Kororo, but I suppose having to concede the fact that it's not coming down on this turn, we've had to use the 1 Don already for this Perona to go ahead and activate the search. So we are just going to have to fish out the second copy of the secret rare Mihawk. The first one that was on board was already negated from the 10 cost teach. So the second one will be able to be online, utilize its ability thanks to the leader resting it down. And it's going to be, again, that 8 cost secret rare teach that we're going to stop from being able to be rested.
And to be honest, with 2 9 cost Mihawks on board, that 8 cost teach will not swing anymore, that's for sure. Yeah, also very, very, I would not say smart, but the right decision to start swinging with Perona and not with your leader, because there's a Vasco shot still on board. So if you swing with leader or with Shanks, then Teach can just use his leader ability to redirect the attack to Vasco shot to rest the Perona. So this time, Perona swing is definitely the first one that you have to do. Now we see the Shank swing to rest the Vasco shot. Swings into leader. This one goes through. Each goes down to 2 life.
Yep, and not going to activate the trigger there of what looked like the Doc Q that was taken into hand. Just activates its on KO ability when the trigger does happen. So could have potentially drawn 1 card and gotten rid of that 1 cost Perona if we were really worried about it for the remaining turns. But right now, we are going to see the 5k swing go into the Vasco shot, or at least attempted into it. And Kulkan is going to elect to say this one go down. 1 cost Perona will now be rested off of the on KO effect here from Vasco shot. And strong pace ability here that's just going to be the end of the turn. It will be from Mihawk. Considering that wasn't a Law and Beppo turn there, that was still pretty strong.
It was, yeah, the perfect second option, I would say, after Law Beppo is that 9 cost Mihawk. And to be honest, look at the board. This looks very dangerous. A Shanks and 2 Mihawks. Also the Perona that you will, or you doesn't want to attack because the on KO ability that allows you to play a different 5-cost from, not a different, you can play out a 5-cost or less character by resting one of your cards on KO. So you have 3 Dawn up, you have your stage, you have your 9-cost Miok. So yeah, you don't want to attack into the Perona. So yeah, this does look good for Miok, I would say, for now. But Teach is still on 2 life. There's a 10-cost Teach in hand, and probably a second 10-cost Teach coming down if there is one in hand. But let's have a look. No, there is no 10-cost in hand, so that means there is a My Era Begins. Searching the top 3, there's a Borsalino. You cannot pick this one up. So it's just a 2K Doku.
Yeah, and that means that's the 3rd Borsalino that's hit the trash now for Kulkin in this game. We do have, though, the 9-cost Boa Hancock, and our leader does contain the 7 Warlords of the Sea type, so we can heal 1, force Mihawk to take a damage and go down to just 1 life remaining. There is still that 1 big blocker in the way of the 10-cost Marshall D Teach. But as we've mentioned, this board state is really wide and pretty tall on Mihawk's side of the board. And I do see that there is a Dead Man's Game in hand as well, if we really want to try and push.
Yeah, DMG in hand is always dangerous. Also, a very important thing, just to let you know, guys, all of your characters gains +1 cost. That means 9-cost Miok cannot freeze the 9-cost Boar, because Boar is a 10-cost now. That's very, very important for Teach. So double Miok also means only one of them will have the value. So you can just freeze that 8-cost or 9-cost Teach in that point. But you cannot freeze the Boa Hancock because she is a 10-cost. So very, very important to say. I hope that no one forgets about it, of the players and also of the judge. But I think the players know that.
It's a very keen thing to mention, actually, Abra, because it's an ability that doesn't often come up too much in Marshall D Teach, but here definitely has a very, very big impact. So you're absolutely spot on to point it out. We do see the 7K swing go through here from 5-cost Perona. It's the 4-cost Burgess that gets taken into hand, so no trigger there. And Kororo having a little sit back in their chair thinking, okay, 7K goes through. There wasn't the immediate snap block of the big 10 cost on the board there, which is, as rightly pointed out by Abra, an 11 cost technically on the board right now. So where does the rest of this turn go?
Absolutely right. Yep. So important to say that Teach is not boosting Blackbeard pirates. Oh, there is the DMG. So can rest 2 of your opponent cards, and she's going for 10 cost Teach and 11 cost Teach and 10 cost Born. This is so strong now. So you can make some huge turn here.
Yeah, this could be a really, really big turn. Like you say, we've got 1 9K body in the form of Shanks and then 2 10Ks with the double Mihawk on the board right now. It is going to be Shanks that's going to make the first attack after this Demon Sword style 9 draws Blaine Dead Man game. We are going to see Devon get activated here off of the trigger. So this is going to draw 1 card and play out a Blackbeard Pirate with a cost of 1 from the trash. So your targets here are Vasco Shot, Doc Q, or Van Augur, which might be the strongest of the bunch in this scenario, because on KO, it draws 1 card and is going to give an opponent's leader or character a 3,000 power reduction during this turn, and that could really sway the maths here for Kororo on this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. This looks really good for Mihawk now, to be honest. 1 life for both players. Interesting, but still some swings are coming. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I don't think Mihawk has used their leader ability as of yet to be able to reactivate 3 of those 4 Don that we spent on the Demon Aura 9 Sword style Asura Blades drawn Dead Man's game. So still have some extra Don to be able to potentially work with to repower up whatever the Van Auger reduces, if we do go ahead and activate it with this redirection effect, that's exactly what we're going to go for. Doc Q redirecting into Van Auger. There's something even more thematical about that, with Doc Q and Van Auger working so close in tandem. But now the question here for Kulkin is, what do we even target with this Van Auger reduction here?
I think you have to go for leader here, because that Mihawk swing would still be a 7k. Oh, but he is going for that Mihawk. Okay, that's interesting.
So 9-cost Mihawk that's still yet to attack has been reduced down by 3,000 power. Like you say, Abra, that is still a 7k swing at minimum without any Don attached. We've still got 5 more Don to work with, and we've still not used leader ability yet, so we could rest down Coffin Boat, get 3 more Don back. That immediately boosts the 9-cost Mihawk, for example, right back up to its 10k base stat line. The big thing saving Kulkin here, though, is that there are a lot of cards in his hand.
Absolutely, and to be honest, there's no blocker on Mihawk's side, so yes, the 9-cost teach, normally 8-cost, but because of the leader ability or opponent's turn, it's 9-cost, but he cannot swing. But the 10-cost teach and the boar can swing. So into 1 life, also with your leader, you have 3 big swings coming up. There's no blocker. Not that easy to defend, to be honest, but 2 bricks in hand could also be 2k counters because of the 9-cost Mihawk second ability on your opponent's attack. You can trash 1 card from your hand to give one of your leaders or characters 2,000 power for the battle. So you have a good amount of counters probably with the double Mihawk, and also we saw up to 2 or even 3 event cards in hand for your defense. So yeah, that's very interesting. If Teach has to go for game, and maybe he has to go for game, we will see. It depends on how the turn will end for Mihawk, if Kulkan has to go for game. So now we see a 9k swing coming up into Teach.
And I think Kororo there was just double checking the wording on the leader ability as well, because we can't freeze down that Boa Hancock. So I think they're just making sure that she had it completely understood, that Boa will be able to attack on the next turn if Kulkan is able to see through to the next turn. So a 9k swing going forwards here is gonna be a take and a contemplation about what we could use with this trigger. Having a look at the cards in hand, there's quite a few 2Ks there. It's a Boa. Yeah. And it is going to get activated. We're going to play out a character with 6,000 power or less and trigger from hand. So it looks like it's going to be Katarina Devon that we're going to go for here. And that will be able to mimic the big power of the Dracul Mihawk Super Rare, or Secret Rare, I should say, on the next turn. So that's another 10k attacker that Kororo is going to have to worry about on their turn defensively if they can't close out the game here with this leader swing.
Wow, that's a huge trigger and the perfect target, to be honest, to play out. But Ben, I need to say that I'm not happy with the order that Mihawk attacks, because in my opinion, you always start to swing with your leader, because I think there isn't a trigger that Teach can play that could be dangerous for that 9-cost Mihawk. So if she decided to swing with leader and this attack goes through, then the 9-cost Mihawk could help to freeze that Devon. And we are talking about a 4-cost character that can swing with a very high number. So yep, she goes all in. That's a huge swing. 7, 9, 11, 12, and I think that was enough.
Yeah, plenty of counter in hand there for Kulkan. I think he had an extra 2k counter to spare as well. And Teach is going to laugh his way to victory in round 3. Got very close there with the Mihawk player being able to find double secret rare Mihawk, but no Lauren Beppo, and a huge last life trigger of the Boa Hancock to really make sure that those attacks were going to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. So congrats to Teach going through with 3-0. Well, to be honest, that surprised me, because Mihawk saw a very good curve. Yeah, like on 5 the curve, on 7 the curve, on 9, on 10 to still find a 9 cost is very strong. The problem is she was going down way too fast by picking up the lives. 3 counter events in hand, and she did not use one of them. That's definitely not that good. So if you don't have any counters, only your counter events, and you're passing turns with active dons, just use them. Because against Teach, especially with ZHH into 10 cost, you can die so fast. It's so crazy because you have to take 1 life, and then big swings are coming, like 10k, 12k leader, and so on. So it's very, very dangerous, and that's why, yeah, she had to go for game. And with that amount of counters in hand, also he played out that Devon, so there was 1 more 2k in hand that if he has to still need her to counter out, then he wouldn't play her out. But he has enough counter after still playing a Devon after the board trigger. So that means, yeah, strong performance from Teach. Yeah, I think the matchup should be fine also for Teach, to be honest. But Miok is, in my opinion, Miok is one of the decks that it's very hard to say how his position is, because it's not a bad leader. It's a very, very strong leader. And in my opinion, a leader, we have the same position for Miok last set. The first 1 to 2 months, nearly no one was playing or thinking of bringing Miok into tournaments. And then people noticed, wait, this leader is so good into so many different matchups. You have a very strong leader ability, or 2 very strong leader abilities. One is being a 6k leader against slash leaders is so strong. And then you're playing with 13 dons, let's say, because you can rest 1 card to, if there's a character with 5 cost or more, and then just rest the card to get 3 dons back as active, is very, very strong. And a lot of cards that you can play in your deck are just very, very, very good at the moment, I would say. And that's why I would say Miok is a sleeper deck, I would call it. It's a sleeper deck. So if you know how to play with the stack, and if you are confident, then I would say if you want to play a green deck, definitely go for that Dracul Miok that we are going to see now. So let's start with the leader very quick. We talked about the leader ability. So being a 6k leader against slash leaders, first very, very strong ability. And then, yeah, to restand some dons if you have a character with 5 cost or more. Not you, if there is a character with 5 cost or more. Very important to know, because I noticed a lot of people didn't know that at the beginning of OP14, that they thought you have to have a 5 cost or more character, but it's on board. So if your opponent has 1 and you not, you can still use your leader ability. Very strong. And then 3 key cards that we saw in this matchup. One of them, 5 cost Perona, that she bring out on 5 Don. One of my favorite cards. I really, really love this card. Up to 2 of your opponent 5 cost or less character cannot be rested until the end of your opponent's next turn. That's very strong. So you just get rid of 2 attacks. That's so good, especially against aggressive decks like Enel or blue-green Luffy. That's very important. And then you have the OnKO ability. And yeah, Ben, then there are 2 more cards, Miok and Shanks. Maybe we can start talking about that Shanks first.
Yeah, Shanks is an interesting one, because like you say, as an Emu player, seeing a Shanks across the table for me used to be a bit of a bane of my existence, saying, oh, my Shepherd Jupiter, it's not giving my 7,000 power boost. How very, very dare you? But being able to not only get that minus 1,000 power resting capability on your opponent's turn, but also rest an opponent's character with 7k base power or less when it does become rested, means that you don't necessarily need to have the character to have rush. You just rest it down with the Mihawk leader ability, you get your 3 Don reactivated, and then stop a potential attack or blocker from coming in on that next turn. So really, really cool to see that this card is coming back into the format and into choice for Mihawk players. And then, of course, the secret rare for the deck, Dracul Mihawk, the 9 cost 10k that is able to freeze down a 9 cost or less character and turn a card in your hand into a 2k counter. We've seen how strong abilities like that have been in games and in leaders before. Red Blue Ace being a prime example of that. This here again being a really, really strong example.
Absolutely. So very, very strong cards there. And also the 7 cost Shanks could be a card that you can play maybe in the new Shanks that is coming up very soon with OP17, because we know there is a green Shanks leader coming. We don't know the ability yet, but we know that there is a Shanks leader coming. Maybe the 7 cost is one of the cards that you need to play. So yeah, very strong card. talked about Perona, we talked about Miok, but there are still some more very strong cards. Like we know that nearly every Miok is also running 5-cost Carrot. I am a big fan of Carrot, and I think everyone knows Carrot. It's a strong card because to freeze one of your opponent character with cost of 7 or less when attacking and on play, double ability, first of all, very strong with on play and when attacking, and 7 cost or less. That's a very strong cost to just freeze. We have Electrical Luna that does the same. We have the freeze event of Luffy that is doing the same, and Carrot also freezing 7 cost or less. So yeah, Carrot very important, and also very important is 6 cost blocker law. That I would say every green deck is running the 6 cost law. I don't know there's a green deck that is not playing this card, because you can bring back 1 card from your hand, from your board to your hand, and then play out a 5 cost or less rested. So you can bring back a Searcher, that is very important, and then play out a card like Carrot or Perona. So 6 cost law, one of the strongest cards that green has. And also if you have 1 or less life, this character gains blocker. So law cards are always so strong, and I think this combo is very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Carrot in particular is one of those cards that used to be a real trouble for Jewelry Bonnie. Used to be able to play that down and really cause havoc. Continues to freeze down whatever you've rested with your leader ability on the turn before. It's a really strong tool. And like you say, Electrical Luna to be able to just keep that tempo going. It's been running around in a lot of green decks in the format right now, and for very good reason. But we did see the winning deck in that round was Black Yellow Marshall D Teach, and we had a funny feeling that we were going to be seeing this deck quite a lot throughout the day, predominantly thanks to its top end. 8 cost Teach, 10 cost blocker Teach, the Zihaha event as well, to be able to cheat them out early is just such a really oppressive top end.
It is absolutely so. You have 2 very strong abilities, especially the first one. And this matchup was very important. Yeah, with that Boa being a 10 cost and not a 9 cost. Because if she was able to freeze both, she can definitely play 1 more turn. That's for sure. But yeah, being a 10 cost there is very important. We have Ziahaha, also the manga event of the set. That is beautiful. I pulled it in pre-release, and I'm such a big fan of this card. The gold-black style of it, it looks so much fun. And I think we can agree that Teach has the most aura in One Piece with his love. The Zihaha is just so crazy. And yeah, OPO9 Marshall D Teach also has a manga card and a SP card, the wanted poster. What a card. It is one of, if not the best card that Marshall D Teach from OPO9 has. The black one, and the black yellow one, of course, is also playing it. And you have 2 very strong Teach cards that you can bring out with the Zihaha. And that's very strong. And then the 8 cost secret rare. First of all, he's not leader locked. That is very good. So you can also play him in every single yellow deck. You don't need to reveal the card from the top 3 from your on-play ability that you're picking, that you decided to bring on top of your life. So your opponent doesn't know what is coming next. So that's very dangerous. And then imagine being an 8k buddy that is 8 cost buddy, 10k, that has still. Is it the best trigger ability in game, Ben? What do you think? I think it is the best trigger ability right now.
It's really strong. I mean, in terms of the standard rotation and in a current sort of standard battle, I think it's definitely got to be up there, negating the effect of up to one of your opponent's characters during the turn and then KOing a 5 cost or less. I mean, in an era where there's so much KO protection running around as well, being able to strip that away and get rid of something. I mean, one of Emu's great strengths was its KO protection. As soon as you get 7 or more cards in the trash, now all of a sudden, if you're playing up against Emu and they're trying to go for game, you can get rid of something like their Mars. You could turn off the Jupiter 7k boost as well during their turn. It's just a really strong ability to be able to have on trigger. And then, of course, the chance to stack your life and know exactly what trigger is going to be there because you search the top 3 cards of the deck for the card that you go ahead and heal up with. It's absolutely insane. And combining with some of these triggers that are in engine to be able to play with as well, San Juan Wolf, Vasco Shot, Katarina Devon, even Shiryu as well, which maybe not necessarily utilized for its trigger ability to draw 2 cards. Still a pretty useful trigger to be able to grab in a pinch.
Absolutely. So you have so many great cards, and that's why I think this deck is really one of the best decks. Like, you have consistency with this stage, with My Era, with Lafitte, if you decided to play him. You have great 4 costs like San Juan. You have Katarina Devon. You have Burgess from OPO9. You have great 1 cost that turns into 2 costs on your opponent's turn. That is also very important. Like Von Augur, you have Doku against Enel, one of the most important cards. And the best one of the strongest cards in this deck is Vasco Shot. Vasco Shot is just so good. And also, every single 1-drop that has the on-KO ability allows you to draw 1 card. And that is so strong. And the trigger ability, just playing out the on-KO ability, is so good. And yeah, San Juan, very important card against aggressive decks. Being a 7k leader is very good. But also something, it didn't came up that often, but it will came up definitely one time. You can also make the base power of one of your characters to 7k. So not only leader, it's also character, or pushing 2k, not 7k. So if the character has 4k, you can make the character to a 6k. The trigger ability is strong, 4 cost 5k, and then Shiryu. Yeah, that's definitely one of the most important cards in this deck, especially if you have the curve going second on 2 Don, double searcher, high roll, on 4 Don, San Juan Wolf, or Burgess, or 6 Don Shiryu, on 8 Don Teach, 8 cost, and on 10 cost Teach, or ZR into 10 cost. If you see this curve, you're winning nearly every single matchup, and that's how strong this deck is. Shiryu hitting up 1 life by trashing 1 card from your hand and bringing up a 6 cost or less character from your trash to your life is very important. You can just trash Shiryu with Shiryu and bring it up in life, so you draw 2 cards. Very strong. 8k body, so a good stat line. So nothing more to say about this deck. It's so consistent. We see 4 more cards in this deck. Starting off with Boa Hancock, because this is the most interesting one that he decided to bring, because not every Teach player is playing that 9-cost Boa. First of all, it's also 7 Warlord. Not important for this deck, but just fits to this leader because he's also a 7 Warlord. But still, because of the leader ability, not the leader ability, the character ability of Boa Hancock, you need to have a 7 Warlord leader. That's why you can bring, you can play and bring that Boa Hancock into your deck. Healing up 1 life, your opponent has to take 1 life. Very strong. 9 cost, 10k, very strong. But you also have a trigger ability again. So a target that you can discard with your leader, and also, like we saw in this game, if this character is in your life, you can just play out a character with trigger with power 6k or less. So you can play San Juan Wolf, you can play Katarina Devon from your hand. That's so strong. Basilino, Ben, you don't need to talk about Basilino that much. I think this card is a must have in every single yellow deck. Maybe nearly the same goes for Baby 5, one of the most consistent 2Ks we have in the game. Only downside, you need to have a multicolored leader to have the trigger ability, but it's a 2k, 4 cost 5k, good stat line. Draw 2 cards as a trigger. You can play 8 cost Teach if you have a Baby 5 there, if you want to have more cards in hand. Just bring the Baby 5 on top. Yeah, and Vasco Shot is the best 1 cost that you have in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Baby 5 as well, so important, because I think one of the slight struggles that the Teach leader can have, similar to Mono Black Marshall D Teach back in OPO9, is that hand size. It can whittle down very quickly if you're using early searches with things like your fuller lead stage. If you're trashing away using the leader ability quite early as well, you can whittle down out of hand very quickly indeed. So some options just to refill that hand, give you some more fodder to be able to throw away to the leader ability, and some extra counter as well is always very nice. So definitely a big deck and a big contender from OP16 that we will need to be keeping an eye on throughout the weekend. But we've got plenty more action to bring you across day 1 here today, but we're going to take an extended period, an extended break here where the players have a lunch break. So we suggest that you do too. But come back and be refueled for the remainder of day 1, because we've still got so much more action to bring you live from Toulouse. So don't go too far. We'll be back in about an hour's time.
Already start.
ただ神底王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Already start.
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
dark.
ただ神作王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
How do you start?
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Toulouse offline regionals for the One Piece card game. Ben Fitzpatrick and Abra Krasniqi here with you. We've still got a little bit of time before we get back joined in to the second half of day one. So we wanted to take this opportunity to have a little bit more of an exploration into some of the new leaders and archetypes that are coming out and have been released in OP16. Because we said at the top of the show, Abra, this is a set where every single leader potentially looks pretty viable.
Yep, absolutely right. And we're probably going to talk about the best deck in format, I would say. Let's talk about a blue-green OP16 Luffy. So Impel Down Luffy being one of the best, if not the best deck in this format. Let's talk about the leader ability first. Activate main once per turn. The only characters on your board are Impel Down. You can just restand 2 dons. So you can make 2 rested dons back as active. And first, when this leader was revealed, I noticed, wait, a type green Luffy leader that we had from EBO2 with GP Luffy that also had nearly the same ability by saying if you have only straw heads, you can restand 2 dons. I noticed restand don leaders are very dangerous, especially if it's Luffy. Luffy leaders are always good. And then I saw more and more and more, and I understand more and more and more Impel Down cards that was revealed for this deck. And yeah, I think we can all agree this deck is just so strong. Let's talk about the first card for this deck that is very important and very strong. It is Boa Hancock. Again, a very beautiful altered artwork, especially the altered looks so good. Very good stat line with being a 7 cost 9k is very good. Unblockable ability, Ben. That's a keyword that we talked about that is very important right now. And then the on-playability up to one of your opponent characters other than Monkey D. Luffy. Of course, it has to be other than Monkey D. Luffy. Otherwise, this Boa Hancock card is not a true Boa Hancock card. Cannot be rested until the end of your opponent next turn. That means if you target a blocker, you cannot block with this card. Or this card cannot attack. That's very, very strong. And for this deck, that means on 7 Don, you play that Boa Hancock, you use your leader ability, and if you have only Impel Downs, you just have to pay 5 dons for this card, and you still have 2 dons left. And then, Ben, there's right now my favorite package that we have in the One Piece card game. It is the Impel Down package with 1 card. You can talk about it a little bit with the Prison of Impel Down. This card is not normal, Ben.
Yeah, I love Prisoner of Impel Down. It has been so long since we've had a card in the game that has broken the rules in terms of quantities of cards. I think it's all the way back in OPO1 with Pacifista was the last time that we had a card. You could include as many copies of it in your deck as you like. And Prisoner of Impel Down, was there one more?
Yeah, from the Cracker, the soldiers.
Oh, the Biscuit Soldiers.
The Biscuit Soldiers. You can also play a lot of copies of them. But yeah, only these 2, and now Prisoner.
Yes, and this one's probably the strongest of the lot as well, because it's a 6 cost 6k body, it's a 2k counter, and this super rare buggy makes a really great versatility of it. Not only can you play out a Prisoner of Impel Down along with this buggy super rare on play, but also once per turn, you can make one of your Prisoner of Impel Downs a blocker for the turn on your opponent's attack declaration. Doesn't mean you have to use that blocker straight away either. You can save it for the rest of the turn, but it's really strong and really versatile.
It is. That's such a good combination to play the buggy into Prison of Impel Down. Also allows you to draw 1 card. On 5 Don, play out 2 6k buddies. One of them is also a blocker with that 5 cost buggy, and then use your leader ability to get 2 dons back to play out a 2 cost or 1 cost character, or swing 7 with your leader. This is so strong, and this package is not only good in this deck, it's also very strong in Blue Buggy that we are going to talk about later on. We still have a lot of rounds left, and we hope to see Blue Buggy on stream, and if not, we are still going to talk about this deck later on. But yeah, this is a very strong package, but we have more cards for this deck that is very strong. So let's have a look into the next cards that we have. 3 cards, and let's start with one of the staple cards in this deck. It is Monkey D. Luffy 1 cost. A very, very cool artwork there again, with a ability that is quite new. And to be honest, Ben, these 1 cost searchers that are new from OP15 with Lucy, that we have Rebecca being a searcher with a different ability, with Luffy that has a different ability. We don't have searchers like back in the days that are just searchers and that's it. We see more searchers being more important in this game and doing more than just searching for a card and being 2k body that you have to give 3 dons to swing 5 into leaders, or 4 dons to swing 6 into leaders that are 5 or 6Ks. This Luffy does have another ability that is very strong. So Don times 1, your turn, for every single character with a different name, this character gains 1k push. So if you have 5 characters with different name and you give this Luffy 1 don, this character swings 6k for 1 don. And it's a 1 cost searcher that on play, look at the top 3 and look for an Impel Down card. And yes, you can search Luffy by himself. And that is so, so strong. So we compare searchers back in the days, like, let's say, OPO1 Nami, that first only searches characters, but then it was restricted because it was the wrong ability. It looks for a card, not character. So top 5 search a Straw Hat character, let's say. So that's very strong still, because it makes your deck consistent. But now you have searchers that can search themselves and has a second ability. Only downside, he has 0k power, but you can change it so easily with this deck. So yeah, very strong searcher there. And then, to be honest, Ben, this is, in my opinion, the second best card in this game right now. It's Mr. 3 Galdino, Ben. Let's talk about the ability.
Mr. 3 has become a immediate auto include in so many decks that run blue. I mean, obviously, blue-green Luffy, blue Buggy, Nami's running this card, Ace is running this card. So many cards that have blue and so many decks that have blue are bringing Mr. 3 Galdino into their builds. 4 cost 5k with a 1k counter, which activates mains to trash itself, draws 2, and freezes down a character as well. You remember when Sanji's Pilaf was in the game? Well, now we've got it on a 4 cost 5k body that can also freeze something, and in Luffy is a 2 cost 5k body because you can restand the Don. You can already start to see the insane value engine that this deck can generate.
It's so crazy. And I love to see Mr. 3 being an MVP. He's just such a cool character, and I just love to see that he's one of the best cards that we have right now. But next to Mr. 3, Ben, there's another really, really important and strong cards. Let's go to the Navy headquarters. A beautiful artwork. Again, like, I love to see the artworks, how it changed from OP01 to OP16. The more and more, so much love that Bandai is putting into the artworks, that all of the illustration are put so much love to it. So main ability, normally this event card costs 1 don, but you need to rest 6 don, so for a total of 7 don. If you have 5 characters, again with a different name, you just restand every single card. That is your leader and a character, not the dons, of course. That would be way too good. But this card, again with your leader ability, only costs 5, and you just need to have 5 different characters with different names, and you can just go for game by swinging with every single character and your leader 2 times. Like, imagine having a board with Prisoner, Buggy, one of the Luffys, doesn't matter if it's the 1 cost or the 4 cost. The 4 cost is even better, of course. And then let's say a Boar and one of the 2 costs that are also there in the deck that are really strong. And then your leader, you just go out for game with 12 swings. This is so, so good. And it's not enough. This card is also a counter event that gives your leader 3k push during this battle. So very strong card. You can search it. It's super consistent. It's one more card to go for game. And if you want to go for game, this is definitely the card that, if you're playing against this deck, you really need to be you really need to look for this card, because yeah, you can just die in, like, if this deck sees very good, you see his curve and he high rolls like crazy, there's a chance you are on 8 don, and next turn it's the last turn. So that's why this deck is so strong. And really looking forward to see this deck performing today. We will see this deck for sure on stream. And also, Ben, my guess, it's the deck that we are going to see the most in Top Cut.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be very, very well, or has the capacity to be very, very well converted. Because like you say, it can go really, really low to the ground really quickly. We didn't mention some of, like you say, the 2-drops that are in the deck. Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 predominantly replace themselves in hand on play as well with their ability to draw 1 card. You've also got the opportunity with that Let's Go to the Navy headquarters. Remember, you've got your restand ability with the leader. So it's actually technically a 5-Don restand event as long as you've got 5 characters with different names and, importantly, the Impel Down trait as well. They all have to have that same trait to make sure that that event works. But as you say, Aber, it's a deck that has the capacity to either go really, really low to the ground really, really quickly, or build up, get some nice consistency, and go and build up towards that big Let's Go to the Navy headquarters event.
Absolutely right. Spot on there. And I just love to see a Luffy Impel Down leader that plays Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3, and Buggy, and all of the prisoners.
And Croc as well. We've not mentioned Croc.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Crocodile, 4-cost. And the 6-cost from SC13 too. More cards that you can play and that you definitely play. At least the 4-cost. You need to play very, very strong card. Bouncing back at 2-cost or more, playing out the 2-cost again. So strong. So yeah, big fan of the deck. And one of the decks that I will probably main because it's just so fun to play. And I also think the players that play on high level, like the pro players, I think nearly everyone is playing this, or NL or Teach. I would say these 3 are, most of them are playing it. But we also have Nami there, Red Shanks. Also, Red Shanks is there, yeah? We have a new card with Red Shanks that is there. And what else? Rosinante, of course, yeah. These decks are really the best decks. But there's one more deck, Ben, that we are going to talk about. And it's a deck, in my opinion, that is also a deck that can beat every single deck on top of this meta. But, of course, it's a deck that, yeah, it's not that easy to play against the best decks in format, but still you have a lot of matchups that you are favored into it, and it's Purple Sengoku from OP16. So let's have a look into Purple Sengoku from OP16. This leader, in my opinion, is again a little bit underrated. Activate main, you may return 8 of your active Don cards from your field, and then you can just bring out these 3 aura characters, yeah, maximal aura characters, Kuzan, Zakatsuki, and Borsalino. Also, our manga cards of this set, so we have the 3 admirals as the manga card of OP16. First of all, Kuzan, my favorite one out of these 3. I'm a big Kuzan fan. Yeah, it's just such a cool character. On play, Rams Dons, yeah, as rested, I think. So 2 Dons is very important because after -8, you don't have any Dons left on 8 Dons, but these admirals can give you the Dons back. And the second ability, activate main once per turn, Don -1, up to one of your opponent characters cannot use their block ability during this turn. We see a lot of blockers now in a lot of decks that are very important. So it's nearly the same as unblockable, I would say, but even better because not this card has the ability. You can just not block with the card in general for the whole turn. That's very, very strong. Stat line 7-cost 8k, very good. Same stat line we have for the other 2 admirals there. We have Zakatsuki. We talked about this card, Ben, being one of the strongest cards in Navy decks for sure. Yeah, Inel cannot play this card because it's 7-Don, but Rosinante can play this card and needs to play this card. But we also have Sengoku playing this card, and we talked about the ability. Don -1, -6k until the end of your opponent's next turn. You can get rid of a character, activate main, rest 1 active Don, get back 2 active Dons from your Don deck. This is just so strong, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's one of the biggest key reasons why the Sengoku deck works in general. It's very, very easy to look at. And I think a lot of people were rightfully a little bit hesitant when it first got revealed until we actually found out what the Admirals did to look at the leader ability and go, okay, 8 active Don is a very, very hefty price to be able to pay to be able to play all 3 of the Admirals out. But Then when we saw that Kuzan returns some of that Don, Sakazuki has the capability to return some of that Don, as does Borsalino as well, with Borsalino setting up the ability to use Sakazuki's Activate main, because one of the Don you get back from Kizaru actually comes back as active. So you can immediately use that, funnel into the Sakazuki effect, and by the time that you redraw your Don in your refresh phase of your next turn, you're back up to 8 Don again.
Absolutely right. And that's what is so strong about this deck. And yeah, also Borsalino, a very strong card, very consistent card. My problem with this deck at the beginning was, okay, if you have to ramp very fast, of course you want to go first, because then you're ramping very fast. You can just bring out the characters way faster than your opponent has a good board, because you're playing 3 8k buddies on your third or fourth turn when your opponent only has like 1 or 2 characters on board. So how can you find these 3 admirals that early? But we have a lot of cards for it. So let's have a look into the next cards. And to make this deck even consistent, more consistent, we have 1 cost Kobe, 1 cost Buddha Sengoku, and 1 cost Marineford. So 2 of these cards, just look for the top 5 and find a Navy card. So you can just try to find that one of the admirals. But that Buddha Sengoku can find 2 of them, because look at top 5 and you can just pick up 2 cards. But then you have to trash 1 card from your hand. But let's say you have a Sengoku in hand already. Not a Sengoku, a Borsalino in hand. You just play out a Buddha and you're missing on the other 2 admirals. You can just search them with that 1 card and you already have all 3 in hand. So all of these 3 cards just help you a lot by finding all 3 admirals until your 8 or 9 Don turn to bring them out. So that's very, very important. So this package is a must-have. You need to play them 4 times. And yeah, we talked about Marineford and Rosinante, but we didn't talk about Marineford and Sengoku. Again, it's very strong. If you're just missing on something for an admiral, you can still use that stage to fund it, to draw 1 card, trash 1 card. If you have all of these 3 admirals, if there's a Sakatsuki at least on board that allows you to ramp 2 Dons every single turn, you can use the Marineford and you don't notice it that you're losing 1 Don, because that Sakatsuki is balancing all of your Dons again. So you are not playing with 2, 3, 4 Dons only. So you are staying on a high level on Dons, and that's very, very important for this deck. And yeah, you have your buddies, you have your searchers, you have your ramp with Rosinante with the 5 cost Garb and 5 cost Sengoku that are really, really important. You can also play 4 cost Bonclay from EB01 in this deck. If you have to go second, just play it out on 4. So yeah, you have so many options for this deck, and that's why I think this is an underrated deck. But I'm not sure if this is a deck that I'm considering to bring for a regional. For fun, yes. I'm also trying this deck out for locals at least once, because yeah, it is fun. But it's not a deck when I see this deck in Top Cut, I'm like, oh, I did not expect to see it, because yes, you can make it into Top Cut with this deck, definitely.
Yeah, the one thing, even though with Sengoku, as we've mentioned about with the Kobe, Buddha Sengoku, Marineford, Suru as well, you're running a maximum of 16 searches in the deck to be able to find those 3 admirals. It can be a bit of a glass cannon of a deck, because if you don't find those 3 admirals, your leader ability, you're not getting the perfect use out of it. It's similar fashion to sort of Emu. If you can't find all 5 of your elders for that big key 10 drop turn, okay, granted, you're not missing out on as much potential value if you're playing as Emu. But with Sengoku, if you're not hitting all 3 admirals, if you're not re-ramping basically all of your Don for your leader effect back by the time you hit your next refresh phase, you are missing out on a lot of tempo, and things become very, very awkward for you very, very quickly. But as Abra said, it's a deck that when it works, and if you find all those key pieces, is one that can be really, really threatening to have the potential to get 3 8k bodies out by turn 3 or turn 4, depending on how well you ramp. That's a break point that quite a few decks might not be able to get over.
Absolutely right. And yeah, nothing to add on. So maybe we will see a Sengoku today on stream. But Ben, we can finally announce the next match that we are going to see. And I see the leaders now that we are going to see on stream. One of them is not surprising me that much, but the other one is surprising me. We have Roger against Yamato.
Yeah, Goldie Roger is a really interesting one to be brought forwards here into the OP16 format. I mean, obviously, you've got a couple of extra red cards that have come into the fold, predominantly Edward Newgate, one of the new super rares out of OP16, giving your leader plus 2,000 power and double attack during your turn. So turning Roger into a 9k double attacking leader is kind of really frightening when you think about it. But then on the other side, we're gonna have Yamato, and we've been mentioning this deck a couple of times and its possibility to loop that 6 and 8 cost combination.
Absolutely right. So Yamato being a new leader from OP16, a leader that is surprisingly very good, in a good position, has a lot of good matchups. Yeah, also some bad matchups. Every deck has a bad matchup. That's definitely confirmed. So there's no deck with no bad matchups. But this matchup is the first time that I see. Of course, I did not expect to see Roger doing a good job, but we see Roger there. And wow, I'm looking forward for this matchup. That's for sure. If we have a look into the double 8 costs Yamato, yeah, if we try to understand how important are they in this matchup. Of course, you always have to play out the 8 cost, because that your deck only relies on the 6 cost Yamato and the double 8 cost. Also 9 cost Momonosuke, of course. But 8k buddies that has to swing at least 8 or 9k, because you don't have that much dons after playing like 9 cost Sengoku. Not Sengoku, I have Sengoku in my mind because we talked about it. 9 cost Momonosuke. If you're playing out for 9 Don, you can bring out a 6 cost Yamato from your trash. Problem there, your leader is 5k, the Yamato is 5k, and you have to play against a leader that is normally on 7k, or can also be on 9k with the promo 8 cost Roger, or the 7 cost Zoro from EBO4. That this deck is 100% running. So this could be a problem, because you cannot swing with your leader, you cannot swing with the 6 cost Yamato, and you can also not swing with the 9 cost Momonosuke if you bring him out with the double combo from 5 cost Momo and the 2 cost I forgot her name, to be honest.
Shinobu.
But, Shinobu, exactly. That's the combo that you have to bring out 9 cost Momonosuke from trash. And yeah, you cannot swing with them, because the leader is 7k, the Roger, in the late game, or even 9k. And the 8 cost Yamatos, after playing out a 9 cost Momonosuke for 9 Don, only swing 8k into the leader. If you are a 7k leader, you only need to pitch a 2k to defend this attack. If you are a 9k leader, this Yamato cannot swing into Roger. So, to be honest, I see Roger here in a better position in this matchup, but Roger depends on seeing ramp, depends on seeing his important cards like 7 cost Zoro, like 8 cost promo Roger, and also, and that's one of the most important cards, it's just the early ramp. We have Bullet there that allows him to ramp. We have Scopagaban that allows him to ramp. Also Bonclay, if he has to go second. The event that is very important there, so he can ramp. So if you don't see your ramp, it's very tough then, to be honest.
Yeah, that's always been kind of one of the make or breaks with Goldie Roger, isn't it? If you don't find your Douglas Bullet on turn 2, if you don't find your Kazuki Odins, even if you're playing them, Gaban, because remember, depending on the dice roll, the curve that you get forced onto, you do have to attach one of those Don that you draw for the start of your refresh phase onto your leader. You don't start off as a 7,000 power base. You only get to that point by the time that you have your full 10 Don on the field. So it's going to be really intriguing to see how this pairs up against the mono black Yamato deck, which, as we mentioned, needs a couple of turns in the early game to start to filter up its trash, to create that engine ready for the 6 and 8 cost Yamatos to be ready. But it looks like our players are at our feature match table and ready to get us underway for round number 4. We are going to have our Yamato player as Isabel, and we are going to have Serkan as the Roger player here. So we are seeing them both ready. The fist bump is out, and we are underway in our round 4 feature match.
Oh, I'm really looking forward for this one. Isabel, I know her. She's from Germany. Very good player here. Nice to see her doing a good job there with Yamato. And yep, she has to go first. Yeah, normally you want to go second with Yamato. But the most important thing is to find your early game. And for the early game, you need searchers like Nami or recycle with Robin. And to see a Nami there is very good. So Nami finds Robin. Nice to see. Bird finds Strawhead. And Roger on to Don. Let's see if he has the double search here. Starting off with a 1-cost Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks down onto the board here as that first of hopefully and potentially 2 searchers. Going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck and try and grab a Roger Pirates type character here, or Roger Pirates type card. And it is going to be a Divine Departure that we are going to go ahead and grab here. The 0-cost purple event Divine Departure. I don't know if I see the second searcher in hand there, so it is going to be just the attach of the Don and the pass over to Isabel with 3 Don, who did find that Nico Robin on the last turn.
Yeah, Nico Robin is very important, and we're probably going to see it now. So you need to pitch a 8-cost or more character from your hand to draw 2 cards. As we see the 8-cost on play Yamato being pitched. So you draw 2 cards, and now you can just swing 7 here. Or if you have another Nami or Robin, just swing 6 and play it out. But yeah, we see the 6k swing, so probably one can also be a counter event there. Of course, this deck plays some counter events. And yep, that's the 6k swing that's counter out with Usohachi and the pass.
Yeah, one of the coolest events in this Yamato build is the I've come here to cut those chains. Not only is it a plus 3,000 power counter, but also has the opportunity to rest 6 Don, trash 5 cards from the top of the deck, and then play out a Land of Wano type character with a cost of 6 or less from your trash. So some really great options for Isabel potentially in the event slot. But speaking of great options here, our Roger player finding that Douglas Bullet and getting some of that ramp started nice and early.
Yeah, very important to see a ramp. Bullet is one of the key cards, that's for sure. So 5 Don for Yamato. Could be a 6k swing into Kinemon, 4-cost Kinemon, also a new card for this deck. Obviously, it's a new card because, like, is there any old card? I think normally you only play Ground Death as one of the best black cards, yeah.
Yeah,
but
there's
the
also
rest
there's also the possibility as this 5k swing goes through into life of building and putting in, after all these years, I'm losing my edge. The OP11 Navy event that some emu lists were running around with for a little bit of time. But here, though, we're not going to see anything like that. We're just going to see a big swing with Nico Robin, which connects through and puts our Roger player down to 3 life early.
Oh, that's not that nice to be honest. Yeah, Kinemon is very important, especially to fill up your trash, because Kinemon can search the top 5 and pick up 1 Land of Wano card, and the rest goes down to your trash. So not that good, but most important thing is to have a 6-cost Yamato for the next turn, or the 1-cost event, I've come here to cut those chains. It's also very important. So for 7 Don, you can, so 1 Don, and then you have to rest 6 Don. You trash 5 cards from the top of your deck, and then you can play up 1 Land of Wano type character with the cost of 6 or less from your trash. So that's one more way to find your 6-cost Yamato if it's not in your hand. Next very important card for Roger is Copacabana. Of course, another ramp, and that's very good. Such a good start for Roger.
Yeah, found all of his ramp early, and now looks like that is the 8 or more Don that's on the board. So Douglas Bullet is going to get that plus 2,000 powers boost here, making it into a 6k body permanently. Isabel is going to counter away the Douglas Bullet attempted swing, though, with a 2k counter in the form of the Otama. And this is one of the big turns now here for Yamato. We have the 6 Don necessary to be able to play out that 6-cost Yamato Do we find it in hand? We see the swing with Nami first. Isabel is going to have a little check of the trash. 2 copies of the on-play 8-cost Yamato already there. So is that what we're potentially eyeing up? I see a couple of copies of I've Cut Those Chains, it looks like here maybe in hand as well. So if we don't find it right now, we could potentially try and go for a bit of a gamble, rest all 7 of those available Don, and hope that 6-cost Yamato is in the top 5 cards of the deck. We're picking up, it looks like, just the 6, though. Do we have the super rare? We do have the super rare on the board. So we're going to draw 1, trash 1 from hand, and then activate main. We're going to be able to play out either of the 2 Yamatos because we find the unblockable one to be able to trash away with the 6 costs on play.
Yeah, very important to find a Yamato here. And to be honest, Ben, I think it was the top deck because I saw something shiny. So very, very important. Otherwise, you can also try to find her with the event that you said. That is very, very strong. So you have 2 options there, but Yamato from hand, even better. And he decided to bring out the 8-cost Yamato that has the on-play ability. Add up to 1 Land of Wano type character card with a cost of 6 or less from your trash to your hand. Then play up to 1 character card with a cost of 2 or less from your hand. So you can bring back your 6-cost Yamato from trash to hand and then play out a 2 cost or less from your hand. So, example, we have Nami, Robin, or even that Otama. And that Otama is also very strong. You can rest that Otama to give one of your opponent characters minus 2000 power. So you can try to get rid of a character. Even better, that's what we saw here. So Bullet is gone now. The 8k Yamatos on board. That is very important, and you cannot get rid of it that easy because it's an 8k body. So let's see what Roger has as an answer, and that's the 8-cost promo. Roger, that is super important for this deck.
Yeah, this has been a pretty ideal curve out so far for Goldie Roger. The promo 107. If either you or your opponent has 10 Don on the field, your leader's going to get plus 2000 power boost the end of the opponent's next end phase, and we now have 10 Don on the field as well. So we are at that 7k power as printed, the plus 2000 boost making us 9k during this turn for Isabel. And this is exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it, Arbor, about how this Yamato deck, even with its capability to churn out these 8000 power bodies consistently, is going to get over the breakpoint of multiple 8-cost promo Rogers.
Exactly. So 9k is, yeah, not that easy to get rid of. But let's see what the best swings could be. So starting off with a 6-cost Yamato here again that she picked up from the 8-cost Yamato last turn. Draw 1, trash 1. This time a Kinemon was trashed. Of course, you don't need Kinemon anymore. So next thing we are probably going to see is the activate main ability from 6-cost Yamato to replace herself with a 8-cost. And let's see, is it the unblockable one? Yes, it's the unblockable one. So 8-cost 8k. It's also a counter. That's something different between the both of the Yamatos. One of them is a brick, one of them is a counter. Unblockable and on KO, play up to 1 Yamato with a cost of 6 or less from a trash. That's very important. So, yep, double Yamato on board. And probably double Roger coming up. Let's see.
Yeah, well, we're swinging in now with the 8-cost promo Roger that was previously on board. So this is a 10k swing coming in here against Isabel. No blockers on her side of the board and no usage of any counter events right now. So it is just going to be the take. We're seeing 10, and it's 10 cost super rare Roger that's getting played down. Now, this is really interesting. This is a card that was printed in RP13 to support the leader, but never saw any play. Now it will. It's going to negate the effect of the leader, which means we don't care about the it's going to negate the leader and all of your characters that do not have a type, including Roger Pirates. And Dom -3, leader's going to get a plus 2000 power boost, and then all of your opponent's characters are going to get a minus 2000 power reduction until the end of your opponent's next end phase.
Oh, that hurts a lot, being a 9k leader. And also that the 8k Yamatos goes down to being 6k bodies only. Yeah, that means you cannot make any pressure, that's for sure. So huge play here.
Yeah, really, really big as we see the attack from the leader attempting to go through. I think just a Roger player explaining the minus 2,000 power reduction there to Isabel, maybe just clarifying with some of the wording on the character itself as well. Passing the turn over to Isabel, who's going to have 2 Yamatos that are on the board that are 6,000 power bodies right now. Is there any way through here for Isabel with Roger still on 2 life here as well?
Doesn't look that good, to be honest, and yeah, it's exactly like I thought it would be. Matchup should be hard for Yamato because you are 9k leader. You have Promo Roger, the Tankos Roger. I did not expect to see that card, to be honest, but yeah, this card helps a lot now in this matchup. Only 1 life, so that means next turn you can also lose if you don't see the 9-cost Momo blocker here, so definitely something very important. But with Shinobu and with the 5-cost Momo, you can try to bring him out from trash. Yeah, you cannot make that much pressure. The question is, what is the best option here for Isabel? To maybe go white 1 more turn and then try to finish in the next game. If there is no character that makes Roger again a 9k leader, yep, look, some swings coming. Oh, not sure.
Yeah, well, it's a difficult situation here, I think. We've already seen 2 of the 6-cost super rare Yamatos getting played down. We've not got a way at the moment to return them back in from trash, or at least an easy way to access the return from trash. Yes, we've got the unblockable Yamato that could be KO'd to recur the super rare, but right now we don't have a way to KO our own character, at least on board at the very least. There is one of the on-play Yamato 8-drops that's still in the trash from earlier on in the game, I believe. So if Isabel does have another 6-cost Yamato, we do at least have another 6 to 8-cost chain and combo to evolve in through to by the Inu fruit. It's just going to be a massive swing into the promo Roger here.
Wow, that's a 14k swing, I think. Oh, it was 6k plus 7 Don. Yep, double 2k is enough. Oh, and double 2k, of course, was there. Passing with 3 Don. This could be the last turn, to be honest.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really awkward here. They count up of the 9 Don. Just double checking there about the current power level of the Goldie Roger leader as well.
Yep, and if you asked, because yeah, it's first time we see that 10-cost Roger, to be honest, on stream, I think. Why is there no Don under leader? That 10-cost Roger has the ability, your leader and all of your characters that do not have a type, including Roger Pirates, have their effects negated. So leader ability is negated. But it has the Roger type.
It's also got the King of the Pirates type.
Exactly.
So we see the attack coming through here from the promo Roger. That's been countered away. And now here comes the big 10 cost. That's a 13k swing as well that's firing in here. Isabel does have 2 Don open and 1 life to remain to work with. But that last life is now going to go ahead and be taken. So is this just going to be the remaining 9 Don put underneath the leader and attempting to swing in for what would be, looks like 16,000 power? If that is going to be the number, it is just going to be all 9 Don attached underneath. Isabel is going to have a little look into her hand and see what she can provide. So there's ground death. That brings us up to 9. Another ground death is going to bring us up to 13. Momo is a 2k counter, so that brings us to 15. We need 2k more with 1 last card.
I think she has it.
Yeah, she doesn't look worried, does she? It looks cool, calm, and collected. There's a Luffy. That's a 2k as well. And that's going to make us safe.
That's so crazy. Ground Death is just so strong. 4k plus 2 times. And now she can try to go for game. She has to go for game. That's for sure.
Yeah, a count of the cards in hand for Roger. It's 7 in hand, but 2 of them look like that they are empty cards with 2 more promo Rogers. So essentially 5 cards for Isabel to look at and work with. There is that Divine Departure as well, and that is knowledge to Isabel. It was searched out from the early portions of the game. So does Isabel remember that purple Divine Departure zero cost event is there. And also, Arbor, the possibility of what is even in those last 2 life. If those are counters, then this could be very, very over very, very quickly.
Absolutely right. And wow, with 2 Dawn and such an amount of cards in hand, you can see that Yamato can survive such a big swing and have such a good defense. So you have rush and a good defense because of your counter events and because of the amount of 2Ks in your deck. So very, very strong. So now there is a 10K swing and we have the 0 cost Divine Departure and a 1K to defend this attack. So now it's getting difficult to go for game here, to be honest. You still have 6 cost Yamato as an option, or Shinobu and Momo, who have some more swings, but the problem is Lida is on 5K. The 9 cost Momo only has 6K, and the 6 cost Yamato only has 5K. So that's exactly the problem in this matchup.
It's a question of just how much more Don are you willing to expend here as Isabel. Obviously, the 8 cost Yamato that's on the board, that reduction effect has now worn off. So it's back up to an 8K body. So 1 Don underneath that will be that 9,000 power magic number and demand 2 cards out of hand or the life to be taken from Searchan. We are seeing the payment of 1 here, and it's going to be for a Nami. So we're going to look at the top 5 cards. We do find 2 copies of the super rare Yamato, as well as a Nico Robin in there as well. Let's see what the last card was for Isabel, but it's going to be about how confident or how pressed does she feel that she is in terms of needing to go for game. It was Kinemon that was the last card that was in hand. The rest are all going to get trashed away. We do pick up the 6 cost Yamato super rare. And are we just going to play that straight down, or are we going to look to play out a character or attack with a character first? 8 cost Yamato that we still have on board.
So rough now, to be honest. Then you go through here.
You've got 7. You've got effective 7 Don to work with still remaining here. Count 6 of it away to be able to play out that super rare Yamato. You're not having enough to swing with the leader here to do everything that you want to do. That's the biggest problem. So it's going to be the swing for 7, 1K counter away, and Isabel's just going to extend the fist bump and scoop it up. She can't get through the Goldie Roger Mountain, and the king of the pirates reigns supreme in OP16 with a combination of promo Roger and the 10 cost super rare.
Wow, what a performance. To be honest, that has to be one of the worst matchups for Yamato. And imagine bringing Yamato to regional to face Roger in the 4th round. That's so tough. But yeah, this can happen. And Ben, that's why I love this set. It's so wide. You can bring so many different leaders. Like bringing Roger, I would never bring Roger, to be honest. But as you can see, he's doing a great job. 4-0 with Goldie Roger, winning against Yamato. Very, very strong. And yeah, this matchup is just very, very tough for Yamato, that's for sure. Exactly what we thought, because yeah, being a 7K leader and 9K with your boost is just so dangerous. So yeah, congrats to Roger. But 3-1 for Isabel. Isabel, everything is still up. 3-1. So just win all of the next rounds and then you're easy making it into top cut. Or if you lose one more game, just hope that your opponent that you lost against finished up the tournament with a good result, and then you have a good tiebreak, and then you can also make it into top cut. So everything is still up. So yeah, that's a matchup that I did not expect, Ben. But we need to say that Roger's curve and how Roger saw was like 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
Search
it was
ramp,
absolutely
into ramp. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly how he has to see.
It was the God curve. It was just absolutely the God curve. And sometimes I've played against Roger decks that have hit the God curve. I remember playing in the Edinburgh Regional Championships in the back end of 2025. I needed one more win to secure top 128 as Emu against Roger. And I played Roger in the last round. They hit the God curve, and I extended the hand and said, yep, there's not really much that I can do about that. But it is so capable, and a deck that, judging by the list and what we saw, hasn't really changed so much because of the way that this deck needs to be built. And it's quite funny as well, Abra, that we were talking about Sengoku before starting off this round and the importance of ramp in Sengoku. It's even more important for Goldie Roger.
Absolutely. So we see three of the cards that we also saw in this matchup, starting off by playing a Shanks to find your ramps. Shanks find Bullet. Bullet ramps you one Don and is also a 6k body. That is very important. And then after the Bullet, you just bring out a Gaban to ramp again. And after the Gaban, you just hope that you have a good hand by playing out Promo Roger into tank cost Purple Roger. I did not expect to see this card. That definitely did a great job in this matchup. And yeah, we see it now. Tank cost 13k Goldie Roger. It is one of the, if not the strongest character with 13k power. This is not normal, but of course, a card like Roger has to be a 30k body. Next to Roger, we see one of the strongest pirates out there. It is Silver's Rayleigh with Rush, and also a very important ability with on play by ramping one Don, but at the end of your turn, and rest a 5 cost or less. That's very strong. 9k body also. And then, yeah, one of the best secret rares in this game, Goldie Roger again with 13k power, has Rush, and if you have 0 life or your opponent, and your opponent is using the blocker keyword ability, then you just won the game. So a very strong card that you can also search, and that's what I like about this card. Yeah, and then the leader, of course, being a 7k leader, multicolored with 5 life, isn't normal, Ben. But there's something different with this leader.
Yeah, there absolutely is. You only unlock that full potential of the 7,000 power printed base stat as long as you have 10 Don on the field. If you have 9 or less, then you get a minus 2,000 powers reduction back down to what we're more used to seeing, a 5,000 power, 5 life leader. And any Don cards, if you have any on your field, you have to have one placed during your Don phase into your leader. So that doesn't affect on the first turn of the game. You still get your 1 Don or your 2 Don on the first turn. But from that point onwards, you have to attach a Don underneath the leader to be able to continue on through the rest of the game. But it's a really cool deck. It's a leader that I was really excited for and excited to see how it was going to continue to be built and how it was going to swarm through once OP13 was released. Didn't quite have its full potential because obviously in that format, Emu, Ace, and Zoro were just way too good and way too strong to form the triangle of the OP13 format. But now that all 3 of those decks aren't really played too much anymore, maybe it's time for Roger to shine.
Maybe it is, yeah. I have a good friend that also is a Roger believer, so he will play the next regional Bielefeld that will come up very soon, next week, and then Utrecht. So I would say him, hey, we saw Roger doing a good job. Let's see if he's going to make it into top cut maybe. Then he will be more confident, that's for sure, after seeing his list also. So yeah, congrats. 4-0, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's touch quickly on the Yamato deck that we saw taking a defeat in this round as well. We mentioned it a little bit in the top of the show, but it's a really unique take on the mono black color identity. Still quite heavily reliant and focused on the trash, as we've seen quite a few black decks of the more recent times and more recent expansions looking towards, but this time with a really cool, repeatable, loopable combination.
Yeah, you have your 3 Yamatos from your deck. We have the 6 cost 5k Yamato that on play, draw 1 card, trash 1 card, then activate main, trash this character to replace it with one of the 8 costs that we see there. One of them is the Yamato that isn't a counter and has the on play ability to picking up a Land of Wano 6 cost character or less from your trash to your hand and bring out a 2 cost or less character from your hand to your field. That's very strong. And next to the on-play Yamato, we call her, it's the unblockable Yamato that is a counter and has the on-KO ability. That is very important. So yeah, this combo, of course, you have to play it in your deck. 6-cost Yamato, definitely 4 times. The on-play Yamato, also 4 times. Not sure about the unblockable Yamato. In my opinion, you have to play it 4 times, but I saw some Yamato list that only plays 2. But to be honest, I think you have to play 4 just to definitely see one of them, because that's the only downside about this deck. If you don't see the 6-cost Yamato, you are in big danger. If you don't see your 8-cost, you are in a big danger. And that's the only downside for this deck. But this deck has a lot of tools to find cards like this. We have 1-cost Nami Searcher, 1-cost Robin Searcher, and 4-cost Kinemon Searcher. So 3 searchers. Robin is not a searcher, but it recycled some cards, so it allows you to draw 2 cards if you are pitching a 8-cost or more character from your hand. So starting off with Kinemon, 4-cost, 6k good stat line, has the permanent ability to gain 3k cost. So it's a 7k cost. That is very important. And on play, look at top 5, find a Adovano type card with a cost of, not with a cost, just a card. And then the rest goes into your trash. That's very important. Nami checks the top 4. But your leader, of course, has to be Landovano. And the rest goes into the trash. And Nico Robin, trash 1 card with a cost of 8 or more from your hand. Draw 2 cards. So again, trash, trash, trash. Fill up your trash to find your key cards. And then bring out your key cards to into your trash to bring them out with 6-cost Yamato and a package I'm a big fan of. So let's go into the next package that this deck plays. It is Shinobu, 9-cost Momonosuke, and 5-cost Momonosuke. And Ben, there's one thing I really love, or there are like 1 million things I love about One Piece card game, but there's one thing I love the most, and it is that abilities in this game fits to the story of One Piece.
Yeah.
Like, we have Yellow Katakuri, in OPO3, has the perfect ability to look into your life or your opponent's life. So it's the Haki ability. You know what's going to happen in the next turns. We have so many different leaders, like Teach, negating stuff. It's nearly the same as in the series. Because, Teach has the power of stealing devil fruits. It's crazy. So I really love to see that Bandai did a great job by bringing abilities and making abilities like they have devil fruits or power of the series. And we see Shinobu giving that Momo a huge cost upgrade by 20. And if you asked why 20, because in the series Shinobu is the reason why Momo is 20 years older, and that's why plus 20. And Momo so it's both of them are 2k counter. That's the first very important thing about both of these cards. 5-cost Momo is you may trash this character with a cost of 20 or more. That's very important. And then if you have 9 or more Don, that's very important to know. You could just replace him with the 9-cost Momonosuke. That is a blocker, a counter with 6k. Ben, that's a stat line that is not normal for a 9-cost. Normally, they should have 10 or 11k power, but he's a counter, a blocker, and has a very strong on-play ability.
Yeah, he does indeed. You get to play up to 1 Land of Wano type character card with a cost of 6 or less other than Momonosuke from your trash. So if towards the end of the game you're starting to run out of those big 6-cost Yamato super rares, but you still need to loop 1 or 2 more of them to be able to close out the game, call on the dragon of Kozuki Momonosuke and bring them straight back onto the board, which I think was a big point of worry for a lot of players that were interested in Yamato when the deck first got revealed, when some of the cards were getting unveiled as well. It's like, okay, cool, we've got ways to get things into the trash, and we've got a couple of slower ways to get things out of the trash as well, with the recursion effects in terms of just being able to pick them up. But how do we actually play them from the trash? And Momonosuke is the perfect answer for that. I just also want to go back to the mirroring of abilities that Bandai has been able to do with Shinobu and Momonosuke. I also love the fact as well that the 2k counter Momonosuke is a 5-cost, and so aging him up by 20 by Shinobu makes him 25, which is the exact age from the Land of Wano arc. It's just, it's absolute cinema.
It is. And that's why it is the best card game that we have. By far. And that's why we love One Piece. That's why we love this card game. To see abilities like from the series, it's just so nice. And yeah, this combo is very important for this deck because, like you said, we also noticed, okay, there is a problem. How can you bring up that 9-cost Momo and passing your turn without only 1 Don? Because if you play Momo with 9 Don and you're playing against the green deck, and you have 1 blocker, 1 Don, DMG is there. You have to be careful because of DMG. But with then there reveal Shinobu and Momo 5-cost, and then we noticed, wait, on 9 Don or on 10 Don, you can just use this combo for 7 Don to bring out the 9-cost Momo. And also, if you are allowed to do it because you are still on a very good amount of live cards, or you have good amount of counter cards in hand, you can do the combo 5-cost Momo, 2-cost Shinobu, and then bring out 9-cost Momo, rush because of your leader ability, so you swing 6. Yeah, the Momo brings out the 6-cost Yamato from trash, so you swing 5. Then you swing 5 with leader. Then you use Yamato ability to bring out the 8-cost, and then you swing 8 or even 9 because you have some extra dons. And then you also have some extra dons for your counter events. Like, this is so strong, and I really love to see how Bandai changed the meaning of the color black in this card game, because for 2 or even 3 years of One Piece card game, black was the color that has removals. Like, every color has their own type. We have red being aggressive. We have blue being bottom deck. We have green being a lot of rest and restand. We have black being removal only. But it changed completely. We have so many cards that protect, so removal isn't that important anymore. And I'm a fan of it, that Bandai is like, okay, let's change the color, the meaning of the color, by bringing leaders like Crocodile that has a different ability than other black decks, like Emu that has a mix of everything. And also Emu is one of the cards that has the ability, like in the series, to bring out all of the elders. Also nearly the same. It's so fun to see with the 10 drop. And then we have Brook, also very new with half black, half green, a new style of black deck. And then with Yamato, we have Rush. Like, only red was Rush, or nearly only red was having Rush characters, but give Rush to every character you play from trash, it's just so strong. And it's Yamato. Everyone loves Yamato.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of Yamato as the day and the weekend goes on. But we are approaching the halfway stage of our day 1 Swiss rounds. We've got round 5 coming up very shortly from Toulouse. So don't go too far, because we will have that coverage and more when we come back.
to start.
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game offline regionals from Toulouse. Ben and Abra here with you, and we are getting up to the halfway point of the day. It's round number 5, and we've still got the opportunity to see some more new and unique leaders from OP16. We are going to be seeing Marshall D Teach back in the feature match area, the black-yellow leader from OP16. But on the other side of the table, it's going to be Mono Red Ace.
Yes, so we have the OP16 battle between Red Ace and Yellow Black Teach. We already saw Teach on stream that was going through the next round by being undefeated against the Mihawk, but we didn't saw Red Ace yet. We talked about the deck a little bit, but not that much. We will talk about the deck more after the game. It's not important if he wins or not. We will still talk about it, but what is important is that this deck is, again, an underrated deck like Sengoku. So you have the ability to give your Whitebeard Pirates or your Luffy with 8k power or more a rush. That is the first very, very strong point about this leader. And you have so many very strong cards in this deck. Like we saw Moby Dick in ST30 that we will probably also going to see in this match. And yeah, let's start off with $1, and maybe it's the Moby Dick turn, and there is the Moby Dick starting off. No, it's the Garb. I was wrong. You can also play the Garb, of course, and the Garb is so strong because Garb works if your leader has Sabo, Ace, or Luffy in its name, and of course your leader is Ace. So yep, you can play Garb to find a 2-cost or more card from your search. That's so strong. And passing his turn, and now we see Teach with the perfect start, finding the stage, pitching a Vasco shot to find a 6-cost Shiryu. Now the question is there another 1-cost? Yes, Mayara. No, Vonargo.
Oh, so setting up early at the moment with the character on the board here is our Marshall D Teach player, Carlos, and now over to Valentin on this Portgas D Ace is now going to go with the Moby Dick stage. So the leader has the Whitebeard Pirates type. We get to look at the top 3 cards of the deck and take one of them. Doesn't matter. It's not type locked, and we also don't have to show our opponents. We don't have to show the Gold D Roger that we've taken into hand off of that search. And now the remainder of the turn is just going to be the 7k swing. It'll go into life, no trigger, because it's the Borsalino that we take.
Yeah, very important for Ace that there's no trigger, because an early baby 5 trigger or Shiryu that allows you to draw 2 cards is very, very dangerous. So we see the Mayara now to find a Katarina Devon. 4 down up, 5k swing. Oh, he's going to counter this one with a 1k. We see Little Ors Jr. and for 4 down, the San Juan Wolf.
Yeah, San Juan Wolf, a great on KO option with that Marshall D Teach leader ability, has the opportunity to make one of your leaders or characters have a base 7,000 power during this turn. But now here comes a secret rare for Ace. It is going to be the 5-cost 6k Portgas D Ace. This makes all of the counter of your character cards with 8,000 power in your hand become plus 2,000, and then on play and on KO is just a top 5 searcher to grab a Luffy or Whitebeard Pirates type card.
Absolutely right. I noticed, I think, 2 6-cost Marco in hand, and in the search there was double Thatch and 2 more Marco. So not the perfect search, to be honest, but still to have that 5-cost secret rare Ace is very important, because this card is so good in this deck. So all of your characters in your hand with 8,000 power becomes 2k counters. It's so strong. And then the search with on play and on KO is very good for a Luffy card or a Whitebeard Pirate. So 5k swing from Teach that goes through. So Ace goes down to 4 life. Now we see San Juan swinging for 5k. This one is going to be countered out with Thatch. He searched. Now we see Shiryu going to pitch Van Augur, bringing Yvonne into the life. So 4 life for Teach. 8k body there, also very important. So good curve, good start for Teach.
Yep, and it means with that Katarina Devon there in the life now as well, the Van Augur that we've just placed into the trash off of that Shiryu on play can immediately have the opportunity to go out into the board if we do decide to activate the Devon trigger. We do see here now for Ace, the Vista coming down, is going to reveal an 8,000 power character from hand, draw a card replacing itself from hand, now up to 9,000 power, which means we can grant Vista Rush this turn with the leader ability. First, we're going to start with a 5k swing, and it looks like we're targeting San Juan Wolf here.
I don't understand this swing, to be honest. 5k, yeah, into a leader that gives the Vs, that can just change the attack, but yeah, Van Augur, so just a minus here. Yeah, now I get it. I was confused because I thought it was Vasco shot, but yeah, it's Van Augur, so that's fine. Of course, so Ace will not swing, Secret Ace. Now we see a 9k swing into San Juan. Now on KO, 7k leader, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's just the draw that is important. So yeah, of course, the swing from leader Ace was right, because I thought it was Vasco shot, because then he can just use leader ability and then rest the Vista, but now it's good. So, stage. He pitch a Shiryu to find a Dokyu. A counter here, and you are on 8 Don. Of course, we're going to play out the 8-cost Secret Rare Teach.
Yeah, very, very likely that that's going to be the tempo of play here for Carlos on this turn. 5k swing from leader before that, though, is going to be allowed through by Valentin on Ace. So just favoring wanting to take the extra card into hand here, down to 3 life. Now here comes Shiryu with an attack in. That is going to draw some counters. Double 2k in Uta and Ace Sabo Luffy. But now there is the 8-cost Teach making its way down. It was always going to be pretty telegraphed. Finds double Devon and My Era Begins. And it's going to be the character that we're going to put face down into life here. So Valentin doesn't know it yet, but the next 2 triggers are both Katarina Devon triggers.
Yeah, and imagine starting the game with 4 life and passing your 8 Don turn being 5 life after healing 2 times. That's so strong. This deck is very, very good. But one of the key cards, if not the best card in Ace, it is the Edward Newgate. Your turn, your leader gains double attack and 2,000 power. And on play, you just reveal 2 cards with 8,000 power from your hand to give one of your opponent characters minus 6,000 power during this turn. So that Shiryu is only a 2k. So you can definitely go for that Shiryu to get rid of. So Garb can swing into it, but he's going for that 6k A swing. Now we see the Devon trigger to bring out Van Augur. 7k double attack swing is still possible, but first you just have to swing with Garb into the Shiryu, I think. But first he's going for a 9k swing into Shiryu, and
because we've got the because we've got the KO effect for Vista when attacking. Don X1 when attacking gets a KO up to 2 of your opponent's characters with 2,000 base power or less here. So it looks like that this is a swing, may have been into life as well potentially, and then just getting rid of both of the Shiryu and the Van Augur as well as an opportunity there, going roundabouts the kind of opportunity to use it as a free redirection there. So really, really nicely done actually from Valentin.
Yeah, but the Vista is only base power, and base power of Shiryu is 8k.
That's true. Yeah, that is true.
So it's only Van Augur to get rid of, but the swing was still into with 9k into 2k, but so it's an 8k. Why does he not swing with Garb? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Yeah, it's a very good point. We've got the small searches on the board. We mentioned about how important the 1-cost Luffy is and has been for the green-blue Luffy deck. Could have had a bit more of that versatility, but now we see the 10-cost blocker Teach making its way down, immediately targeting that Edward Newgate super rare as the one to turn off. So Valentin's Ace leader isn't going to have the plus 2,000 power boost and double attack on Valentin's next turn. We are going to get the on KO search though from this secret rare Ace. which is going to pull out the 4-cost Luffy, which technically is actually just a 2-cost Luffy.
Yep, 2-cost Luffy, very, very strong. Normally 4-cost, but mistake, it's a 2-cost. Such a good card, being a 7k leader and boost himself also to 7k. But yeah, that's the next Whitebeard coming, that's for sure. There is a Whitebeard. Does he have the ability, the on-play ability to show 2 8Ks? Of course he has it with double Mako. So he reduces that rested 8-cost Secret Rare Teach to only 4k. So you can definitely try to get rid of it. Is it the 4k swing with Garb now into 4?
It's going to be difficult considering that we'll still have the redirection ability as well as the blocker online here as well. So I think Valentine just trying to figure that out and see, okay, we're going to swing in to the rested Teach here. We're going to activate the when attacking ability to pop the Doc Q. That's obviously going to trigger its reduction effect, which will target the leader. And then the Vista attack is just going to go ahead and get blocked after all of that. Now, where does this ace swing go into? It is again going to try and go into the rested 8-cost Secret Rare Teach. That's going to give Carlos a little bit more time to try and think. It is just going to be the 2k out of hand with the Doc Q. We do still have our Edward Newgate, of course, that's going to be able to rush in. There is the redirect. After trashing away the Shiryu, just put it straight into the Marshall D Teach blocker and keeps the 8-cost safe.
This one hurts, to be honest. Because, yeah, the leader ability from Teach just way too good against this deck, or in general. So, redirect to a body that has 12k, so nothing happened there. And there's another 10-cost OP09 Teach, negating leader ability of Ace. It's not that important, but also getting rid of another attack here from Whitebeard. Also, the swing is enough into Vista. Oh, that doesn't look good for Ace, to be honest.
Yeah, this looks really, really difficult here, and it's always a comfortable place as a Marshall D Teach player when you're starting to attack in with your big 10-cost 12k blockers as well. It was always a telltale sign of the mono black Teach deck when they felt like that they were in control of proceedings. At least for Valentine here, though, with double Edward Newgate on the board, is going to still have the plus 2000 power and double attack thanks to the second Edward Newgate that's online. They're not completely missing out on that leader boost. We are going to go with the Moby Dick here. Little Laws Jr., Garp, and a Thatch. And it looks like it's the Little Laws Jr. that we are going to go ahead and take here. We do have a character with a type including Whitebeard Pirates and a cost of 8 or more on the board. So that will be a 4-cost 8,000 power blocker. First things first, we're going to play down the Luffy, which, as mentioned, is a 2-cost Luffy in this deck. If your leader's name includes Ace and you have 6 or more doll on the field, you give the card in your hand a reduction of the cost of 2. And on your opponent's attack, you can trash away a character card with 8,000 power from your hand. The leader and this character's base power will become 7k during the turn.
Yeah, that's such a strong card. Also a beautiful altered version. And now let's see. It's a 9k double attack swing.
And that's going to be taken. First life trigger is a San Juan Wolf. And then the second life taken is another blocker Teach as well into hand. Here is the Little Laws Jr. But is it going to be enough depending on how many cards are in hand here? Because Carlos is just going to be able to drop this 10-cost Teach, turn off the blocker of Little Laws Jr. if he wants to, and then he's got 5, 10, 12, 12 to be able to try and swing in with and close out this game with Valentine only on 1 life. Here comes the 5 to start things off.
Okay, now to go with the 10 cost isn't right, in my opinion. Because, yeah, you need to negate the leader and Luffy if you want to go for game, but there's still a blocker, so not that easy, to be honest. But I mean, with 1 life, with lead ability and 3 10 drops, yeah, it doesn't really matter because you will not die, that's for sure. Big swing, and he countered this one out. Another big swing, it's a 12k. This one will be blocked, yep. And another 12k, and this will go through. There's no rush in Teach, so then it's time for double Borsalino.
It is going to be double Borsalino, which is really frustrating as well, because obviously Valentine does have the Goldie Roger in hand. He's down to 0 life, but is it going to be enough to be able to force through 4 attacks here to be able to take care of this Dame? Valentine scoops up all $10. Thought for a moment he was just going to scoop things up and just go for the Goldie Roger. It is going to be pulled to the front. It is going to be Roger here. And we're going to activate the Moby Dick stage to put Arrested Don underneath our Luffy. So it's going to swing in first for 7k. Those Whitebeards stack as well. So we're at a 9k leader right now. Big counter out of the Luffy swing. Now here comes Ace. There's the redirection. Of course, that was going to be a double attack swing without the redirect. Now the first damage, that's going to go through. No trigger on the Van Auger. Second is going to have to start going to try and clean up board here, maybe. No, just going to go for life. Oh, there's a Van Auger to reduce the power. And there's the extension of the handshake. Marshall D. Teach, thanks to double Borsalino, enlisting a little bit of help from the Navy, as a true 7 Warlord of the Sea would do. Marshall D. Teach wins and moves to 5-0.
Yep, congrats, 5-0 for Teach. Yeah, he countered out the first swing, so that was GG already, because second swing, just redirect, and then you only have 3 swings. The most important thing is to redirect the leader swing from Ace, because it's double attack. So if you just redirect this one, then you cannot lose the game, to be honest. So yeah, wasn't enough. Double Borsa is just enough, and yeah, that's it. Also, Teach only needed to play his curve to win this game, like on 4, a 4 drop, on 6, a 6 drop, on 8, an 8 drop, on 10, spamming some 10 drops, and then on 1 life, pressure with leader, and then swing with secret rare, with double Teach blocker, so 12-12, and then just play out 2 Borsalinos. So if anyone that is watching the stream right now is asking, should I play Borsalino in this deck? Yes, please play Borsalino and Teach. This is just, I don't think it's a question to ask, to be honest. This card, you just have to play it in every yellow deck. It's so good. And yeah, the Tankos Roger wasn't enough. Doesn't mean that Ace isn't a good deck. First of all, Dice is very important in this matchup. You want to go second. Both decks wants to go second. So yeah, Teach definitely won the Dice and decided to go second. Then if Teach sees like this, especially with Stage, there's nearly no deck that has a easy matchup against it, because it's so consistent. It can nearly see every card. You are playing yellow, so you have the access to get some trigger cards from live that can definitely change the game a lot, like Vasco Shot, getting rid of a 6 cost or less character that could probably do 1 more damage with that trigger ability. You have Van Augur minus 3k that we saw 2 or even 3 times that he used. Because of Devon, he just played out every time from trash. So yeah, Teach is definitely, and shows us one more time, for the second time for today, that it is definitely one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And being able to manage those redirections well to make sure that you're not going too far dangerously down low in cards in hand. We saw the power of Shiryu in that matchup as well. We didn't get to see Shiryu, but played the last time we saw Teach a couple of rounds ago. So being able to see the Shiryu get played down, stacking what was 2 Katarina Devons into life back to load up with things like that Van Augur, potentially sets up for something like Vasco Shot as well later down the line. Really, really strong indeed. But as you said, it was all about that ability to pivot away from the potential to go for game on that last turn, switch into the double Borsalino. But here are some of the Blackbeard Pirates cards and some of the big players in this strategy.
Yeah, starting off with the leader, we already talked about it. So two very strong abilities there. One of them is opponent's turn out of your character's gains +1. That we saw against Miok was very important. So not an ability that is just there. It is a very, very important ability. Also makes your Shiryu from 6 cost to 7 cost, what means Gravity Blade doesn't work against Shiryu. Very, very important ability. And then opponent's attack once per turn. You just pitch a trigger card from your hand to redirect the attack to one of your Blackbeard Pirate type cards. So you can redirect it to your leader, you can redirect it to a big buddy like 10 cost Teach, 8 cost Teach, or even Shiryu. It's just so strong. 6 cost Shiryu, also one of your key cards. You trash one card from your hand to place one of your 6 cost or less character from your trash to the top of your life. And the trigger is draw 2 cards. Very, very strong. And Katarina Devon, also a very strong card. It's a 2k counter, so a must staple in this deck, that's for sure. But also with a not on KO ability, other than the other 4 cost or less characters in this deck that has on KO. This one has, when attacking, to copy one of your opponent's power characters, and then you could just swing with a very big number if this card sticks on the board. And the trigger is draw 1 card and then play up to 1 Blackbeard Pirate type character with a cost of 1 from your trash. That's super, super strong. So the 1 trigger means you could just bring back your Lafitte Search, your 1 cost Doku, your 1 cost Von Augur, your 1 cost Vasco Shot. So you have a lot of targets there. And if you don't have a target, you can still draw 1 card if you are missing on something and you just want to go deeper into your deck. So yep, that's 3 key cards there with 10 cost. Of course, we don't need to talk about this card. This card is there since OP09, so since 2 years. Now we have Borsalino that we saw in this game, and Zea that we didn't saw. You don't need to play it, but it's still a card that every teacher's running. You have 10 Don cards on your field. Play up to 1, marshal the teach from your hand, then add up to 1. Your opponent needs to add up to 1 life, not up to 1. You can decide up to 1, but your opponent cannot decide, so your opponent always has to take 1 life. There are some situations where, or some matchups where you starve your opponent, like Teach always should starve Rosinante. So maybe there are situations where you play Zeha and you're just using it to play out a 10 cost or an 8 cost, but you don't want your opponent to give 1 life because you starve in this matchup. So yeah, you don't use the ability every single time, the second one. But yeah, 8 cost Teach, best card in this deck with the 10 cost. Zeha, I can say best card in this deck with every single card. These cards are so good. Yeah, and 5 cost Borsalino, MVP.
Yeah, potentially one of the best cards in the game right now with Borsalino. There's a reason why yellow decks have been running rampant throughout the format, with black-yellow Teach and blue-yellow Nami being in there as well, even obviously being a part of purple-yellow Rosinante, searchable in that deck, thanks to the new ace package that deck gets. But let's focus now on Mono Red Portgas D Ace, because for a moment there, it had an opportunity and had a very small window where it might have just been able to squeak through. And one of the biggest reasons was having multiple copies of this 8 cost Edward Newgate Super Rare on the board to make your leader a 9k during your turn with double attack. If you've got multiple copies of this Edward Newgate out on the board, that's pretty good.
Absolutely. I think this is the key card together with the 4 cost Luffy. To have double attack, again, a keyword that is very important. So we have unblockable as a keyword that we saw more and more with OP16. Blockable there with the Boar example, but we also have double attack there. That is super important. And that's the part that I like the most about Newgate. If you have 2 on board, your leader is 9k, and that's very, very strong and very dangerous. So, yeah, Whitebeard very good. 4 cost Luffy very good. You have 6 or more Don. This card costs only 2. It's so strong. And next to Luffy, you have his brother Ace that makes your 8k characters on hand that are nearly always brick. Like you have Vista, that is a brick. You have Marco, that is a brick. Just to 2k counters. So this is so strong. But yeah, you need to say this to see this Ace. So you don't have that much bricks in hand. Then also you have the on play to find one of your Luffy cards or Whitebeard pirate cards. And then also on KO. So your opponent normally don't want to give you that extra search, but yeah, it's a character that swings for 6 with 1 down for 7. 7 is a good number to swing with. Everyone know that plays the One Piece card game. So there are a lot of situations where you have to get rid of this ace, and then you're just having another search there is very, very important. So very good card for this deck. And again, a leader that isn't that bad. It's a really, really good deck. And also one thing I need to say, this common leader, this artwork is stunning.
Yeah.
It's really stunning.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's quickly touch on some of the other cards that are included in this list as well. We mentioned about the Vista in there, the Treasure Rare for OP16 in the English language release as well, being able to potentially replace itself in hand if you can reveal an 8,000 power character in your hand on play, and also the Donex one when attacking to get rid of 2 of your opponent's characters with base 2,000 power or less. Possible opportunity to have a really good tempo advantage in that Marshall D Teach matchup if they are flooding the board with some of these 1-cost characters. 7-cost Roronoa Zoro, obviously we've mentioned it quite a few times around red decks. It's a really, really impactful card and a really, really important staple to make sure that that Edward Newgate boost lasts until the end of your opponent's next end phase. And of course, Goldie Roger, an ever-present threat for red decks, that 13k rush that if you have dropped down to 0 life, or your opponent, like we saw in that last round, as soon as they try and activate a blocker, they will lose the game on the spot. And thanks to a card like Moby Dick as well in this engine, it's a card that can be even more of a surprise.
Absolutely right. And to see 2 out of 3 of these cards here at the graphic, Zoro and Roger, you can nearly play them in every single red deck, show how strong these cards are, especially that Zoro. Zoro is such a good card. I'm a really, really big fan of this card. So yeah, still interesting to see that the ace player decided to play that Zoro, because normally the ace players that I know that plays this deck are not running this Zoro, but I think to play 1 or 2 copies is still fine. That's how good this card is. And Roger, I don't think we need to say anything about this card. This is such a good card. And yeah, Moby Dick, we see they're being added at this graphic. Search something that you don't have to reveal. Very, very good. To have that active main ability is very important in this deck, especially going second. So let's say you're starting off with your second curve. On 2 Dawn, you're starting off by playing 1 or 2 searchers, okay? One of them has to be Moby Dick. On 4, you just play out your Luffy, your 4-cost Luffy, or your Little Ors Jr. And then on 6 Dawn, if you're playing against Enel or against a blue-green Luffy, on 6 Dawn, play out your Vista, reveal 1 card with 8k power to draw 1 card, use Moby Dick, because you don't have any active Dawns left, use Moby Dick to give that extra rested Dawn to your Vista, use your leader ability, give him rush, swing 9 into something rested or into the leader, and just get rid of 2 characters with 2,000 base power or less. This is so strong. If you see this curve, then you're definitely going to win against so many decks that has a lot of characters with 2,000 power or less. And we are talking about decks with Enel going white with a lot of 1 cost, with Luffy going white with a lot of 2 cost that has 2,000 power or less. So this Vista is definitely, in these 2 matchups, the most important card together with your 8-cost Whitebeard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the thematic battle of Ace versus Teach, unfortunately, Ace couldn't quite come out on top on this occasion, but could he be able to do it in a rematch later on in the day, or potentially have one make its way into top 32 tomorrow? We are halfway through our rounds of day 1 now, but that means we've still got another 5 rounds of Swiss to be able to bring you live from Toulouse in France. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have round 6 action live from Toulouse.
How do you start?
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece offline regionals here in Toulouse in France. We are ready to dive into round number 6. In just a couple of rounds' time, we'll be looking at starting to put some players into day 2 tomorrow. And one player who is perennially a part of day 2s in the One Piece Card Game Championship Series is none other than the first ever Worlds finalist, one of the first ever Worlds finalists from Europe in One Piece card game history. Havoye is on the feature match area. He was over in South America last weekend at their regional playing Green Blue Luffy. He's back here playing Green Blue Luffy again with a couple of refinements. And he's going to be going up against a really intriguing matchup, Mono Black Crocodile.
What a matchup. Wow. And we said it at the beginning of the stream. My guess was that we will try to bring a different matchup every single round, and we're still going for it. And this time, it's not that hard to find different matchups because the meta is so bright. You can play so many different leaders. So we have that we see Luffy now undefeated, still undefeated. It's not a surprise, but to see Crocodile doing good again mean one more deck that you could definitely bring to regional. But this matchup, this is very, very interesting. So Havoye decided to bring Luffy back to back. In Mexico, he was top 4 with Luffy. So definitely, I would say the favorite out of this tournament as a player, and also. Huge shout out to Havoye. He is one of the, if not the best player, in my opinion. He is so good. It's not normal. Like, his whole crew is these Croatian players. They are really different. So shout out to them. They're doing such a good job. And what I love to see is they're really sitting there and building deck lists that aren't normal. Like, he's always cooking some crazy deck lists. So I just hope that we see a crazy, crazy deck list again. And now he has to face a Crocodile. Not sure if he tested this matchup because you don't think or you don't see that much Crocodiles anymore, but still a good deck. One key card in this matchup for Crocodile is definitely the 7-cost Nightmare Luffy, because this card allows you to boost your leader with 2k, so your leader 7k base power, and Luffy swings a lot with 5ks and 6ks, so this could be very important. But Luffy can answer this Nightmare Luffy by just swinging right with the Mr. 2, because the Mr. 2 copies the base power of the power of your opponent, not the base power. That means if Crocodile is a 7k, you just need to attach 1 don under your Mr. 2 cost to swing 8k instead of 6k, and that's so strong. So this card could be a good answer against that Nightmare Luffy. But yeah, it's a matchup that is really, really interesting, and a matchup where I can clearly not say who's favored in this one. So yeah, both players are ready, so let's go in.
We will go in. There is the fist bump. We are underway. Cesar going first with Crocodile, and Havoye going second with Green Blue Luffy. And starting off with the Miss Valentine to go ahead and search. We're looking at the top 4 cards of the deck. It's going to be disappointed that we're going to go ahead and grab. So an extra searcher for turn 2, and then over to Havoye, who has nothing on turn 1. No 1-cost Luffy, none of the 2 drops, either of Mr. 1 or Mr. 2. That's not the start that you want as Green Blue Luffy.
Wow, nothing on 2 don. Yeah, there is 1 card in hand. It's Mr. 3, but of course you don't want to play him. And I see some Prisoner in hand, I see a Boa in hand, I see some events in hand. Yeah, not sure if it's good, especially on 4 don if there's nothing to play out. So yeah, there's a 7k swing that goes through, so Havoye goes down to 3 life. And let's see if there is a 4 drop now. Hey, it's a 3-cost Ivankov.
It's
oh my God.
3 costs, started at 12. Emporio Ivankov blind flips the top of the deck and hits Mr. 1 as well, which will redraw a card. Now finds a second Mr. 1 as well, which is played down in combination with the leader ability to restand 2 Don. But what an inclusion that this is. 3 cost Emporio Ivankov from start to deck 12, and it makes perfect sense. It is an Impel down card, and you've got so many 2 drops in the deck.
Absolutely. And did you notice how confident Hivoye revealed his top deck? Like he doesn't reveal it. He just like, I have Haki.
flipped.
I know I have Haki. I know there's a 2-cost, so I will just play it out anyway. So wow, that's really, really strong now. Like imagine having 0 characters on board after your first turn. No, that's not normal for Luffy because you have a lot of 2-drops and 1-drops that you can bring out. But having 3 characters on 4 Don shows how strong this deck is. So wow, very, very good start for Hivoye now with 4 Don. Another search here for Crocodile. Trying to find some key cards for this matchup. And he's going for a 2k here for Don. That could be Mr. 2. Both decks play Mr. 2 in their decks. Love to see it. Character deserves all the love.
It is going to be Mr. 2, Bonclay, that's going to make its way down onto board. So on KO, which we can trigger ourselves as well. Obviously, with Crocodile's Activate main, you can KO one of your Baroque Works type characters. So we're KOing it, and we can play a Baroque Works character with a cost of 5 or less other than Mr. 2 from the hand or trash, and it will be Mr. 1 that we are going to go for here. If there's a character with a cost of 0 or 8 or more on the board, then Mr. 1 gets rush character, essentially. It can attack characters on the turn in which it is played, and on play, you can rest up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 0, which is another thing that's very easily accessible for Crocodile, because that's the secondary part of the leader's ability. You KO one of your characters with a type including Baroque Works, give one of your opponent's characters minus 10 cost during the turn, and then trash 2 cards from the top of the deck.
Yeah, very, very strong. So good start for both players, I would say. Maybe a little bit better for Crocodile because double search into 4 costs into 5 costs is very strong. So Hivoye does lose one of his Mr. 1s, but he's on 6 Don. If he has a bug in hand, that's clearly a buggy prisoner turn, I would say. But you have so many options. There's nothing 100% clear that this deck can do. So he's attaching 1 Don, probably swinging 6k here, and probably going for that Mr. 1. So there's a chance we see 2-cost Mr. 1 getting rid of 5-cost Mr. 1. Oh. It would be funny.
That would be some sight. Mr. 1 on Mr. 1 action. It's actually going to be an even higher swing here that's going to come forwards. It's going to be a 7k, and that's going to go into life. That will be taken. Now we see the Crocodile come down and flicker away the Mr. 1 Daz Bones, replaying it, making it active as well. So it's not going to be as easy for Cesar to be able to attack into on the next turn and have to try and rest it down in some way, shape, or form. And Hivoye, with leader ability, still able to be activated and declared here. Is there another 2-drop that's waiting in hand for Hivoye? Or is this just going to be the attachment and another 7k swing? It will.
Yep, it's the 7k swing, and Cesar, with his Crocodile deck, decided to counter this one. Does not want to go down to 2 life, what is understandable. So, yeah, very strong there. And now he really needs to have a Nightmare Luffy here, or a 7-cost Nico Robin, would say. Nico Robin is strong. It's
it's gonna be the Missile Sunday. Yeah, it's Robin before she shed away that Baroque Works shackles, and now Missile Sunday hitting the board is going to replay out that Mr. 2 Bonclay, as well as a Miss Wednesday onto the board. She can be trashed and used to give up to one of your opponent's 0-cost characters minus 3,000 power during this turn. That's exactly what looks like we might be using here to make that 4-cost Crocodile on Hivoye's side of the board a little bit easier to be attacked into by the freshly played Mr. 1. So Croc goes down by the hands of Mr. 1. There's an image that you never thought you might be seeing in the One Piece world. And now Crocodile just going in with the tentative poke here at 5 into 5 up against Luffy.
It's very interesting now because Crocodile's position is still very good. He sees his curve, like going first to see double search, to see your Mr. 2 and your Miss Out Sunday into another Mr. 1 to get rid of. Also the power reduction. That is very strong. So Hivoye is not on the best position, but it is Hivoye. It is one of the best, if not the best deck. Everything is still up. So this attack is going to be countered out with a Prison of Impel down. So a 2k, another 6k swing. Could be another Prison of Impel Down as a 2K, or even a Mr. 3 that we saw in Hawaii Sand. But you are playing more Prison of Impel Down, so it does make sense to counter Prison of Impel Down instead of Mr. 3. But depends on what is your next turn, because you can also play Buggy into one of your Prison of Impel Down. If you only have one in hand, of course you need them to have a target for that Buggy.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is going to be the Mr. 3 that we're going to elect to counter away with here. No further attacks, so Cesar will just pass the turn with what look like multiple options in hand as well for next turn. Both the 8-cost Croc and the 7-cost Nightmare Luffy are there for Cesar to be able to continue to flood the board with these tall bodies. And now for Havoye, who's in a bit of an awkward spot right now. See, copy of Gum Rain in hand. It looked like they're also a copy of I Know You're Strong, so I'll go all out from the very start to try and freeze down these two Mr. 1s on Cesar's side of the board for 3 Don. But at the moment, haven't seen that 5-cost Buggy, haven't seen the 4-cost Mr. 3 Galdino either. So Havoye in a little bit of a difficult spot here to have to try and deal with the tempo and the body language showing it as well there. It's been a while since I've seen Havoye look a little bit more worried like this.
Yep, absolutely right. The position right now is not the best one. Now he's playing out a Mr. 2, the beautiful altered version of it. On play, draw 1 card. When attacking ability with 1 Don allows him to makes the base power of this Mr. 2 a little bit higher. So for 1 Don, he does swing 6k here. So we see a 7k swing now from Mr. 1. We have a lot of Misters here on board. Like we have 3 Mr. 1s and 1 Mr. 2 on board.
Yeah, it's quite funny how we've got the Baroque Works leader as a leader on one side of the board, and on the other side you've got all the underlings as well as Crocodile jamming in to be able to help out and do battle against the leader of Baroque Works here. And speaking of, there is 4-cost Crocodile coming back down once again, re-flickering the Mr. 1 Daz Bones on Havoye's side of the board, redrawing a card and turning our 2-cost 2k character as active. We've already used the leader ability for Havoye this turn as well. We used it straight after playing the Mr. 2 on our side of the board. So the last action is just going to be this 7k swing here that's going to be attempted into life. And Cesar says, you know what? This is fine. I'm going to take this damage. Put me down to 1. But with either Crocodile or Nightmare Luffy to come down on this turn, and still multiple bodies that can attack as well, it's feeling quite comfortable.
Yep, but still, you are playing against a very aggressive deck, and also a deck that can do so many swings in one turn, especially with that restand event. So, yeah, for both players now, position is very interesting. Evoy is still on 3 life, that's a good point, but you need to defend 4 swings that are coming. One of them is a 5k, 2 6ks, and 1 8k, and that's without investing any dons. But yeah, I think we are probably going to see another Miss All Sunday or a 8-cost Crocodile. That's why no Don is getting under the leader or a character. So we see 5k swing that is getting countered out with that 1-cost Carrot. What is happening here?
What?
1-cost Carrot in Luffy. Wow, Hivoye is cooking up again. It's crazy. 3-cost Ivankov, 1-cost Carrot. Okay, I was not expecting to see this. Especially Carrot is very interesting. Ivankov, at the beginning of this deck, when I did my proxy, I also tested the 3-cost, but at the end I was deciding to play out the 4-cost instead of the 3-cost. But yeah, Hivoye is testing and playing the 3-cost. That is also very strong. So goes down to 1 life, so both players on 1 life, and still 9 Don up. So it has to be 8-cost Crocodile here.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 being paid here, and it is going to be the Alt Art Secret Rare Crocodile that's being brought to the front of the hand. And of course, we get double duty of the on-play ability if we want it here as well. On play, we can make one of our opponent's characters a cost of 9 or less, not able to attack, and trap them in sand. And then we can KO the Crocodile itself with the leader ability. That will trigger the on KO, so we can trash 1 card from hand, replay the 8-cost Secret Rare Crocodile, and have a second character trapped in sand for this next turn. Also means that we'll get the draw effect happening because we'll have a character with a cost of 0 on the board as well. So really, really strong turn here. Is going to finish it off with an extra search, a copy of Disappointed getting played here. Finds another 8-cost Crocodile and a pass of the turn.
It's not a good search, to be honest, because
No.
you don't have any blockers, you don't have any dons up, you're just looking for a 2k counter here. Instead, getting a brick is not good. Right decision to get rid of both 2 costs here. Ivankov doesn't make sense because it's only a 4k body. And Crocodile, I think, yes, it's 6k without a don, but you don't target Crocodile here because then Hivoye can just play his turn and still have his blocker. But if you don't target Crocodile like he did, you force your opponent that if he has to go for game, that he definitely has to use his Crocodile also. So, or if he wants to make some pressure here because he cannot go for game, that he has to decide if he wants to swing with that Crocodile or not. So, right decision there. But the question is, how many counters does he have in hand? Only 1 life, 3 swings that Luffy can do with Rush Luffy, the ST13 4-cost Rush Luffy. You have 5 swings, and you only need to play 1 different card, other than the ones that you have on your board, to use your restand event. So you don't have 3 swings, you would have 6 swings instead. So
Yeah.
not sure if that's the call, but maybe that's something that he can do. But also a card that would be very good is Electric Luna here. Freeze the whole board. But he's starting off with a 7k string from Crocodile.
Yeah,
He's
trying
going
to
for
just
game.
potentially just trying to tempt things a little bit more. There is the 2k, 1k coming through from Cesar. And now Hivoye going to have a little bit of a look in the trash and say, okay, exactly how many 2k counters have you gone through already through this game? There have been a couple of ground deaths that have been gone early in this game for Cesar as well. Not used by Cesar. They've just been not taken out of searches. And now it looks like it's just going to be a 5k poke here from Luffy leader. Hivoye really not 100% sure maybe what he wants to do with the rest of this turn. I see Deadman's Game at the front of the hand there. I think I might have spotted a copy of Mr. 3 as well. Super rare to be able to freeze down the 8-cost Crocodile for Cesar's turn.
I think I have it. I think it's Mr. 3 into the 1-cost Luffy freeze event, we call it. But of course, this card has a name.
I know you're strong.
Yeah, I know you're strong. So probably Mr. 3. Yep, into I know you're strong. And then leave some dons to have some counter events because we see DMG, we see Gum Rain. So we definitely have a lot of counters. And I think that's the right thing to do. So Hivoye is not going for a game here. Mr. 3 allows him also to draw 1 card. So you have that extra don to search now with that Luffy. There's another counter event. Of course, he's going to pick this one up. Yeah, Hivoye, you know what he's going to do. So Mr. 3, I think, stunned that Crocodile, and the I know you're strong will stun the Mr. Sunday and 1 Mr. 1, and maybe he can also try to attack one of the Mr. 1s. So there's no swing, only the leader swing coming. So Hivoye's position here, clearly ahead, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely turned this around from where it potentially looked like it could have been going after Hivoye, remember, completely missed turn 1, didn't have a 1-drop or a 2-drop to play down on turn 1, but started to regroup things thanks to that 3-cost Emporio of Vankov from starter deck 12. The 7k swing's gonna go through. There is the Luffy freeze event. I know you're strong, so I'll go all out from the very start, freezing down Missile Sunday and one of the 2 copies of Mr. 1 Daz Bones. And now, where does Cesar go from here? 1 don open from Hivoye's side of the board, which Cesar knows is a live threat after Let's Go to the Navy headquarters was searched out from the 1-cost Luffy on Hivoye's last turn. So is he going to have enough here, Cesar, to be able to go over the top of that counter event and get through this game on this turn?
I think Hivoye has it. There's a 1k in hand. There's at least 1 counter event in hand. He searched 1, and there's another 1 in hand, but he only has 1 don up. So yeah, that his opponent knows there's 1 counter event at least in hand. And also Gongom Rain. So 3k
Yes.
counter power more. So you have 7k counter power in hand with 7k and 1 Don. So that could also probably be a 2k. You're definitely safe for if Caesar decided to go for game. But to be honest, I think you have to go for game, especially if you know that your opponent has the let's go to the Navy headquarters in hand. You cannot get rid of anything on board. Only you can only try to get rid of the crocodile, but then yeah, you just need to play out something different to have 5 characters again, and then use the event, the reset event, to swing like 12 times. That's not normal.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to be taken here for Caesar. There's no Mr. 4s, there's no Mr. 5s be able to run in as blockers here. We are going to see the leader effect from Crocodile getting activated here, so we're going to pop our own secret rare to freeze down the blocker Croc, replaying the 8 cost now to refreeze the Mr. 2. Draws ourselves a card. It's Miss All Sunday here. That's not going to really help us at this juncture, it doesn't feel like. Now Caesar maybe just asking about the amount of cards that are left in hand for Havoye. He's still having in the back of the mind that copy of Let's Go to the Navy headquarters. There is Nightmare Luffy in hand as well, so depending on how many cards are in the trash, if we'll be able to get to that 7,000 base power or not.
I think he has to go for game here. And I think that he's probably trying to do it. So starting off with a 9k swing, that's interesting.
It's 9k here from Mr. 1, 3 Don attached. Voye now trying to think, okay, is this where I counter? Or am I happy to take the life here? Because it'll be, what, 12k with the remaining Don for leader swing if Voye allows this to go through.
But you don't swing 9 and then 12. Normally you split like 11, 6, 5 Don and then again 5. So maybe 10, 11. I'm not sure. But yeah, Voye is going for that bait because this attack will not be enough, as we will see. So it is a 12k swing. And if I'm not wrong, there's a 3k power. So it is 8. Then it's 11.
Yep, there's the Gum Rain trashing away the Boa Hancock. There is the Emporio Ivankov. There is the Buggy as well. And just counting up, making sure. And Caesar extends the fist bump, knowing that I've got no more way through. And the Let's Go to the Navy headquarters is available as an option to close things out as well. So Havoye, once again, in a feature match, is going to take the victory on Green-Blue Luffy.
Yep, and it was very, very close because he only has one more 1k in hand. So the 9k swing, the 9k swing was right because Voye doesn't have a 2k. So because normally he just he just will counter this one with event into 2k. But yeah, he just decided to take this one because, okay, the last swing is a 12k swing. I can counter 12k swing. So of course he's trying to bait him for it, and it worked. So Voye did go through the next round still undefeated, and Ben, his deck list is not a deck list that we expect to see. 3-cost Ivankov, okay, it's not that deep. If you play 3-cost or 4-cost Ivankov, I understand. You can definitely play the 3-cost also instead of the 4-cost. I'm a fan of both cards. I think the 4-cost is more consistent because you can just search for an Impel Down card and play out a 2-cost from your hand. And you can use your lead ability. If you are on 4 Don, you can play Ivankov, search for a 2-cost, play the 2-cost, lose lead ability, play another 2-cost. That sounds very good. But the 3-cost Ivankov allows you to draw a card if you have 6 or less cards in hand. That is very strong. And if you are high rolling like crazy, then you can also reveal the top deck of your the top card of your deck, and like Hivoye did. And if you have a target, you could just cheat out a character by going first on 3 Don. That's also very strong, very strong. Both has 4k, so yeah, one Ivankov costs 1 Don less. That's why I understand both Ivankovs, and I'm a fan of both Ivankovs. But we see that carrot, Ben, the 1-cost carrot that we definitely not expect to see. So if we have a look into the abilities, so first ability, on play, look at 3 cards from the top of your deck and place them at the top or bottom of your deck in any order. That's interesting, but understand the ability. First good thing is you can stack the carrot right to make the Ivankov better. That's the first thing. Second thing is you can just play out a Mr. 2 or a Mr. 1 to draw one card. So you play carrot and then Mr. 2 or Mr. 1 just to find a card that you need to have in this turn by using carrot into the draw one. So also a very nice combo. And it has the second ability on your opponent's attack. You may trash this character to give one of your character or your leader for the battle 1k. So it's also a free 1k. So yeah, I understand the carrot tag. It's very, very interesting. Only downside, it is not an impel down character. Otherwise, I think we would see carrot getting or being played more and more. But yeah, you definitely need to play around using your lead ability after having a carrot on board. So in my head, it only works if you have a full board and you know that you are going to replace the carrot in your turn, or if you know that you don't need your lead ability in this turn. That's what I think about the carrot.
Yeah, it feels like it's very much kind of a going first tech, essentially, here. Yes, you miss out on the leader ability on turn 2 if the carrot is sticking around, but it means that you can turn 1 on 1 Don, use this carrot, stack the top 3 cards of the deck, then turn 2, play this 3-cost Emporio Ivankov, and almost treat it almost kind of like Opio 1 Don Quixote do Flamingo in that kind of fashion by, you know, stacking the top of the deck like you would with Buggy or Perona on turn 1, then going in with the leader swing for 7k and paying the 1 Don and flipping the top card. So it feels like that kind of engine that Havoye is going for here. We also have the 2k counter Mr. 3 on display there that is able to make use of some rested Don cards by giving up to 2 of your characters with 6,000 base power to up to 2 rested Don. But it's not necessarily this Mr. 3 that's the one that steals the headlines. It is the blue Mr. 3 Galdino, the super rare for this deck, one of the multiple super rares that could be run in this deck, which has been taking over blue decks in the One Piece card game since OP16's release. 4 cost 5k, activate main, trash this character, freeze down one of your opponent's cost or 9 or less characters, and drawing 2 cards as well. It's just unbelievable versatility and value, as are the Prisoners of Impel Down, the limitless cards of Prisoners of Impel Down you can include into your deck. 2k counter and a 6-cost 6k. And then let's go to the Navy headquarters, your big finisher, which in that game there, Abra, just acted as a threat, as a deterrent for Carlos, saying, you know, you have to go for game on this turn, because if you don't, and if you don't do it successfully, then I've got 12 attacks coming through next turn.
Exactly. This is how strong this card is. So this card also, especially if your opponent know that you have the access to play this card, force your opponent to go for game, and you cannot play one more turn safe by knowing you're facing a deck that has the access to play this card. So yep, very strong card, very strong deck, very nice, interesting tech. Also, one small take from me about the carrot. You can also do your thing that you always do with that with Luffy, play out some characters and so on and so on. Lose your leader ability, and with the 2 dons that you have, you can just play out a carrot. So you can prepare your next turn, and on your opponent's turn, when he swing, you just use your carrot. So I think this line is the most used line for that carrot. So you make your thing, yeah, play your 2 drops, your 4 drops, and so on. Use your lead ability with one of these 2 dons that you restand, play 1 carrot. So you swing, and then before you pass, play 1 carrot. Prepare your next turn. If you're happy with the top 3, you know that your Ivankov is, you know what your Ivankov is going to hit. You know what you're going to draw into it. And then when your opponent attacks, you just use that carrot ability, so it's getting trashed. So you have that free 1k. So you still have your lead ability on your next turn. And this makes this card and this deck, this tech, very, very interesting. So I'm a big fan of it, and that's why I appreciate the creation group, so much, because like this tech is so interesting and so cool. Now I also want to test it out. It's so nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely indeed. Well, let's quickly touch on the deck that it beat in that round 6 feature match, Mono Black Crocodile, which we haven't seen in a little bit of time. There was quite a bit of talk and a bit of discussion a format or two ago that thinking, hey, maybe Mono Black Crocodile is actually a real strong meta contender. One of the biggest reasons was this 7-cost Nightmare Luffy from the depths of the Thriller Bark engine, being able to get more and more benefits for the amount of cards that are in your trash. And of course, with Crocodile, you're constantly going to be refueling that trash through cards like Disappointed, through cards like the Crocodile itself and the Leader ability, by trashing the top 2 cards of your deck each and every time as well.
Absolutely right. I mean, that Luffy, that Nightmare Luffy, is such a good card and has a very, very high potential, in my opinion, because a lot of decks that you can play that Luffy has a lot of cards in trash. Like we saw Yamato today, and Yamato will. There's no game where you will not have at least 20 cards in your trash with Yamato. Otherwise, yeah, there's something wrong. So that's normal. Also for Crocodile, also for Brook, because this card normally was for the black-green Brook, but yeah, at the end, this card turned out to be one of the best cards that Black has, definitely, especially because this card is a counter. Because if this card would be a brick, I don't know if it's that good, but the counters that makes this card so much better. And I think we will also see this card in the future, maybe in the new Luffy, because it boosts his cost. So he's a blocker, makes your leader 7k, and himself also boosting his power is so strong. So maybe we will see this card also being played in Elbaf Luffy in OP17. But that's something we focus on in some months. We focus on OP16. So yeah, like you said, Crocodile is a deck that you can also expect to see, and is also doing good because he's X1. Everything is still up. So maybe there's a chance we see Crocodile in Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be some really, really interesting developments as the OP16 meta still tries to find its way a little bit. Well, that's one thing for sure, that Green-Blue Luffy should very much be expected to be a part of it, and maybe in the hands of Havoye Headset as well. He's already got one top 4 finish in the OP16 format last weekend over in Mexico. Can he do it again in home region soil? We're just a few rounds away from being able to find out if that will be a possibility. Well, I hope that you continue to join us for it, because we have round 7 live from Toulouse coming up just after this.
Already start.
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game, Toulouse Offline Regionals. We are here on day one, getting ready for round number 7. And Abra, we've seen pretty much all of the top contender decks so far. There was just one more that we were missing. The Cat Burglar, Blue Yellow Nami. It's finally time to bring it to the feature match area. It's going to be going up against OP16 and Red Ace, though. Ace looking like it's showing out pretty well in Toulouse this weekend.
Yeah, like we said, Ace isn't that bad. It's a deck with a good position for this meta. And Nami is just Nami. Still one of the best decks, that's for sure. And it's a good friend of mine that is always cooking crazy deck lists. So shout out to him. And a matchup I'm really, really looking forward, because as a Nami main or half main, I'm not quite sure, but Nami is one leader that I thinking of bringing. I didn't test this matchup that much, so yeah, looking forward for it. So we have Lane on the right side and Simone on the left side, playing Ace with Ace sleeves, Ace leader, and his dad as the Dons. Perfect.
Absolutely. Well, we're underway. A pretty underwhelming turn 1 from both players. However, no searchers on turn 1 for Simone, and for Lane, just going to be attaching one Don underneath that Nami to make sure that on your opponent's attack ability is online. First swing is going to be allowed through here from Lane of just the 5k swing, and then the 3-drop Sanji making its way down onto the board. Just a 6,000 power character on your turn, and then on KO, draw 1 card. Over with Lane on 4 Don. It's going to be the Roronoa Zoro, and already the healing train going to start happening here for Lane.
And look at this. Playing out a Zoro, discarding a Leo. To play out Zoro on 4, okay, but to play Leo, that's not that normal, I would say. So yeah, Lane decided to bring his kinda Sky Island package, also with Leo to have the production. So yeah, the characters with 7,000 base power or less are protected from removal. Very interesting tech here. So starting off with a 5k swing, and he's countering out that one with the Sky Island Robin. And there's a 6k swing, and he's also countering this one out with another Leo. And there we see 5-cost Iso coming down. And on play, you can give your leader or one of your characters one rested Dawn. So give Iso herself the Dawn, making it a 8k body, so you can use the leader ability to have Rush. Very strong.
Yeah, very good indeed. Just used to see a lot of success and a lot of support around with Red Green Kazuki Odin. But now here in Ace, obviously being a Whitebeard pirate himself, is going to be able to get that rush keyword. We see 5k swing going in, which will be counted away with the 2k of Uta. And it looks like we're going to go for 5 Dawn and see a traditional Nami. No, we're not seeing a traditional Nami play. We're seeing the Nefeltari Vivi first. The end game is the same. We are still playing that EBO3 yellow Nami, but it's being brought in alongside the EBO3 Vivi that we saw at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, Lane is always cooking with some crazy deck lists. So yeah, he decided to bring the 5-cost of EBO3 Vivi into his deck that can just cheat out the Nami. So we saw Vivi today on stream, Ben, playing out Vivi into Nami, but it was a different Nami. It was the red one. This time we see the same Vivi, but with a different Nami in the yellow one.
Yeah, really, really strong combination there to be able to join both of them up. Obviously, gives the rested Dom to the Nami leader, so turns that on your opponent's attack ability online and forces Simona to take one of those cards from life into hand to deal 1 damage. So both players tied on 3 life apiece, and now a 5k swing in here. Lane does have the opportunity to activate the leader ability, trash 1 card from hand, and make Nami a 7k base. That's exactly what we're doing.
Yep, very important here. But that means you can just swing into that Zoro that is a 6k. So we see Sanji swing into Zoro. That's Friendly Fire here. But this one getting countered out again with that Sky Island Robin. Now we see a 7k swing from Iso. And this one also encountered out with a 2k. And we see 5-cost Secret Rare OP16 Ace coming down. Check the top 5 for a Luffy or a YP Pirate card. You can pick up nearly everything from your deck. And to find a 8-cost YP is very important because, yes, you need to have this card. Put on left. Oh, this is clearly a Luffy here, yeah?
It could be a Luffy, could also be an attachment of the last 2 Don to get up to that 8,000 power necessary to be able to push 1 more aggressive swing. It will, however, be the Luffy that we're going to play down with the remaining 2 Don, and says to Lane, hey, you can make your leader 7k during your opponent's turn. I can do the same.
Yep, but I noticed 1 card in Lane's hand, and this card is so dangerous right now. It is Gravity Blade. So this turn could be an absolutely important key turn here for Lane. Getting rid of the Sanji. Maybe try to make some pressure into that Iso, but one will be tough because it's 7k. But yep, we see the Gravity Blade already there. So Luffy and Ace, the both brothers, being botted decked from Isho. No, he will never do that. But yeah, that's how it is. It is Gravity Blade, the perfect target here. Now we see the Zoro swing into... Is it into Sanji? Is it into Lida? Not sure.
I think it might be into leader here, potentially. I saw Lane just motioning towards the life stack of 3 cards that are remaining. If it is, it just needs to be a 2k counter that needs to be procured, but Simona isn't going to let that be countered. It's instead going to take the damage that will trigger the Nami ability because a card has been removed from either life. So we're going to get ourselves a draw 1, quite an important draw 1 as well, with only 4 cards now in hand. There is the attack and the Iso ability. You can trash 1 card in hand because our leader has the Whitebeard Pirates type. We can give up to one of your opponent's leader or character cards minus 2,000 power. during this turn. So that makes that 5-cost Nami attack safe. And now the last attack to come through would potentially be a 6k swing from the Nami leader. But will it be into life or try and clear the way of that 3-drop Sanji?
Yep, it is into Sanji. So on KO, draw 1 card, and then the pass. So Izo still on board, but this turn, he did get rid of 3 characters from Ace, and that is super important. He's still on 3 life, still have the Vivi blocker, Nami and Zoro rested, but now it could be the time for Mr. Edward Newgate.
Yeah, it could be time for Dad to make his way down onto the board and help support his de facto son with the plus 2,000 power boost and the double attack as well. And that's exactly what we're going to go for here. We do have the on play as well that we can resolve, revealing 2 characters with 8,000 power from hand. So it looks like we're going to give Zoro minus 6,000 power during this turn. So that is a 0 power character on the board for Lane. And Izo attacking in. Lane just says, yeah, there's no way I'm defending 7k into nothing. Now the attempt at the 8k double attacking swing. Vivi still there. And now here comes Newgate. That one is going to land. And it is going to be the attack here.
Yeah.
To spit out the Rayleigh.
Yeah, you don't attack the Nami here, to be honest. Of course, you cannot expect to see that Rayleigh then in hand. It could also be a different card like Nami herself, but it's nothing new to see Rayleigh and Nami, that's for sure. And that Rayleigh has such a crazy value now to get rid of that Izo, so you don't have to free 2k here. Now we see a 10 cost, wipe it coming down, 2 Don under leader, 2 Don under Rayleigh. So now he's going for that 9k and 7k swing.
Yep, the 9k going through. That is a life being removed as well. So Lane will also draw a card here, which is another copy of Leo. And the counter out of the attempted 7k leader swing. So strong position, it feels like, for Lane to be in here, as Nami has that big blocker Edward Newgate to face up against the 8-cost Edward Newgate. He's a 7k base leader, at least, for Simone during this turn. Is there anything else that Simone has access to? I don't think I saw a Roger in hand at the moment to incentivize himself going down towards the 0 life. It's just going to be the attempt at the 7k swing, which if we really want to here, we can actually just counter out of hand here. And that's exactly what we do, countering away with Vivi and Wiper.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, you don't want to take this one because it's a double attack swing. And if you block, you just allow your opponent to use another wipe hit to get rid of his 10-cost wipe hit, because the minus 6k and then he's only 6k, so you can definitely not defend this one. So yeah, I think it's the right decision to use lead ability here. And also that 12k swing into 7k Rayleigh that Lane decided to just let go. So no block here with 10 cost Edward Newgate, the blue one. We see for 2 Don another Luffy. And I think for 4 Don, that should be a little Ors Jr. Yep, and for 2 Don, he's just going to pass. So, bonus again. Yep, I mean, 2 characters more than Nami, so doesn't look that bad, but only 1 life and only 3 cards in hand. And if I'm not wrong, there should be 1 break. Oh my god! It's another Gravity Blade.
The second copy of Grav Blade makes its way down onto the board. We now see the 8k swing into lead. That's going to be allowed through. The draw off of the damage, and then the 12k to really try and push things forward. And it's double brick and not much else available in hand for Simone. So Lane on the Sky Island build of blue-yellow Nami is going to take the victory after a well-timed second copy of Gravity Blade Raging Tiger.
Wow, what a performance here from Lane. Like I said, I know him very well. I know his list. I know his crazy techs. Gravity Blade isn't a crazy tech. I think nearly every Nami is playing it now, but his deck list is so interesting to see, and he's doing a great job again. So congrats to him. What a performance there. Double Gravity Blade did hurt a lot, especially against Ace that has a lot of 6 cost or less characters. So Gravity has 100% value there. But yeah, what a performance. And yeah, there isn't one thing that didn't surprise me in this deck list because I know him and I know his deck that he decided to bring. It's just so crazy.
Yeah, look, having a big smile on his face, having a lot of fun while doing it as well. And I suppose there in that situation, that is one of the downsides about Little Laws Jr. being such a potentially good value card for Ace, being a potential 4-cost 8k blocker in the list, is that it's still susceptible to Gravity Blade, despite how well statted that it is. You run into a Gravity Blade Raging Tiger, and all of a sudden, its shields are down.
Absolutely. Yeah, Gravity is, again, in a very, very good position in this set. So, yeah, nearly every blue deck is running Gravity Blade, I would say. I don't know if there is any blue deck that doesn't run it, because you have so many different matchups where you have the big value of Gravity Blade. Like, we have Rosilante there with a lot of 6 cost or less characters. We saw Ace now, also in Nami Mirror to get rid of Bozzolino, Nami, Bar cards, other than Gecko Moria, also the Rayleigh, the Bell Luffy. You have so many good targets. So yeah, Gravity Blade, a very, very good tech. Also very, very strong against Luffy, against Blue-Green Luffy. And Blue-Green Luffy also play Gravity Blade. So yeah, good card, good position for it. Nothing more to add.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into this Sky Island build of Blue-Yellow Nami. We've seen it a little bit here and there in and around the format. It's predominantly been the Thriller Bark style package that has been dominant for Blue-Yellow Nami. But the inclusion of Nefeltari Vivi from EBO3 to be able to cheat 2 bodies out on your 5 or 6 Don turn, along with this EBO3 Nami, which has been such a strong card for this deck historically anyway.
Absolutely. It's a very strong combo, and you can not only play out that Nami, you can also bring out the 4-cost Zoro or the 5-cost Bell Luffy. So yeah, you have quite some targets there for that Vivi. And I know that Lane is one of the guys that really, really believed in this Vivi card in Nami, and he's still playing it. He's still doing good. So yeah, very strong card. We talked about Gravity Blade. So Gravity Blade is there in a very, very good position also for Nami being played. So at least 1 copy, I would say, maybe even 2 copies that Nami can play with Gravity Blade in the deck. And yeah, 5-cost Nami, I don't think we need to say that much about this card. Of course, you have to play 4 copies of that Nami because this card is one of the reasons why Nami is so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's dive now into some more of the Sky Island cards, because we mentioned Bell Luffy a little bit here. The OP15, or one of the 2 OP15 secret rares in that set. If you have 6 or more Don on the field, it gains Rush. And when your opponent activates an event or a blocker, you get to reveal up to 1 life card from the stack and gain 1,000 power for each 1 cost on that revealed card. Nami tends to run some pretty expensive Don cards in the deck. You see the 7-cost Nico Robin in there. Obviously, we've got 10-cost blocker Edward Newgate running around in the build. So potentially it could come from a 7k to a 17k body if you hit a strong card on the top of that life to flip.
Absolutely right. So in my opinion, this is one of the best cards that we have in this game. By having a new ability, that's something new that we see in this card game. By boosting his power, depends on what your top life is. Also that he stacks his power every single time your opponent is going to use events. So imagine against Enel, every time he's going to use 2k counter event, this Bell Luffy just goes like crazy high number of power. Yeah, with the 7-cost Robin, you can just bring out that Luffy. And what I like about the Robin in this deck is because you add 1 life from your life area and replace it with the top card of your deck, your lead ability is getting triggered if you have 7 or less cards in your hand. So very strong combination there with Nami leader and Mr. I need to take this card because of Luffy and Enel. Viper is such a good card right now. It's so good against Inne, super strong against Luffy. It's a Sky Island. You can also play it out with Nico Robin, the active main ability. You give one of your Sky Island type characters or leader. One Rested Dawn is very strong. So this is basically a 5-cost 7k counter card that on play you may turn your life face up, and then you can just give every single character of your opponent minus 2000 power and kill everyone with 0,000 power. So strong. So yeah, super good against Luffy, super good against Inne, and there are some situations where you can also try to play Viper and then go for board if there are characters like 6k buddies or 5k buddies to make them 4 or 3ks to swing with your leader or with some characters into it, and just to get rid of it a little bit easier than if you would swing just normal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really, really strong card, and one that a lot of people in yellow are trying to include in as those tech options and as a part of this general Sky Island build as well. I suppose the slight downside in Nami is that Rested Dawn can't go on to the leader. Nami only has the Straw Hat Crew type as opposed to the Sky Island trait as well. So a little bit of a drawback, but for what you're getting value-wise from that on-play and with the rest of the Sky Island characters that you're partnering this with generally, with Nico Robin, with Luffy as well, it's still a worthy inclusion to be able to have.
It is, and to be honest, if the Rested Dawn is not locked into a Sky Island, this would be a 4-off for sure in Nami, because you could just play out an on curve, get rid of every character from your opponent with 2000 power or less, and still have the leader ability unlocked every single turn when you play cards on curve. So that's a girl 10 times better. So yeah, it's I think it's well balanced that it's only worked for Sky Island cards. Yeah, that's the position of Viper for OP16. So yeah, we have a next slide for you ready, guys. So let's have a look into some other cards that we have. And of course, I would say 2 of them are key cards that you have to play. One of them is a card that nearly everyone is playing, and one of them is an interesting one. So starting off with 7-cost EBO3 Nico Robin. That's a 4-off for Nami, for sure. That's such a good card. So on play, you trash your top life, and then you replace 2 cards from the top of your deck in your life area. So you just heal up 1 life, but you replace it. That's very, very interesting. And then one of the craziest abilities in this game, opponent's turn on KO. If this card is being KO'd, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. Not your opponent needs to take 1 life, because then 0, if he's on 0 life and he's going for that Nico Robin KO, because that card deals damage, that means if you're on 0 life and you are attacking into the Robin, you are dead. You will not survive that turn, and that's it. So a very, very, very strong card in this deck, indeed. Also triggered and works really, really well with that lead ability, because life area is being removed from life card is being removed from the area. Then we have Borsalino, a 4-off, and a card like Zoro that I would say at least a 1-off and in this deck is a must-have, because the Thunderbug package with Gecko Moria as one of the best trigger cards in this game, by bringing out a 4, so the trigger of Gecko Moria is play out a 4-cost or less character from your trash as active, so you can just bring out that Zoro and get an extra life. That's so strong. So for this combo, Zoro is very good, but as we saw in this game, on 4 Dawn, so if your opponent is on 3 Dawn and just swing 8, you always take this one, or not always, but often you just take this one, and then because of Zoro in hand, you just play him out on 4 and you have your 4 life back, but you don't have your lead ability. But that Zoro is also a 4-off in Boa Hancock and a 4-off in Sky Island Luffy from OP15. So very, very strong card. One of the best 4-drops we have in the game. And then one of my favorite cards in general is that 6-cost 6k Silver's Rayleigh. On play, if your leader is multicolored and your opponent has 3 or less life, you can just get rid of a base 7k character from your opponent. That's really, really strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very, very nice indeed to be able to get a little bit of early tempo removal going on as well, especially if you are on that even curve, building up to that Gravity Blade plus Dawn underneath leader turn as a possibility, and the trigger as well to just activate the on-play effect and get rid of something off of your opponent's board to potentially stop them from being able to attack with that character on that turn. It's definitely a really, really decent little card, and one that has been getting included in sort of 2 obs or 3 obs at most in Nami lists over the past few weeks.
Absolutely right. And especially the trigger is so strong. And it's a very good target for Nami. Like we saw in this game, if you attack that 5-cost EBO3 Nami and you give the Nami the on-KO ability because your life is face down, you can just flip your life and play a different character. Not a different, you can play a character with 6,000 power or less. So you can just bring out that Rayleigh and get rid of something that your opponent has with 7k base power or less. And also, the base power is very important. So you cannot play around this card, and that's so strong about this card. So yeah, I'm a fan of it. But Ben, we have another leader that we saw, that we talked about already, but this deck has so many good cards. So let's have a look into Red OP16 Ace that we already saw, but it's the second time we had it on stream with 3 key cards for this deck. One of them is OP16, 8 cost, 10k Edward Newgate. With your turn, your leader gains double attack and 2000 power. So with double Newgate, you have 4k. You boost your leader with 4k, so 9k leader only on your turn. And still the double attack, not quadro attack. Otherwise, that would be too broken. But still does have another ability with that on-play ability. You may reveal 2 cards with 8000 power to give one of your opponent characters minus 6000 power, and then you can just try to get rid of it. And then 4-cost Luffy. I think this is a very, very, very important card for this deck. First of all, it only costs 2 Don if you have 6 or more Don. That's very strong. Second of all, you can search it with that Ace next to Luffy. And you can also give this card Rush if you give this card 2 more Dons. So this card has to be an 8k, so you can give it Rush because of your leader ability. And on opponent's attack, you can boost your leader by making him a 7k leader. And the Luffy himself by being a 7k character. That's such a strong card. So 2 Don, 7k card, I would say. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And being able to get that extra little bit of boost as well on your opponent's attack, and then the Portghast Ace as well. Unfortunately, Nami being able to get around the on-KO ability by bottom decking it and denying Simona the extra search on KO. But a 5-cost 6k body that can search down the deck with the top 5 cards and give your 8000 power character cards the 2k counter stat line as well definitely helps try and shore up yourself defensively a little bit more. Speaking of shoring yourself up defensively, this deck also does run a couple of blocker cards that have the opportunity to sort of cheat their printed costs a little bit as well, with things like the Uta, the Thatch as well being printed in OP16, and then we saw Izo in EBO1, which was a really cool inclusion here. So Uta, a card that a lot of people will be familiar with from the days of Red-Blue Ace, being able to play I Am Whitebeard into 10-cost Edward Newgate or 9-cost Edward Newgate from OPO2, and then pairing it along with an Uta because you have 2 extra Don left over if you have a character with 10,000 power or more on the board. And then this Thatch does a similar kind of thing if you have a character with 8,000 power or more and a type including Whitebeard Pirates. This card gets -3 cost in your hands, so it turns into a 5-cost 8k blocker for Thatch.
Yeah, I think especially Uta is a very strong card. One of my favorite red cards that we have, because she's a 2k counter, what makes her really, really strong. And I'm a fan of that Izo in that deck because, first of all, it's a Whitebeard Pirate, so you can search it. Second of all, you can use your lead ability to give Izo Rush, and you can use the on-play ability to give Izo that 1 Don, because Izo say that you can give 1 reset Don to your leader or one of your characters. So just give Izo the Don, use your lead ability, and swing 8. And then you have that extra 2k counter on your opponent's attack, so you can just trash 1 brick. You change the brick into a 2k. That's very, very strong in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is indeed. I mentioned earlier that it was a card that got a little bit of support and helped out with Red Green Kazuki Odin when that was released back in EBO1 as well. But good to see that it's getting a little bit of support and home now in OP16 Ace with its capability also to help protect yourself a little bit more with that on your opponent's attack ability. Well, that means we are 7 rounds down here on day 1, but we've still got 3 more rounds of Swiss to bring you, with players starting to look upwards and thinking 1 or 2 more wins, and I'm playing top 32 tomorrow and qualified for the Season 1 finals in Utrecht in September as well. So don't go too far, because very soon we'll be putting some of those names on the plane to Utrecht. So don't go anywhere. Round 7 is next.
Odin Star.
ただ神底をに輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Already start.
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノ And Kane scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the One Piece card game offline regionals for Toulouse in France. We're getting to the pinnacle of day one here now, and there's no better exclamation of that than us taking Table 1's feature match here for round number 8. It's going to be a Luffy mirror, but not necessarily the Luffy mirror that maybe you were expecting, because we've got green-blue Luffy up against mono-yellow Sky Island Luffy.
Yes, Luffy mirror, but two different leaders. One of them is from OP15 with the Sky Island package. So some cards that we saw in Nami, but of course more Sky Island cards that we are definitely going to see, because this leader only or does work perfectly with Sky Island, because you just protect your Sky Island characters from being removed or KO'd. And that's really good, because instead of that, you can just take life. So you cannot really attack into board or use some events to get rid of some cards. But you are playing against the other Luffy from OP16, the blue-green one, that is one of the best, if not the best deck in format. You can go very wide, you can go very, very aggressive. You have the restand event to restand with, to re-attack with every single character and your leader. So could be very, very interesting. One of the key cards in this matchup, of course, especially for that Sky Island Luffy, it is Viper. We talked about Viper the last game, how important he is against the blue-green Luffy. And I think as a good blue-green Luffy player, not me, I mean the opponent that he's facing off, you need to play around it a little bit. You need to play around Viper. So on, let's say he lost the dice, he goes second. Don't play 2 cost on 4 Don and then give your opponent on 5 Don that free Viper and you just lose your entire board. Play around it, play a little bit smarter. That's how you have to play against this deck. Also, a card that is always strong in this deck is the 10 cost EBO2 NL. I think, is he from EBO2? Yeah, he's from EBO2. The 10 cost that only works with Sky Island leader, so it does work. If you have 1 or less life when attacking, you just pitch 1 card from your hand to heal up 1 life. And this character against Rush, and when it swings, it also became a 12k buddy, not an 11k. So normally it's 10 cost 11k, but it will be a 10 cost 12k. So a very strong card and a very good deck. And it was a good deck and had a very good position last set. But I think in this set, it's way more interesting to see that this deck can perform. So yeah, both players are ready. So let's have a look who has to go first here. And we have the fist bump, so I have the feeling like Luffy has to go first. Haha, funny. Luffy has to go first, of course.
Yeah, it's going to be green-blue Luffy that is forced to go first with no turn 1 play. So over to Savini, who is going to kick things off with Shura here, the Sky Island Searcher from all the way back in OP05. And look at that, immediately finds the Wiper here for those later game stages, and a big warning to his opponent and saying, look, it's in hand now, be careful.
Yep, Viper, very important. And I think you don't have to look for anything else in this matchup, so right pick, definitely right pick here. So let's see, Luffy on 3 Don. Could play 2 cost or just swing 8. Yep, you have to play a little bit different here. Oh, and the first life is Heizo trigger. Ben, we talked about the card being there in his deck, and first life is the trigger. Fidelidad Sky Island, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, we spoke about it while we were off camera, just having a little bit of an early look at some of the deck lists. And activate main, it draws you 1 and then gives Arrested Don to your Sky Island type leader or character cards. But when it is triggered, as long as your leader has the Sky Island type, you get to draw 2 cards. So already getting a really plentiful hand to be able to work with and get into some of those later game threats, things like the 7 cost Nico Robin or the 10 cost EBO2 Anel super rare. It's going to be Roro Zoro that we're going to grab from this Shura search here. So that'll be some healing for later on. And then a 7k swing into lead that will be allowed through.
To be honest, you cannot start better than Davini did. So having two costs on board is very important, because these Shuras can swing into Mr. 1 and Mr. 2. First, very good point. Second point, that trigger, very important. So, very good start. And Viper on hand. That's very good. But, like I said, as a good Luffy player, you have to play around Viper in this matchup. So, no value there for Viper yet. So, it's a buggy into Prisoner on 5 Don. So you have your leader ability left, so could be a 7k swing, or maybe 1 2 cost that you can bring out. But he decided to use leader ability and swing 7 here. That goes through, so go down to 3 life, and he passes his turn. Luffy on 6 Don. What is the best option, Ben, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here for Alex Savini. Could potentially drop the 5-cost Bell Luffy, the secret rare that we saw in the last game. And that's exactly what we're going to go for here. Just drop this Bell Luffy, make it so that it's just continuously online. We know that Green Blue Luffy does have a propensity to run quite a few events. Things like Let's Go to the Navy Headquarters, Dead Man's Game, some Gum Rains in there as well. It's a really, really event-filled list. So being able to get multiple threats onto the board and high threats as well with this Bell Luffy could be really, really punishing here.
Absolutely right. So very, very good start here for Savini, Alex, with his Bell Luffy leader. And to be honest, I think this matchup is quite good for Yellow Luffy. I have the feeling like this matchup should be good, but Blue Green Luffy is such a good deck, such a strong deck. Doesn't mean anything. So starting off with a 6k swing from Buggy. This is only a 2k that you need to have to counter this one out. And there is a 2k and a very interesting deck. A card that he decided to bring into his deck. It is the Jinbei from ST29. That is a 2k. It's not a Sky Island card, so you cannot search it, but it has the trigger ability if your leader's Monkey D. Luffy play this card. I think this is very important to have right now. So yeah, interesting tech. Another 6k swing, another 2k, and another 6k swing. This time this one goes through. And it's time for 4-cost Ivankov. So not the 3-cost that we saw in a Voyeur's deck. It is the 4-cost, checking the top 3 for a Impel Down card. You can also search Ivankov with Ivankov. And you can play out a character with cost 2 or less from your hand. So Ivankov can also play the 1-cost Luffy. Not like the 4-cost Crocodile that can not play the 1-cost Luffy out after using his ability.
Yeah, it can indeed. We are going to search out the Mr. 2 here, and that's going to be what we play with the Emporio Ivankov as well. Still the threat of that Wiper in hand for Savini as well. So that Mr. 2 could immediately be dealt with on this turn, although we are going to bring it back into hand with Crocodile. Does decide to replay it off of the Crocodile ability here. So question now of whether Savini is just going to drop this 5-cost Wiper, get rid of the Mr. 2 Bon Clay, and deal with some more of these threats rested that are on the board from Pere's side.
Yep, good question here. Is this just the Viper? Is it Nico Robin into Viper? Or 7 Don, just to cheat out 2 characters? The thing is, yes, you can get rid of that Mr. 2 that is there inactive. You can also try to get rid of Buggy and Prisoner because there are only 4k characters. Also, the Crocodile blocker is only a 4k character after Viper being played. That means you don't have the option to block and counter. So yeah, to swing into 4k buddies with a 7k Secret Rare Luffy on board and your leader, that seems really, really good. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're seeing Nico Robin into Viper here.
There is the Nico Robin. We're going to take 1 life, replace it with the top card of the deck, and there is the Wiper that's going to come down, revealing blocker Nico Robin as the card that was placed down from the top of the deck as well. So that will be an instant trigger hit to be able to play itself down if Pere does connect into life on his next turn. And now, as you said, Abra, there are 4,000 power bodies on the board. We can utilize that Wiper activate main effect to turn one of the Shuras into an attacker here as well and threaten 1 more swing into either the Prisoner of Impel Down or the Buggy throughout the space of this turn. And Pere here has the counter in hand, but faced with a really awkward decision about, do I want to burn counter now in order to protect this when I know that there is also a 5k and a 7k swing waiting with Luffy leader and the secret rare?
Yeah, it's interesting that he decided to do a 4k swing here instead of a double 7 into double 4, but it's still fine because that means you have to counter a 1k and a 2k here, and that's what he's going to do. So that means one of the two rested cards is definitely going to be safe. So that Belufi will probably swing into Buggy. I think that makes... to Prisoner, okay. Also fine. I mean, yeah, that's even better, to be honest. So, bot looks really good for Yellow Luffy. Getting rid of 2 characters, but he's only at 2 life, but has a lot of cards in hand, and that Nico Robin that he revealed. So that means it's just an extra blocker that you can trigger out, because it has the same ability as the Jinbei. If you lead as Luffy, you can play it out. And it's a 4 cost. That means the Cigarette Luffy is going to be a 11k body if the blue-green Luffy is going to play event this turn, or if Yellow Luffy is the turn player if he decided to block. That's very important.
Yeah, absolutely, because that Sky Island Secret Rare Luffy does work when your life is already flipped face up. It's not the you have it to turn the top card of your life face up. It's just a revealing. So with the fact that Nico Robin is there face up, it will still be able to stack power onto that Secret Rare Luffy at this point in time. So definitely a really strong place for Savini to be able to be in, as we see Mr. One make its way down, gets another card into hand. See, let's go to the Navy HQ. I see the Dead Man's Game. There's at least 1 copy of the Boa Hancock in there as well. So just trying to figure out here, Pere, what the best course of action is going to be. I think I see another Buggy as well, but I'm not sure if there's any more copies of Prisoners of Impel Down just yet.
Yeah, it's not the best position that Impel Down Luffy has, to be honest. Some people call him Goofy, but he's not a goofy character. It's Luffy. So he's starting off with a 6k swing. So it's only a 2k there. A lot of cards in hand. But like the 6k swing is into Shura? No, into Life. He's thinking of replacing it. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's going to be a replacement of the rested Shura that's going to be happened here. There is the Nico Robin now onto the board. So it's a blocker, but that is a target for DMG if Pele wants to fire that off and rest it down out of the way. We see the Luffy leader ability being activated here, reactivating 2 of that rested Don as well. There's still 8 Don, it looks like, here to work with for blue-green Luffy on this turn, with Buggy, Crocodile, and Ivankov, the 3 characters that are going to be able to still attack on this turn as well.
Yeah. Very, very interesting now. What is the best play here? And that's what is so difficult about piloting this Impel Down Luffy deck. You have so many options, and of course, you need to make the right one. But okay, we see 7 cost Boa Hancock being played out to freeze that other 7 cost Boa on board. It's the yellow one, the Sky Island one. Of course, you cannot target Luffy, otherwise you will definitely target this one. And Viper doesn't make much sense because Viper is a 6k body and the Robin is a 7k. So yeah, right decision there, but that's it. 1 Don up, 2 life. And Buggy did not swing, Ivankov did not swing, Croc is a blocker. Not sure.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a difficult turn for Savini to be able to navigate here. We're going to kick things off with Hesso. So draw 1 card and then put that rested Don right onto the Luffy leader, making that and bumping that up to a 6,000 power during this turn. Still 9 more Don to work with. And of course, with that number means that we're not at the threat of seeing a 10 cost Anel hit the board on this turn. Now a 6k swing in with Wiper. Perez does still have the 1 blocker active as well, with that Crocodile 4 cost that is there for Perez.
There's also a 2k in hand I see in the middle of his hand. That should be a Mr. 3. But he's going for that double 1k here.
Wow.
Oh, and now he noticed, okay, 6k swings are the right ones. I think you have to give that Mr. 3 now.
Yeah. Unless
This
it's
is
trying to
tough.
draw. Let's try and draw Savini into a bit of a false sense of security, offering up the double 1k when there is the 2k counter character in hand in the form of the Mr. 3, and saying, well, swing 6k again, and I'll be able to counter that one safely as well. And that'll just leave you then with Luffy, the Sky Island secret rare to swing. Shura could get into the red zone if you put 3 Don underneath it. That then leaves you with, what, 6 more Don left to play with. That gives you at least 1 Borsalino and some Don up for something like Gum Gum Golden Rifle defensively.
Yeah, the problem here is he doesn't want to counter with that Mr. 3 because he has the restand event in hand, and he just want to have the full power of Mr. 3 because Mr. 3 with restand event is such a broken combo. And because you can just use the Mr. 3 2 times to give 2 reset dons to 6k to base 6k characters, and you have Buggy there and the Crocodile, so you can use that Mr. 2 and the reset event and go very, very aggressive for game. But you have to go against 2 blockers probably, because I think there's a Zoro, and I think we have Zoro into Borsalino, to be honest.
Yeah, that looks like the path that we're going down here. There is the Roronoa Zoro for 4, trashing away the Enel to heal 1 more. There is the 5 Dom. We don't need Wiper anymore. So there is Borsalino, and there is 2 life healed for Sky Island Luffy. Over to Pele here, who's got a very, very difficult board state to go off of. Does have that Boa Hancock on board at the very least, which does have the unblockable keyword. So Nico Robin and Borsalino won't be able to jump in the way of Boa. Savini will have to deal with the 9k base power swing the old-fashioned way.
So you have 12 swings here, okay? You have 5 swings with your characters, 1 with leader, and then restand event, and again 5 swings with your character and 1 with your leader. You need to go through 3 lives, 2 blockers, and I think 7 cards in hand.
Yeah.
This is not easy.
Yeah, and essentially could make it as well all the way up to 10 cards in hand with the 3 life cards that will be taken. There's no banish to speak of here, so all of those cards will be taken into hand for Savini here, depending on what has been healed by them as well. There could be extra copies of the Nico Robin blocker, could be Hesso to draw more cards as well. Could be a lot of different options for Savini to be able to find from the trigger.
It's really,
where
really
will
tough.
Pele start? Yeah, where will he start? Does he just start off by firing off the unblockable Boa Hancock attack to make sure that a swing does connect, either draw some of those cards out of hand with counter, or make Savini just take the damage?
It's really, really hard to say. I think, yeah, you start with a 6k here. That makes sense in my opinion. Maybe you give 1 Don under Ivankov. Because, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's 1 5k swing before using lead ability, so maybe 5k Ivankov makes sense. But yeah, it's so rough because this is a wall here with 2 blockers, 6 cards in hand, and 3 life.
Yeah, it is an unenviable place for Pele to be in here because of the hefty cost of that activate main ability of the event as well. Let's go to the Navy headquarters. You've got to essentially pay 7 Don for it. You're only working with an extra 3 Don remaining before you restand here. We're going to use 2 more of it for the Ivankov swing. That is going to be allowed through by Savini. That's going to leave us with, it looks like just 6 Don to work with here.
No, 7. He attached 3 Don. 1 Don is hiding, I think.
Okay, I was going to say, if there is only 6 Don still left, then that is a big problem for Pele, because then that means that Let's Go to the Navy headquarters just straight up is offline. I'm going to hope that there is that 1 Don that is hiding.
There is 1 Don hiding, but where is it? Ah, 1 is yeah, it's 7. Yeah, there should be.
Yes, there should still be 7 remaining, because if 1 Don under Mr. 1, 2 under Ivankov.
Yep, there's 1 missing. And there's It's maybe hiding behind the other Don, or one Don fell off. I'm not sure, but we will see it. But the problem is, and I know what Pere is thinking of, because 2 days ago I was at exactly the same situation as he is. He will try to use his Mr. 2 with full value. The problem is that you need to have rested Dons, you need to use him before using recent event, and you cannot play it 100% clear by playing him out to have the maximum of value, because like if he's playing him now, he has to use lead ability to have the 7 Don for the restand, so it's not that easy, but we will definitely see this combo now. So it is Mr. 2 coming, and Dawn active, yeah. Ah, there's the Dawn. Now we see
There's
it.
the
Let's
Dawn.
go.
There it is.
I think he was also confused. Wait, there's one Dawn missing, but it was under the Luffy Dawn. So yeah, it is Mr. 3 here. And with the lead ability, you can use the restand. But as you notice, there are only 2 rested Dons. So that means that, yeah, it's a 1-1 split.
Yeah, it's not quite the full complement that you'd be hoping for with Mr. 3 Galdino. You could potentially give up to 2 of your characters with 6,000 base power, up to 2 rested Don cards each. But instead, it has to just be the 1-1 split, as Abra said. So this is a 7k swing in here with the buggy. The 7k swing from Crocodile was just straight up blocked by the Nico Robin. Are we going to go and see the counter now out of this 7k swing from the Crocodile, knowing that there are going to be a load more swings making their way down for Pere here with the 7 remaining Don, with Let's Go to the Navy headquarters. The Boa Hancock attack as well still yet to come, and that will absolutely connect, you'd have to think.
Yeah. First of all, that Mr. 3 doesn't have the maximum value. That's what I said. That's the problem about playing him out from the hand and then use the restand and so on. But still fine. I mean, it's still good, because after the restand, you can use him again and then make your base 6Ks even stronger. But Savini does have 1 case in hand. Only 1 case in hand. That's the problem. That's why he has to pitch double 1k here. 4 cards in hand for 1 case. 9k swing is going through. That makes sense. And now we have the restand. And this is so crazy now. Look at this, guys. Every single card that is rested being active again. This is so, so strong. And now with Mr. 3, your 7Ks, buggy, and normally base 6Ks will get 2 more done. So, to be honest, Ben, I think that's game. I think Impel Down Luffy will win this one.
It could be very, very close. We are going to see the 5k swing getting counted away with a Borsalino, but now here we are getting the full support and complement from that Mr. 3 Galdino. Here is the swing from the Crocodile. This is going to be a 9k attack. The Boa Hancock still allowed. His Hesso off of the last life. Doesn't draw into a great deal, though. 9k that's unblockable and uncounterable for Savini. 2k's in counter, 2 bricks left in hand. And green-blue Luffy is going to take the victory. One final push through Impel Down to boost him to 8-0, and very more than likely our first name into day 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely. So this deck is just so, so good. And this recent event, in my opinion, wow. Like, the position of Yellow Luffy in this match was so, so good, and he still lost this game because Luffy is like, okay, I did my damage here and there. He has to play double heal, so he go up to 3 life. Let me prepare my board so I can go very aggressive for game with 12 swings. Like, imagine, how can you defend 12 swings? It's not really possible. The problem was the 6k swings that Impel Luffy did. He has to counter these one out with double 1k. That was the problem here, because for the double 6k swings, or for the 6k swings that he made, if he has just a 2k there, or 2k 1k with the 7k swings, then it's fine. Then you don't need to take the lives, and then after the recent event, you can just start to taking some lives. Like 7 cards in hand, and you only have like 1 2k in hand, and the rest was 1ks. That's the problem here. And that's why, yep, it was enough for Impel Down Luffy to go through. 8-0 now means, like you said, probably a very, very, very high chance to make it into top cut. So yeah, maybe a deck that we can confirm, but of course, Impel Down Luffy is going to be in the top card. But for Sky Island Luffy with X1, that means because his only loss was against someone in round 8, that is 8-0 now. He just need to win. Yeah, if you're going to win the next 2 rounds, he's definitely in. If he's only going to win one more, then it relies on how good his losses are. And if both of his losses are in top card, then he will also make it in the top card. So everything is still up. And I think 7-1 with Sky and Luffy is still a good job, and 2 more rounds. So wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely feels like quite a decent little counter pick into the format right now. Obviously, we're focusing a lot on the Impel Down Luffy and the possibilities that Wiper has for that deck. But also against something like Purple and Nell, it could be a really, really strong and potent strategy by getting rid of all of those small one-cost characters on Purple and Nell's side of the board. Here, though, you're seeing some of the heavier hitters in the deck. Of course, Borsalino, we've mentioned it every single time the yellow deck has come up on stream. It's an absolute staple in yellow nowadays. The Sky Island Luffy Secret Rare, really, really cool little piece of tech here, and a really, really cool card. Getting that rush if you're hitting it on your even curve with 6 or more Don on the field, and then potentially getting that extra boost in power when your opponent activates events or blockers. And then the 10 cost super rare Enel, a card that we don't get to see too much of anymore, with mono yellow Enel falling out of favor in the format now. But obviously it's only Sky Island type locked and not Enel leader locked. So still gets the rush, still gets the potential to heal and be a 12k closer.
Yeah, that's a very strong card, and all of these cards are just super strong in this deck. But we also have some more very good cards for this deck. So yeah, we saw Nico Robin also in BY Nami, because that Sky Island package with Nico Robin, Viper, and Secret Rare Luffy, you can play in more yellow decks, and that's what I really like. So Nico Robin, a very strong card. Viper, we talked about it last round and the round before. Viper is very good. But let's talk about 5 cost 6k Kagura from OP12. This is a very strong card. On your turn, again, when a life card is leaving the life area, you can just draw 1 card. That's so strong. It's a Sky Island character, obviously, Kagura, and it does work really, really good in this deck. So I'm a fan of this card, and it's 1 more 5 drop from 3 to 4 5 drop that you can bring out. So you have Viper, you have Secret Rare Luffy, and you have that Kagura. That is super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest reason why this Kagura works so nicely in this deck as well is actually for the leader effect, which I don't think we even saw during that game at all. If your Sky Island type character with 6,000 base power or more would be removed from the field by your opponent, that includes attacked into as well, you can add 1 card from the top of your life to your hands instead. So when it's your turn, if you're trying to, defend a character, or your opponent triggers something that tries to remove a character, you can protect it with the Sky Island Luffy leader ability and then trigger the Kagura to draw 1 more card as well. Now, granted, it means you can't draw cards further using your own effects during the turn, but considering the only thing we'd have to worry about losing out on there is Hesso, really? That seems like it's a pretty good trade-off.
Yeah, I think Hesso is a very good card, to be honest. So the reason this card is good is, first of all, the trigger ability is insane to draw 2 cards. That's really, really strong. But second of all, you can also just recycle and still have that Don that you has to use for playing this card out, used by attaching it to your leader or one of your characters. So it's a good card in general, I would say, and that's why I'm not crazy surprised to see this card in Sky Island Luffy. Same goes for Gum Gum Golden Rifle. Gum Gum Golden Rifle is such a strong card in this deck. So yeah, Sky Island Luffy is also there on top. And Ben, how many different leaders did we have had already on stream? And also, how many different leaders are in a good position with OP16?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been really, really fortunate to not have to repeat leaders in back-to-back rounds. Yes, we have had a couple of leaders that have made multiple appearances, like Teach Ace and now Green Blue Luffy, but there's still plenty of leaders that are hanging around those top tables. I mean, we saw Crocodile a few rounds ago trying to put against Havoye on Green Blue Luffy. We've seen Mono Red Ace, which was still a little bit of an unknown quantity. And obviously, we've now seen this Sky Island Luffy as a potential anti-meta pick for things like Green Blue Luffy and Mono Purple Enel as well. So whether it will continue on into day 2 tomorrow and continue to try and be a foil to two of the pillars of the OP16 meta, we will have to wait and see. For now, though, we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss to be able to bring you, and it will start to be more names that will be getting put into Top Cut tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have round 9 live from Toulouse.
Already start.
ただ海賊王に輝いたのはジョーカー選手となりました。世界の頂に無敗で上り詰めたのはガンノン And Caden scoops it up. We have your champ, Cross.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Toulouse offline regionals here on the One Piece card game. Ben and Abra here with you, bringing you all of the action across the weekend. We are getting into round number 9 with 2 X1 players who are essentially win this round, and you should pretty much have made your place into top 32. The loser of this game won't be out of the race, but will have a massive round 10 matchup for them to be able to play and make themselves in to day 2 tomorrow. And for one of these players, they're trying to go back to back from a couple of weeks ago on the top cut placement as well. That will be our Rosinante player, and they're going to be going up against Blue Yellow Nami.
Yes, this is our matchup for the only 2 more rounds to come. So this is a very, very, very important one, and this is also a very interesting one because there's one side of people saying Nami is favored against Rosie, and then there's the other side of people saying Rosie is favored against Nami. To be honest, I'm not quite sure about it, but we will definitely see who is going to be the winner out of this game. So both players are ready. In my opinion, if Rosie has the dice, and if Rosie see everything that he needs to see, Rosie should be favored. That's my small opinion. But I'm not the one that is saying that. If you're not saying that Rosie is favored, you don't have any knowledge about the game. That's not true. Nami is, at the end, Nami is Nami, but Rosie is also Rosie. So starting off, going first by playing out a 1-cost Rosinante Searcher to find a law, and he's finding a 6-cost law. That is very important, Rosie law. And for Nami,
indeed. Nami's just going to be a turn 1 pass. Yep, not much really to do for Nami anymore. Most of the decks for Nami removing the girl promo as that opening play when going second, so not going to be utilized here. We do see the 7k swing being attempted in here. It's going to draw out the leader ability to plus 2000 power and the +1 of the Dr. Hogback. So starting to see some of the thriller package nice and early here for Nemu. And now here is the Marineford. So some more early searching to bring Sakazuki into the hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, no 4-cost law in hand. Otherwise, it would have been a stage into lead ability, into promo law, or into the new baby law from OP16. So that's interesting. Nami is going for a 7k swing. This one goes through. Nami ability, 7 or less cards in hand, and the pass. If you asked why 7k and not 9k, so you still have the chance after the ability to draw into a potential girl. That's why you always swing 7 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't find it this time, however. Instead has the Zeus in hand, which isn't really the value that you want to find by taking out a 1-cost Rosinante Searcher. And now there is the 6-cost Rosie and Law, refunding the leader ability from the Don Quixote Rosinante leader as well. And over to Nami we will go. I think just top decked the girl promo. Always the time when you don't want to find it.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, girl is, most of the time only good at the first 1 or 2 turns. But still, it's a counter, so not that bad. So here is the 5-cost Nami. That is a very important card that you need to have on 5 or 6 Dawn. So Rosie was on 3 lives, so need to add 1 life. Nami lead ability triggered, and now also see a 6k swing, not 7, because you will have the free block anyways. That's why it doesn't make any sense to attach it on. Now 8k swing from Rosinante Law coming, and this one goes through. Nami goes down to 3 life. No, he's maybe changing it.
Yeah, just consideration here. We do have quite a few 2k counters in hand with Kumasi and the Zeus there. We also now have the girl promo, which could just be utilized as easy fodder away for the lead ability.
What?
Instead, we are just going to lead her ability first and then still take the damage. So getting our boost up to a 7k base.
Wow. Yeah, if you ask why he's doing that, because of the 4-cost law. Obviously, the starter deck law, that if your opponent has 7 or more cards in hand, allows you to get rid of 2 cards from their hand. So just use your lead ability and take this one. So you played around it a little bit. Very
Yeah,
nice.
also dissuades the just 5k leader poke in as well there from the Rosinante leader.
Yeah.
So if the Sakazuki was always planning to be the play for Mage on this turn, doesn't mean that there's an extra card that has to be drawn out of hand here. So nice little bit of sequencing there. As we see the 6k swing, there is the Nico Robin now flipping and trashing away the copy of Gravity Blade Raging Tiger, which is one of the big equalizers in this matchup with the bottom decking capability to get around that protection for Rosinante.
This one hurts, and you saw both players laughing there because both players know this is one of the key cards in this matchup for Nami. So yeah, unfortunately, because also the trigger would be insane, not for now because there's no target, but yeah, that's why as Rosinante you have to focus on going wide with playing Zakatsukis because he's a 7 cost, so you cannot bottom deck him. So Zaka is very important in this matchup. As you can see, double Zaka already on board. That means that, yeah, you will have 10 tons every single turn for now. And he's going for that Nico Robin power reduce, Mamaragan, and now swings into it. He's on 2k, so that means 2k into 2k swing. So that also means that if this attack is going through, Rosinante will go down to 1 life, but is in such a good spot that he really doesn't care about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit better on this situation to just get rid of the big 8k attacker of the Nico Robin right now. Like we said, we've got the life to work with. We can heal up with things like the Borsellino later down the line as well, so that won't be too much of a worry right now. We've got the Rosinante and Law as a blocker. We've got multiple Rosie and Laws in hand as well to continue to defend with later on in the game. So a pretty comfortable place for Mage on Rosinante to be living in at the moment. Wants to get a little bit more information first, though. The 1-cost Rosinante Searcher is the illustration rare artwork of it, or the illustration box artwork of it. And it's going to be the hand rip Law that we are going to grab here, the treasure rare version of the starter deck 10 Law. And it's going to come down as well. Nemu is going to lose 2 cards out of their hand.
What a turn. And Mage is playing so confident. He does really, really know exactly what he has to do. So it is double Thriller Bug, Kumasi, and Knockback that he gets rid of. So very, very strong here. And if we have a look into the hand of Nami, then I think you are happy with pitching both of them because Whitebeard is still in hand. That's really important. But to be honest, Whitebeard isn't that good in this matchup because of Zaka into Lightning.
Oh, we find Kumasi as the first card out of life. So it's going to be the play of Dr. Hogback out of the trash here using the Kumasi ability. On KO with Hogback, of course, we can play up to 1 character card with a cost of 4 or less and a trigger other than itself from the trash. So we'll keep an eye out for what finds its way in the trash. We haven't seen any 4-cost Peronas make their way there so far in this game. But now up to 10 Don, are we going to try and force Mage to have that combination of Gum Gum Lightning and Mamaragan, like you mentioned, Abra, to deal with a 10-cost Edward Newgate? Or are we going to play this a little bit more reserved?
Yeah, his hand is not the best, to be honest. There's a Marco in hand, that's fine, but what are you going to do with the rest of 6 Don? Yeah, you can split it. That would be an option, but I think you just still have to go for that Whitebeard. And this is what Nemo is going to do. So draw 2, trash 1, and then 2 Don under leader and 2 Don under the Nami. Also makes sense to give the 2 Dons to Nami and not to Hogback. So you have an 8k swing, and this is not a free block. Then the 7k swing is the free block there, and that's why we are going to see that free block. And we're also going to see that 4-cost 5k power Law using the blocker keyword here, blocker ability to defend that 8k swing. So now let's have a look. Is it time for Zaka into Lightning? Oh my god.
Oh, it very well might be. There's the Sakazuki, and I think that the Gum Gum Lightning might have been drawn off the top of the deck to start the turn off as well from Mage. If that is the case, then we're in a really strong position here. We're going to use the Marineford stage for the first time here, though, on this turn. Draw one, trash one for the cost of one Don minus with 3 Sakazukis on the board. That's a very easy cost to pay. Slow beam sword in hand there. So maybe we did actually miss on the hope for the Gum Lightning to be found. No, we haven't. We found it there. It's in the middle of the hand next to the I love you there. So we'll be able to get rid of this Edward Newgate. There it goes with the Gum Lightning, the full art version as well. And then another Sakazuki activation, drawing us right back up to 10 Don again. And now we can put the pressure on with some 8K swings from these Sakazukis.
This looks horrible for Nami, to be honest. Third Sakazuki being played, also the Lightning to get rid of that Whitebeard. That's why Whitebeard isn't that strong in this matchup, or in general, Whitebeard is not that strong anymore. That's why most of the Nami players decided to only play 2 copies of the Whitebeard, or I saw some lists playing 3. I think 3 is also fine, but you don't need 4 anymore. So wow, it does look really good for Rosinante here. Also, oh, there's a Gecko trigger. This one is huge.
Yeah, this is really nice. And there is a Perona in the trash as well there, because we threw it away to the leader ability. So that's going to stop, it looked like, the Rosinante and Law from being able to attack on this turn. It's the only legal target. So it is going to be Sakazuki attacking in now as well. That one's going to be countered away, it looks like, thanks to the Kumashi, plus the 7k boost, of course, on the opponent's turn. And then a pass right back over to Nemu here, who still has so much work to do. The stubborn Rosinante and Law sitting in the way. Looks like 6 cards in hand, 1 life, and 2 active Don as well, threatening multiple instances of I love you as the counter event.
Yeah, slow beam is also one option to play, because
Yeah.
I don't think, or yeah, I think a lot of Rosinante players are playing at least 1 copy of the slow beam. I play 2 copies of it because I'm a big fan of this card. But yeah, could also be double I love you. That could be even better, to be honest, because I love you is like having 9k counter, because 2k from the card, and then if you have 2 or less life, you can also bring back 1 Trafalgar Law from your trash to your hand. So just counter with the promo law, play I love you, bring it back to hand, and then that's the perfect answer how you defend some attacks. So Nami still has 4 swings into 1 life and only 1 blocker. So I would say it's not impossible for Nami to go for game here, if the Nami player has to go for game. That's the question here with the hand. If we have a look into his hand, I think, yeah, Marco's still in hand. I think I saw a girl still. Zeus is still in hand. Some counters, I would say, 2 life also. Maybe he doesn't need to go for game. Maybe it's just Marco and try to do some pressure here and then try to survive 1 turn.
Yeah, it's not an impossible position here for Nemu, but definitely a difficult position, absolutely, as we see this 7k swing still currently being decided by Mage about what we want to do with it, whether we just want to take the free block from Rosinante and Law, whether we want to fire off some of these counter events that we may be threatening. Do we just straight up have the counter in hand from characters to be able to defend this attack away as well, with 2k and 1k needed? Mage still having a look down, trying to figure out, okay, what does the rest of Nemu's turn look like? There's 3 5k swings at base value across Hogback, Perona, and the leader still awaiting. They are more than likely going to get powered up with some Don. Nami leader especially, you'd have to imagine, to make sure that on opponent's attack ability is live for Mage's next turn.
Yeah, I think Nami is still on a okay position, I would say. Not bad. Of course, the board of Rosinante looks very scary. Pre-Sakatsuki is always scary. But to be honest, you have the lead ability that is really strong. You have a Marco in hand, and because of that double trigger that came from live with Hogback and Perona, instead of 2 swings, you have 4 swings now. And this is how strong this deck is, because of the Thriller Bug package that you can play in this deck. So the 7k swing being blocked, and the next 7k swing, there is that I love you into the 2k promo law. So easy counter this one out. 2 more swings to come. So is it the split between them? We are going into a 7k swing again. It's again I love you. That does mean you defend this attack too. So you cannot lose this match in this turn, that's for sure. So I'm pretty sure that we will see one more swing from Perona and then just the Marco, because yeah, you cannot go for game this turn.
Yeah, and there is the last swing going through. Will trigger the Nami ability as well. And then is it just going to be the drop of the Marco? It does mean that we have left 1 Don over spare here from Nemu's side of the board. There'll be 1 active Don left available. But at this point in the game, it feels like it's more just going to be about the preservation, knowing that there's going to be a load of attacks coming through on this next turn. The potential, honestly, for all 6 threats to swing on Major's side of the board with 3 Sakazukis, the Rosian Law, the Rosinante Searcher could even try and get involved in the action with 3 Don attached, and then the leader as well. So there is the Marco being played down, the pass of the turn. And now it's going to be about how kind are the last 2 cards in life for Nemu, and how kind will the 2 cards drawn from the deck be from the Marco on KO ability as well.
Yeah, and I think the 5k swing from Perona that Rosinante has to take this one because there are no counters in hand. What also means that if Nami, because of the lead ability, top decked a Borsalino here, that would be way better than the Marco.
Yeah.
Because there was no Borsalino in hand, but because of the lead ability, Nemu could have drawn into it, but unfortunately he didn't draw into it. So otherwise Mage would definitely counter this one out, because you cannot give your opponent that lead ability draw and then he draw into a Borsalino. That's yeah, what we didn't saw, because no Borsalino in hand means Marco is still there. So 7k string from leader, and this attack Nemo decided to block to draw 2 cards, and I think he draw into a brick and into a 1k. That's not really good. Leader ability is going to be used, and now we see this stage also to recycle and another stage to find your Borsalino. That's how strong this deck is, because you can find one of the best cards in this deck, and he's going to use another stage here, but this time it's the active main ability again to draw 1 trash one. You don't need the 4th copy of Sakatsuki, and I also think that if the attacks will not go through, he will just play out the Borsalino and try to survive 1 more turn.
Yeah, that's absolutely the play here. Does mean that Nemu's Zeus that they're holding on to would be a live possibility to zap away the Borsalino if it does come down to that, but ultimately it's got to come down to that when there's so much threat on the board here for Mage. The first 8k attack is going to be defended by using the Nami leader effect and Baby 5. Now here comes the potential for another 8k swing. This is a little more risky, considering it can just be 2k'd away, and it will be. There goes the Zeus. So now, still not completely out of the woods, with Rosinante and Law, Sakazuki, and the 1-cost Searcher still eligible to swing, but it would take a lot more to make sure that these attacks are now going to be safe. Here is the Sakazuki effect, getting 2 of that Don right back that we've used from the Marineford and from the leader ability. Now a 3rd 8k swing on this turn, and Nemu is going to go ahead and take this one. What is the activation? Is there a trigger? There's not. It's a Borsalino.
Oh, that's very, very important that there's no trigger there.
Yeah.
It's Maragan just to recycle, just to draw 1.
Yep, and gets the Don right back from the 2nd of 3 potential Sakazuki leader effects as well being activated, or Sakazuki effects rather, not necessarily leader effects. And now the possibility to split the remaining Don up as well. You've got 1 8k body in the Rosinante and Law, depending on how aggressive and how greedy you want to be. It's 8k again here, and this is going to be allowed through. No trigger being activated. We're going to play the Borsalino, so we're going to slow roll this down, buy ourselves 1 extra turn, and that will be it for the turn as well. 4 Don left open. do see the Borsalino, and there is a Zorro that's been drawn into hand as well here for Nemu, so can heal back up to 2 again.
Oh, this is much closer than I thought it would be. After 3, Zaka, Nami is still in game here.
Yeah, still got a little bit of a chance here. Obviously, there is that girl promo, which is pretty keen to be used as leader ability fodder, you'd have to imagine. There's also a Mr. 3 super rare in hand if you want to draw a couple more cards and present it as sort of a pseudo blocker almost by turning one of these characters off from a turn and not making them be able to attack. We are going to start with a 5k poke though, knowing that there's only one blocker available for Don here as well. There is the 3rd copy of I Love You that we've seen so far out of Mage. And this will just be a safe 2k from the event itself here. We're not going to have to pitch away that promo lore, which is going to be very handy for Mage. There it goes straight away from the hogback attack. 4th copy of I Love You being brought into hand. Again, that attack is safe from the event itself and fishes back the promo lore, which we'll recycle into this 6k swing. Here's Mr. 3 now getting activated, trashing itself away immediately, drawing 2 and stopping one of the 3 Sakazukis from being able to attack. There's Borsalino to close out the turn for Nemu, and now it's going to be a true hope and a prayer that they can survive 5 attacks to come through on this turn.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close now. Nami has some counters in hand. Also, we saw the new combo that Nami will play more and more. It's Mr. 3 into Borsalino. So the new Rebecca Inalucci is 6k swing into Mr. 3 into Borsalino. And Mage is starting off with a 9k swing. This is a huge swing now. So you need to have your lead ability into 2k, 1k. And he's going for it. There was also the Secret Rare Luffy in hand that could have been very, very good if he tried to go for game. But on 0 life, it doesn't make sense. So that's the problem here. So yeah, it is lead ability first. So it is the brick, obviously. It is a 2k and there's the 1k.
Yep, so there is that defense navigated first and foremost. Now we're using the Marineford ability here to Dom -1, draw 1, and trash 1. I don't think we've trashed so far from that Marineford, so we want to make sure that we are trashing a card away for that ability. Now we see the 9k swing this time going forwards, and I think the judge has now caught that Mage hasn't discarded away for the Marineford, so good catch there from our table judge.
Very good job. And also this one is important because, as we can see, there's a Secret Rare Law in hand, the 8 cost, and a Rosy Law. So he's definitely not going for game. I can assure you that he's not going for game. Oh, maybe
there is
now.
the block. There is the block from the 9k swing, and with so much Don still waiting to make its way onto characters and into usage, here's another 9k swing from the Sakazuki. We see the last life being put out here. Is there a trigger to be activated? There's not. It looked like it was a hogback. A Mage now scooping up the remainder of the Don. Are we just going to put them all underneath Don Quixote Rosinante? Not just yet. We're going to Mamaragan, get ourselves a little bit more information. Now the Sakazuki effects will fly in, getting ourselves some active Don returned back. -1 on the Rosinante leader effect. Then it's just going to be the swing underneath with the Borsalino, and that is going to do it. We don't have barely any counter in hand here for Nemu. So Rosinante is going to take the win. We'll go to X and 1 and surely be safe for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. What a match. Really good job there from Rosinante. Played a really, really smooth and very clean. But also good job from Nami, because this game was way closer than we thought. Especially 2 turns before the turn where Perona did the last 5k swing and he has to take this one, and then he played out the Marco, tried to survive one more turn, and he did survive one more turn because at that time Rosinante didn't have any counter yet, so there would have been one more swing that then Nami would have gamed. So this was a close one, and you saw the matchup. Like, Rosinante had to see 3 Zakatsukis and Borsalino, Rosilor, all the searches to close up this game. Yeah, that's one good side and one bad side about Nami. Good side is that all of the thriller bug cards that you have in your deck with being trigger can help you by making a huge comeback from a bad situation into a good situation. So that's how strong that thriller bug package is. But the problem is that it's not enough all the time. Otherwise, this deck would be way too good when it's just like, yeah, you just need to trigger and then you win every game. That's not how the game works. So, because normally he would have only 2 swings and then Rosinante would just chill like crazy. But because of double trigger from 2 life, instead of 2 swings, it was 4 swings. So Rosinante was in a dangerous position. But he did survive and took 2 more turns to go for game. And that's why Rosinante will definitely going through. I think with X1, only 1 more round. And if you are going to lose this round, then you lost into one that is definitely make it into the top cut. So, yeah, I think we can congrats him already.
Yeah, should be more than absolutely safe there. And I think one of the biggest turning points in that game as well was finding the reduction plus Gum Gum Lightning as well to get rid of the Edward Newgate blocker there. If that stays around on the board, then you've got a 12k body not only to attack in with, but also defend and eat up some of those Sakazuki attacks throughout the remainder of the game. But being able to get the huge power reduction and then take care of it with the Gum Gum Lightning as well, definitely a big, big turning point. And here we see Don Quixote Rosinante. We've seen there the combo of Sakazuki plus Gum Gum Lightning, and obviously Rosinante and Law. Ever since this card was released in EBO 4, it's given Don Quixote Rosinante that real opportunity that it needs to be a tier 1 deck in the format now.
Absolutely. And I think what's funny to see is a deck that has a leader ability that only works with law cards. Normally, you're expecting to see some more cards finding law or some more, let's say, maybe some more searches that can find law cards and so on and so on. But this deck changed. We see cards like Gum Gum Lightning and Zakatsuki being played in Rosinante. That's definitely something new that happens to this deck. Like, give me a little bit the feeling of Enel, where you just play very strong purple cards that fits to your leader very good. And Zakatsuki did fit perfectly to this leader because obviously Rosinante is a Navy character or a Navy leader, so you can play out. You could bring that 7-cost Zakatsuki into your deck, and that Gum Gum Lightning is just very strong in general. I'm a big fan of this card for a long, long time, but there wasn't a deck where you have the perfect combo for it. And now there is a deck that has the perfect combo for it. It is Zakatsuki into Gum Gum Lightning. That's the new combo that we have. And we have a lot of combos right now with OP16 that decks are playing. Like we have Mr. 3 into Borsalino, we have Buggy into Prisoner, but we also have Zakatsuki into Lightning. That's a very strong combo, and I'm a fan of it. It's super strong. You can just get rid of anything, only Gold Roger not, because he's 13k, so you need to have that extra minus 1k. That is a little bit difficult, but to get rid of every 10 drop that has 12k power or less, this is so strong. And also what feels very good about playing this combo like on 10 Don, you still have that Zakatsuki ability to ramp the Dons back. And this is the strongest thing about this combo. Yeah, and then 6-cost Rosinante Law. We talked about this card 2 times. Now it's the 3rd time. This is the main reason why this deck is at the top, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really, really strong card and a really strong engine for it to be able to rely on. Here's some of the other opportunities and cards that we've got. Mamaragan, of course, has become a staple in purple decks, being able to get so much consistency. And of course, with the Sakazuki on the board, means that if you're using it at activate main timing, you're basically getting the event absolutely for free and not just for the 0 cost that is printed on it. Divine Departure as well, another cheeky little bit of counterplay and a counter event. We obviously saw I Love You in that game being used quite heavily, as well as the opportunity for Slow Beam Sword. And then we've got the EBO 3 lore, the secret rare, which has 8 costs, 6k rushed, and activate main. You can trash one card from your hand and this character, add up to 1 card from the top of your deck to your life, and then play a Trafalgar Law with a cost of 7 or less from your hand. So you can swing in for 6, potentially for 7 if you put a Don underneath it, then immediately crack the effect, heal 1, and then play out something like the Rosinante and Law, because under the rules of the game, its name is treated as Trafalgar Law.
Absolutely. That's why this deck is so strong. Of course, a card like Divine Departure or the Secret Rare Law, you don't play them as a staple. I see a lot of players playing like 1, maybe 2 copies of Divine Departure, because Divine Departure is just such a strong card in general. But the Secret Rare Law, I think out of 10 people, out of 10 lists, I would say maybe it's 5-5 or 4-6, 5 players that doesn't even play the Secret Rare, and 5 players that are playing that Secret Rare. In my list, I don't play the Secret Rare, to be honest, but I think it's not wrong to play it, because as I see it as a 5th copy of Borsalino, because it can help you heal up 1 life, it can help you establish 1 more character to your board to just go wide, and especially that Rosinante Law 6 cost is the best target for it. And I think to have cards as an extra copy to replace, not exactly the same, because Borsalino is playing or is on his own level as a card, but I'm just like to see cards like Rosinante and like Lord of Secret Rare. Also a card that is nearly the same, in my opinion, is Black Vortex from Blackbeard, that allows you to pick up a card with trigger from your trash. In my opinion, that could work as your 5th copy of the 8-cost Blackbeard, or even the 3rd copy of your ZRH, because most of the players only running 2 ZRHs, but if you have a very grindy match and you just use 2 of the ZRHs, that Black Vortex can help you to pick it up and play 1 more ZRH from your that you picked up from trash. So I like to see cards like this that are working as a extra copy of a very strong card that you already have. So yeah, I'm a fan of the Secret Rare Law, definitely. And also I love the story about that woman law from that
Yes.
extra manga panel. It's so nice and so funny to see.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a quick look over at Nami as well, because this is a bit of a different Nami build to the one that we saw last round, which had that Sky Island focus. It's all about the Thriller Bark engine, headlined by the 8-cost super rare Gecko Moria, being able to recur 1 of your Thriller Bark Pirates characters with a cost of 4 or less and put them into play, or add them to the top of your life face up. It's mainly the trigger that we're looking out for here, to play up to 1 character card with a cost of 4 or less from your trash. Hogback, again, is a little bit more of that recursion. On KO, you can play out a character with cost 4 or less and trigger from your trash. The big one, though, is this Perona. On play and on KO, up to 1 of your opponent's characters with a cost of 6 or less cannot attack until the end of your opponent's next end phase. Just another great way for this deck to continue with tempo, and especially now that Mr. 3 is running around as well.
Yep, absolutely right. And I love to see that Bandai is putting some love into Perona, because Perona is quite a good amount of cards that are really good. We have the 1-cost green Perona Searcher that is super strong. We have the 5-cost green Perona that is super strong. That 4-cost yellow Perona that is super strong. And back in the days, the 1-cost blue Perona that, look at the top 5, was also very strong in Blue Doflamingo. So Perona is a card that deserves all the love, because Perona is just such a cool character, and I'm a big fan of Perona. But it's not important for the game. That package is important for the game, and especially for this deck, because we have in one hand the Sky Island package that you can play that we saw today, and in the other hand the Thriller Bug package. So you need to decide what package is the better one, or with what package do you feel more comfortable with. I think more players are playing the Thriller Bug package because of that 8-cost Gecko Moria, especially because of this card. That trigger ability is just so good, and yeah, like we saw in this game, instead of 2 swings, you can have 4 swings very fast by just taking 2 lives, trigger out 2 Thriller Bark cards, and this is how this deck goes. So yeah, Nami is still one of the best decks, with having 2 very strong leader abilities. That is very important, and I think to have double leader ability, like back in the days, Sakatsuki was one of the only leaders that has 2 abilities, and it was the best leader by far for 2 sets. And to see a leader like Nami that has 2 abilities, or Red Blue Ace that has 2 abilities, is always very strong. And especially if you don't have to play any cards because your leader is locked down to any type, like the blue-green Luffy. Now we see some more key cards in this deck. One of them is the 10-cost Edward Newgate. It was, and it is still a staple in red-blue ace. What a card. Super, super strong card. And this card is also not locked. So you can play this card in every blue deck, but especially in this deck in Nami, because you can give your leader the 2 dons, so you have your leader ability, and you can just give the 2 dons to one of your thriller bugs to swing 7. So you have your leader with 7k and one of your thriller bugs, other than Gecko with 7k, that you can make some pressure there. Luffy being one of the most interesting cards, definitely currently that we have by having a very unique ability is very good. And this card goes up and down every time in Nami. Like, you have 2 weeks where everyone is running this card, then you have 1 week where people are starting to cut this card again, then the card is going back and up. It's like up and down for this card, but I'm a fan of it, and I think you have to play it right now. And then we have the new OP16 Marshall D Teach. That is so strong, this card. Look, we talked about the on-play effect. This card is not locked. This is the main reason why this card is so strong. It is not locked, so you can play it in Nami, you can play it in every other yellow deck, and that trigger is just so huge. And Gravity Blade is, yeah, I think a card that you have to play right now because it's very strong against Ace. It's very strong against Red Blue Luffy, and not Red Blue Luffy. It's very strong against Red Green Luffy Ace, and against Green Blue Luffy, and in the mirror match, and against Rosinante, and. I think it's good in nearly every matchup. Gravity Blade is such a huge card.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's such a great, well-rounded deck that's been at the top of the game for quite some time now, with the additions from OP16, with this Marshall D Teach, being able to put the Gecko Moria into your life. If you see it off the top 3 cards of the deck, set yourself up with a devastating Perona turn on your opponent's turn is just really strong, and a great reason why this deck is still in and around the format. Undoubtedly, while we'll be seeing it as well in day 2 tomorrow. For our Nami player who lost here, they do need to win this next round to give themselves a chance, with some X2 players being able to bubble in. Who will they be, though? Because we've got one more round of Swiss to be able to bring you today, live from Toulouse. That's going to come up very shortly. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have round 10 live from Toulouse. Hello, everybody, and welcome for our 10th and final round of Swiss here in the One Piece card game Toulouse Offline Regionals. Ben and Abra here with you throughout the day, throughout the weekend, and it's time for our last Swiss round. 2 X1 players trying to make sure that they are going to be making day 2 tomorrow. The other will have a nervous wait for the standings to be posted and finalized. And it's time to bring us back to OP15 format as well with these next 2 decks. We've got Mono Purple and Nell back in the feature match area up against, and for the first time today, it's gonna be Lucy.
Yep, absolutely right. That's a very interesting one. But to be honest, that was the position of this matchup in OP15. Ene should be, and I think Ene is favored in this matchup. But let's see. It doesn't mean that you have no chance here. We see that Lucy has the dice, and the dice is so important against NL. So Lucy obviously going first here, and does he have a play for $1? Yep. There's the 1-cost Rebecca, a card like the 1-cost Luffy from the Impel Down Luffy deck that also show how the game changed, because this 1-cost searcher is also for $1 a blocker, and you can search Rebecca with Rebecca Seth. That's so strong.
Yeah, great start there. Going to grab the go ahead and use them Mr. Luffy event to be able to choose one, draw 2 cards, or add up to one of your opponent, up to one of your Dressrosa characters will get blocker. But for Dario, no turn 1 plays, so no 1 drop of the Holy Priests here in the start of this game. So we are just going to go ahead, swing 5k, use that go ahead and use a Mr. Luffy, draw double Dressrosa Kingdom, and then activate the Lucy leader effect as well, one of the 2 Lucy leader effects, because we activated an event with a base cost of 3 or more.
Wow. 2 surprising things. First of one, Enel doesn't have any place in Tudon. It's very interesting. And second interesting thing is, but that's unlucky, to draw into double stage. That's not nice because, yeah, like, I think every Lucy player is only running 2 stages now. I saw some lists only running 1 stage, so that's interesting. But now we see Shura with Rush after leader ability, and attack goes through, and we see a 6k swing. Need to have a 2k here, and I see a Leo there. I think, yeah, you can pitch that Leo because Leo is not that important in this matchup. And we see Holly again. So I think we can confirm that Holly, they must have now in NL, I would say.
Yeah, pretty much all the NL players that we've seen today have been bringing Holly back into the format. Well, it's not going to last very, very long, though, because there's Barrier Pistol that's going to make its way down onto the board, placing that Holly at the bottom of the deck. 5k swing from Lucy Leader is just going to take care of the Shura. And now Dario's board is completely empty. Not for long, though. Here's the secret rare Ranel on curve on turn 3.
Yeah, but super good start here for Nadir with his Lucy deck. So get rid of both characters that was on Enel's board. But now the secret rare. This is a very strong card, especially in this matchup, because, yeah, you cannot get rid of it by removing it. But if it's rested, you can you just use your one of your key cards, Fire Fist, the 7-cost event that gives one of your opponent characters minus 3k and your leader plus 3k. So if that Enel is rested after Fire Fist is coming, that Enel will not survive. So in this matchup, it's very, very important that you need to decide what is the right moment to swing with that 6-cost Enel.
Absolutely. We see Lightning Dragon come down here primarily just to get the cycle and get that draw 1. There's the leader ability, going to put the Rested Don underneath the secret rare Ranel, which of course isn't going to be able to swing on this turn. It is just going to be the 5k swing, countered away by Jozu. Here is Ohm now making its way down onto the board, and that will be it for Dario on this turn.
Yep, absolutely right. Also, one thing that I think we forgot to say is this is not the X0 matchup. It's both players are X1, so the winner of this match will definitely go through and make it into the top cut. So we'll see one more NL or we will see a Lucy make it into top cut. So it's a very, very important round. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is indeed. As we see Nadia kick off this next turn with a 5k swing, Dario is going to go ahead and be happy to take. And it looks like we've got the 7-cost Sabo here making its way down onto board on curve. So we're going to activate the on-play ability, activate a Dressrosa event from hand, and it's going to be that no one else can have it. It's our memento of him. Draw 2, trash 1, and playing the 4-cost Bartolomeo, which is going to allow another Dressrosa event to potentially be activated here.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So Bartolomeo, also a card that Lucy is starting to run. And I get it, because first of all, good stat line with 4-cost 6k. Second of all, you can play a 3-cost event from your hand, and you have some quite good events now in this deck that you can play out with a Bartolomeo. And the most important ability is, if this character would be KO'd, you may trash 1 event card from your hand instead. KO means also in battle, so ability and battle, and that's very, very important, especially in this matchup. So yeah, very, very good double play here with Sabo and Bartolomeo.
Absolutely, but now Dario finding the second copy of the secret rare Enel here to continue to try and pile the pressure on. Taking a mystery card into hand, does have to still trash 1 away to be able to pay for the remainder of the cost. It looks like it's going to be the Vari that we are going to get rid of here from Dario's side of the board. That's only a Don -1 so far, so still got plenty of Don and plenty of events here to work with. It's going to start off with El Thor, which is going to get rid of that Rebecca.
Yeah, makes sense. You don't need to focus on getting rid of Bartolomeo, of course, but you can try to get rid of Sabo, but after playing a 6-cost NL, yeah, you don't have the Dons to get rid of the Sabo. So yeah, very smart here. We see lead ability now. So there's a huge swing from 6-cost NL that could have come, and this is a swing, and it's definitely going through. But the 6k swing, this one is just a 2k. You will not block this one, because otherwise the inner swing will go into Sabo. So you definitely have to counter this one. There's a Leo in hand, so you can easily counter this one. But El Toro was used, so it's a 7k swing. That means you need to pinch 2k and 1k here.
Yeah, so a couple of options here for Nadia to be able to counter away with. We've obviously mentioned that Leo is in hand. Also looks like there is Viola in hand as well, which is also a 2k counter and another searcher for this deck. You're just trying to figure out exactly what cards we want to try and counter away with here. We could also spend an event to counter away as well, using the honor opponent's attack ability. Trash any number of event or stage cards from your hand and essentially turn them into 1k counters. And that's what we see with Barrier Pistol and Leo being trashed away there.
Yep. Totally forgot about the leader ability, to be honest. But of course, yep, you can counter with events. And as you see, Dario is thinking of, does it make sense to swing here? That's what I mean. You really have to find the right moment to swing with that NL. So yeah, it's not that clear that you have to swing here, but he is going for it. So it's a very big swing into life that goes through it. Oh, there is a Gold Roger from life. That could be important. Let's see.
Yeah, that'll be one to keep an eye out for as this game continues to progress. We're not quite at that point yet, not only in terms of board state, but also Don count. We're only drawing up to 9 Don here after we went first. I'm going to kick things off with a Bello Betty to search here. Going to look for a Revolutionary Army type card, and we do find one of the few, if not one of the only Revolutionary Army type cards that we run in the deck with that 7-cost Sabo. Is that going to be the play here for the remaining most of the 8 Don? It is absolutely indeed. And it'll be 7-cost Fire Fist that we're going to combine with the Sabo ability. This was this card that you were worried about running into if you were Enel here, wasn't it, Abra? Plus 3,000 power during the turn for the leader, and a huge minus 8,000 power reduction until the opponent's next end phase means that Bartolomeo is going to be able to deal with the rested Enel from Dario's side of the board.
This is not good. But yeah, that's the only problem that Inel has in this matchup, that you really need to find the right moment to swing with that Inel. So it really looks good here for Nadir. Nadir's in a way better position, to be honest, with double Sabo and Bartolomeo on board. Good point about or good point for Dario now is that the Bartolomeo is rested, so a lightning is you have a good target now for Lightning Dragon to just freeze the Bartolomeo. But let's see, is he going to play out a Reiju now for 4-Don, or is it Frankie? You have 2 4-costs that nearly everyone is playing. No, it's Gamma Knife first, so it is the minus 5,000 power, and now Sabo is a 4,000 power blocker, and we see a Reiju for 4-Don. That is also a 7k buddy now, because you have more than 4 events in your trash. Now we see lead ability. That means 4 rested Dons being attached to Ohm, or is it to 6 cost Enel? There's also a chance that he can try to get rid of both Sabos this turn.
Yeah, if he can be able to force the block out of Nadir of the active Sabo blocker, or potentially combine it with something like Mamaragan as well by Don minusing 2 after we've attacked in here with the Ohm. Here comes the swing, and of course Ohm as well, granting an extra minus 1,000 power to the active Sabo here. The attack is just going to be allowed through, no activation of a trigger. There's El Thor to be able to get rid of the active blocker Sabo. Will also grant the power to the secret rare now. So this is now swinging in for, I believe, 11,000 power, thanks to the plus 2k boost that it gets itself, and now the extra 1,000 power boost of El Thor. Gonna ask for a few cards out of hand here from Nadir. He's gonna offer them, though, double 2k to protect that rested Sabo.
Yeah, very important that he swing 11 instead of 10 into 9k here. So we have one more swing coming. It is a 5k, so just 5 into 5. Lucy's only at 1 life, and because of that double 2k that he needed to counter out to not lose that second or the only Sabo left there. So this 5k swing could have been leader ability, because I see 2 events in hand, but there's also a 2k and a 1k. Rebecca as a 1k and Viola as a 2k. But yep, he's also still have the option to use his stage. And yeah, it's the same as using the lead ability. And for 1-Don, we are using a Shura here. So no Lightning Dragon, that's important. So Bartolomeo is going to be active, so can refresh him. And now 10-Don.
Yeah, and now 10-Don, and Nadir not willing to go down to 0 life on that turn himself either, to send the Goldie Roger online and into battle to try and close things out on this turn. Wants to see a little bit more first and foremost. Here comes Rebecca. That's going to search out another Leo here for Nadir. He's gone through a couple of those already so far in this game. And pulling another copy of the 7-cost Fire Fist to the front of the hand. Now, the issue here on this time is that there is a blocker online in the form of Reiju, but it's going to ask a lot out of Dario to try and protect this 6-cost Enel once again. Here comes Bello Betty trying to make the first attack against this Enel.
Yeah, and this one hurts because last turn, Nadir doesn't have any 1-cost 2k body. This time he has it, and that's a problem for Dario, because now he just needs to defend a 1-cost swing from 1-cost 2k swing from Bello Betty coming into his 6-cost 10k Enel. Only has 2k because of the Fire Fist. So yeah, very important for Nadir. And I think, yeah, you just counter this one out, then probably another swing is coming from Bato, so 6k into 2. This one will go through. No, he decided to just let the inner go, so 2k swing from Bello Betty was enough. Then the Bato swing is going into Ohm. This one also go through. Now you have 2 more swings. First of all, he's going to use lead ability. 1-Don you need to have for Rebecca. Maybe 1-Don for a counter event that this deck is also running, Just Watch Me Ace. So probably just the 8k swing here. Yep, and it is just the 8k swing.
Yep, that is boosted, of course, through the Fire Fist effect. Now, still 2 Don remaining here. 1 Don is going to get granted to the Rebecca, so that is now a blocker online. And then the pass of the turns, the opportunity to potentially have the counter event online. Just watch me ace. It is a 4-cost event as printed, but if you have 4 or more events in your trash, it gets that -3 cost and becomes the 1-drop plus 3k, well, minus 3k technically event to be able to defend with. Here comes Gamma Knife again at the start of this term. So again, trying to get to work on these blocker Sabos to deal with them. Does Dario have the offensive pressure to be able to keep up against the Sabo and as well to take care of life? It's another El Thor that's going to activate here. That takes care of the Rebecca blocker and gives us an extra 1000 power boost onto the leader.
What a turn. Very, very strong here. El Tor, Gamma Knife, Pod on left. And it's a big swing from leader. It's an 8, no, it could be a 9k swing. Yeah, 9k go through. 0 life for Lucy. It is Mamaragan, and I think he's going for it.
Yeah, Mamaragan is going to rest down that Sabo. We're going to draw the card here as well. Haven't used leader ability just yet. There is the tap of the Alt Artanel leader. So making sure and having a look and seeing what the remainder of this Don split is going to be. Of course, Vinsmoke Reiju should have the boost here herself. But before that, we're going to go Lightning Dragon Chitin, just to make sure that if this doesn't work, we have the extra minus 1000 power to go into that Sabo blocker and try and get rid of it for good on this turn.
Wow. This could be enough for Enel to win this game. So Reiju is on 7k now. You will have 2 active Dons and 4 rested Dons. So the 4 rested Dons makes Reiju into an 11k buddy, and the 2 active Dons make her to 13k. So this is going to be a 13k swing to go for game. But there is still the stage, leader ability, and some counters in hand. Let's see if this is going to be enough. But that's for sure, it's going to be a very, very, very close one.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. That 1 Don active as well from Nadir, threatening that Just Watch Me ace. Oh. Here is the big swing. This is going to be the chance. There's the Just Watch Me ace. 2k, 2k, 1k, and the load of bricks in hand as well as the remainder, just double checking and making sure of the math to see who's going to take the game. It will be Enel that has enough to just punch through against Nadir and Lucy. But that, as you said, Abra, that was very, very close.
I think there was a 2k missing, and that 2k could have been the stage. But unfortunately, 3 cards left, and all 3 was character bricks. So if one of these cards would have been an event, then Lucy could have won this one. So wow, what a close game. Well played from both players, but at the end, it was enough. But it is enough for Enel, so congrats. He will definitely play Top Cut for tomorrow. And Ben, this was our last round for today.
It was indeed. It will be a nervous wait for Nadir, our Lucy player, to see if they will be making it into day 2 tomorrow. But for those that are making it, they will be qualified for the Season 1 finals in Utrecht, the Netherlands, in the start of September. On the 4th of September, on that Friday, the Flame Fruit event, very symptomatic and thematic that we're ending with Lucy in our feature match and talking about the Flame Fruit event, but also the last chance qualifier for players to try and get that final spot and that final chance to be a part of the Season 1 finals and be one of 12 European players across the 26-27 season that will be a part of the World Championships in March 2027. It's been an amazing day. We've seen some great games, some great variety of decks here today. But it's all going to come down to tomorrow. 32 players will remain and walk into day 2 tomorrow morning. Only one of them can be crowned a regional champion, though. We hope that you have enjoyed our coverage here today. A big, big thank you from everyone here at Pecco for the event, for everyone being a part of it, the judging staff, every player as well that has kicked us off at 9 o'clock this morning. And of course, for myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and for Abra Krasniqi. It's been an absolute joy and a privilege to bring you the action today. But the fun won't stop there. We hope that we'll join us here tomorrow on YouTube or on Twitch for day 2 live from Toulouse. But until then, good night. We'll see you soon.
Raise your cards up. Make that board gay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Find that card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field. Master your tactics. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Join in the game, master your tactics. Jump in the surge, master strategy. Flip for the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Attack through the wall. United the world, TCG, yeah. Place your cards up. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Place your cards up. Make that board game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The journey starts now. Bandai card game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dominate the field, master your tactics. Dominate the stage, master strategy. Deck to the world. United the world, TCG, yeah. Stack to the top. United the world, TCG, yeah. Bandai card game. Make that board game.